Good morning, everyone. We are back for our day 2 coverage of the Greentree 10K. This is our top 8 for the main event. So we had our 6 rounds yesterday, and we have our 3 rounds of top 8 today. We're very excited. Our first match is going to be Mel and Pat on Dio and Verdance, respectively. So we're very excited to see that matchup.
Yeah, we saw Patrick on stream yesterday, I believe, playing the Acilio matchup.
Yes.
Taking a look at both their deck lists here, Patrick, pretty stock standard Verdance list overall. Not a huge amount of shakeup things here. We know it works. Why change what works here?
Yes.
Expect to see him play that mid-range Verdance game plan that's so well known at this point, sending Felling to the Crown, Plow under Disruption, kind of trying to play that mid-range game in between threatening damage and also potentially fatiguing the Dio.
Yes.
On Mel's side, we have a really aggressive Dio deck here, right?
Yeah, a really aggressive. So yesterday, I believe we saw Pat Eschke on stream, who also, by the way, he was playing the Dorinthia, and he ended up losing that game, but he did make it into top 8, so we potentially will see Pat Eschke again later. But Mel and Pat are on roughly 10 to 12 cards different within their decks, which is very impressive for the Mechanologist class, which is known to be kind of very strict on the number of cards that they can deviate from and still have their core game plan.
Yep. And we've seen before that Dio kind of has a lot of different ways you can take her. You can really tutor it to how you specifically want to play the deck overall. It looks like Mel's been really aggressive at it, kind of trying to prioritize, get that max velocity strategy online as fast as possible and as consistently as possible. So we're seeing things like the full twin drive suite here, full heist suite, a couple other little spicy things like blue backup protocol.
Yes.
So we are able here to look at the deck list. Our players are also getting 3 minutes to look at each other's deck list for this as well, so they'll have a bit of an idea of what each other are doing. So going into this, they both should have kind of a good idea for how their opponent is probably going to play this matchup. What do you think will change for both these players getting to see these deck lists?
So what's really fascinating is that you lose a lot of like the surprise you might gain from having the hidden deck lists prior, right? So if you were expecting to catch your opponent off guards, like for example, something I'm looking for as maybe not a Dio player, but as a player in general when I'm playing against a Verdance is, are they on the full combo? So here we get to see, Mel gets to see full, like I don't expect Pat to be on the full combo today against Mel, but we get to see that there's the healing potions, we get to see Surge and Aethertide, so you get to see what the opponent has been bringing the whole day, which I think is very important to their game plan.
Yeah, definitely. And sideboard options from Patrick, nothing really out of the ordinary here. There's no kind of like specific Dio tech here. One interesting tech piece that I have seen some Verdance try is to bring in that one of Amulet of Echoes in the matchup.
Right.
You can do some really funny things here with kind of the backup protocol plan of like play 0 to 60, backup protocol 0 to 60 to kind of set up those big maximum velocity turns.
Right.
I don't know that this is necessarily the idea that Patrick wants to go with here, but I have seen some people test it, so we'll see if that's an angle he maybe wants to explore here. But I think at this point, both players should have a pretty good idea of what the other wants to do with this and how they're going to approach this matchup.
Certainly. And I think what's really interesting about Mel's position, Mel is 8th seed, and Dio is a deck that really enjoys choosing the turn order, right?
Yep.
So unfortunately, no matter how much Mel wins this top 8, they will never be able to choose which seat they're going to be in. So that'll be very interesting to see. A couple of Verdance games that I got to watch outside of stream yesterday, there was multiple times when they were given first turn and they were able to just string together a nasty life gain turn of just like Heartbeat of Candlehold into discard Fruits of the Forest into pitch for a Waning Moon, and then all of a sudden you're starting your game at like 45 and your opponent has to deal with the arcane immediately.
Yep, and this is one of those things that this meta seems like it's really important who gets to choose the player of the draw. Verdance, like you said, really strong now with that inclusion of Light the Leaves out of Super Slam. Those first turns are so powerful. Even if you have AB, the amount of life gain they can have plus the amount of damage they can do in that first turn is sometimes upwards of 10 life difference than what you'd start out with. And having that ability to kind of start your opponent at 6, 8, 10 life lower than what they normally would be is massive in Fab.
Yes, indeed.
All right, so our players are shuffling up here, about to get in. Any final thoughts here before we jump into it?
No, I'm just very excited to see them both execute their game plans. I think Mel has to execute a pretty flawless offensive game plan to win, and then Patrick has to do a very good mid-range or more defensive game plan to succeed here. So it'll be very interesting to see who comes up on top.
Do you think the Patrick's going to look for that fatigue angle or just kind of try to push the damage? He does get to go first here. Maybe potentially depends on whether or not he sees that arcane early in the game, whether he can send it.
I think because Verdance has so much natural disruption in felling of the crowns, in plow unders, I think he's able to play more of a tempo game than a lot of of opponents into Dio might be able to. So just
Yeah.
having that natural disruption, it's very hard to interact with. And then typically when you see a felling of the crown, it's very easy to just bottom a card that is lesser of block and then just give away your hand, give tempo to your opponent, and then hope that your Verdance opponent can't come back from that or can't present the same amount of offense in the subsequent turns. But Dio is not really a deck. Like if she has 3 or 4 items, all of a sudden getting fellinged is horrible. So
Absolutely. So I think we're here. We're ready to jump in here. So let's swap over to the players and get this match going.
let's do it.
As our players present here, I'm really curious to see as well whether or not Mel decides to present the full AB3 option. I've seen some DOs that would prefer to kind of go with that aggressive strategy. They might keep Achilles Accelerator in for a little bit of that AB, but then they keep their headpiece for either Crown of Providence. Some of them have even run Counter Dominion before for the gold. I don't know whether or not Mel's going to do that. Usually the default plan of this matchup is just present the AB3, have a good amount of coverage for that Arcane Barrier,
Yes.
so that you can't just die at that usual 9 life threshold that you always see from the Verdances these days.
Indeed. And I think we're also looking to, I think what Mel's trying to do, hopefully, is push through some red boom grenades very early on before Verdance is able to establish a solid earth base in her graveyard for the decompose triggers.
And notably, Mel is playing 7 boom grenades, the full set of the reds and the yellows, as well as 1 additional blue. So a little bit of extra damage there, a little bit more ability to crank there, get that extra item out, get an extra counter on that symbiosis shot. So we are a little bit more, again, oriented towards that aggression game plan out of Mel.
Right. Yes, as we can see, they're still shuffling up here, getting ready for the game.
And then Patrick does have a Spring Tunic in his sideboard. I don't think this is the matchup that will come in for. Barkston is just too strong in that matchup where you want to be defensive. But it is a really interesting addition. We've seen the adoption of Alluvian Constellus a lot, specifically for the Mirror for Verdance.
Right.
But Tunic is an option that was, at least for a while, an option because with so many different red cards that are really high powered in the deck, you also have a lot of 3 costs in the deck. So sometimes you get those really clunky hands out of Verdance where you're looking at your hand, you're like, I have a Burn Bear and 3 reds here, or I have a Felling and 3 reds. It's like, this is awful. So Tunic is like just a way to smooth that out with the deck. Again, I think this is a matchup where you probably can't ever give up Barkskin just because of the amount of value that it can give you. But really interesting equipment loadouts here from both of our players.
Yes. Speaking of like the interesting equipment loadouts, would you expect Mel to be on Symbiosis Shot here or Hanabi Blaster?
I would expect for this matchup it to be Hanabi Blaster. Traditionally, anytime that they bring out Symbiosis Shot, it's a little bit too slow now without the high octane. It kind of sounds weird to say that, but with the loss of so many additional action point generators, the amount of times you can actually get that Symbiosis Shot off for 2 shots a turn is limited to whenever you can basically get a DO item off the top cranked.
Indeed.
And usually you have other things you can do, like activate a Cerebellum Processor, play out one of the items that doesn't have crank with it. So Hanabi Blaster also, that overpower, not always going to get through because of all the amount of Drex that we run on the Verdant side of things, but it does let you just have that extra chain ender for an additional 5 damage. And you need to push that 3, 4, maybe even 5 times a game is really, really valuable into Verdant, where you have to maximize every point of damage.
So I was actually wondering about this. I've seen Dios play this multiple ways, but would you expect Mel to be sandbagging those counters on the Hanabi Blaster to get multiple Hanabi Blaster shots off in a single turn, or would you expect her to use the Hanabi Blaster on demand?
I kind of think that it needs to be just you have to maximize and optimize your damage as much as possible. So if you can get it off at the end of the turn, you probably should send it if it can get through. Like maybe if there's only 1 blocking card and no D-Rack shots, get the 2 chip damage through, take every point you can get. As we see, our players here have presented Balance of Justice on Patrick's side, which will get its chance to be a card draw a lot of the time in this matchup off of things like Spark of Genius, Cerebellum Processor, etc. Mel's side, we do see the AB3 along with the Hanabi Blaster, as well as Goliath Gauntlet from the glove slot.
Yeah, you might think that it would be hard to get that Balance of Justice draw, but this on the board already is going to influence how Mel has to play the game, right? She's now thinking of not just, should I just be taking the most aggressive line possible, but is it worth it to take a Spark of Genius line that involves a Cerebellum draw because I might be giving my opponent that extra card?
Here we see Patrick leading off with a Pulsing Aether Life combination here. 4 damage over to Mel, who does AB3, takes this opportunity to kind of stack their deck and cycle through their hand a bit more. And then Patrick also discarding the Fruits of the Forest. Starting off again, 3 life gain, 1 damage poked through. So starting us off with a 4 life difference off the bat.
Indeed.
The players draw back up here for the first turn, and Mel's just deciding how to navigate this first turn here. And we see, I believe, a T-Bone coming out here. Yep, a red T-Bone off the top.
Finishing a Sprocket Rocket.
And T-Bone is actually really important in this matchup if you can chain together multiple of them. Storm Strider is so strong in this matchup, specifically for its ability to just be a free block for the first T-Bone every turn.
Indeed.
And we are seeing Patrick here block with Blue Autumn's Touch. Fantastic blocking card in these matchups.
Yes.
Its best things, it's an Earth 3 block. Get the full cover here. Banishing the Tekla Pounder with the yellow 0 to 60, coming in for 3 more here as Mel checks the top. This first turn looks like we're just going to send a lot of boosting here. Try to kind of whittle down Patrick's hand, maybe get 1 card in our arsenal and set up for that big 5-card play next turn.
Right. And as you were mentioning earlier, you have to wonder if Patrick ended up bringing in the Amulet of Echoes, since we do know that Mel is on Rainbow 0 to 60s.
Rainbow 0 to 60, 7 Boom Grenades. Again, really has potential in this matchup, but I think that it might just be too much of a liability in
I agree.
too many situations. As Patrick here debating how he wants to approach this turn, always really a little bit worrisome to try to let through damage into Dio, as it's always at the Boom Grenade here, as that 3 does get through, and Mel follows it up here with a Pulse Wave Harpoon boosting away. Patrick has to present all 3 cards in hand, and Mel will get to pull one and instantly grabs the light up the leaves.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And Patrick's follow-up here is pretty anemic. We have a blue Evergreen and a blue Arcane Twining in hand. Not that great. Like, you really setting a blue Evergreen here, Mel will just say, fine.
Unless that card in Arsenal is incredible. that card in Arsenal has to be phenomenal. And then, I wouldn't be excited about arsenaling either Arcane Twinning or the Evergreen here.
The Evergreen's like kind of okay. It just lets you kind of get a little bit of damage through here. But ideally, from Patrick's side, I think the best thing that could be in Arsenal is like a red Cadaver Stilling. Would just let you kind of push that damage and start the decomp here. But again, not a great hand overall as we see. Oh, it's a Plow Under.
Oh, that is quite good.
It is. It
is quite good, but Mel unlikely to have an Arsenal here.
I like to have an Arsenal. It's also the first decompose for the turn for the game, so it really isn't like the first one that you want to lead off on. You'd rather have a Rebound Carapace or a Cadaver Sling as your first decompose for the turn before you use those heavy hitters like a Plow Under and Felling to the Crown. So I think that we'll probably just see the blue Evergreen come through here just for 5 damage and to get another Earth card in the graveyard.
Indeed. I'm so accustomed to attempting to fatigue the Dio, so I'm very surprised to see Patrick being able to hold these cards and send 5 back.
It's really reminiscent of, if you remember the Dromai Bravo games of old, before Dromai LL'd, where there's this push-pull that the Bravo has where they can either fatigue you or try to race you. And the onus is on the Bravo player to switch those, and the Dromai player has to recognize which play pattern is being done and react accordingly. From the Dio side, it's actually really similar. The Verdance has the potential to do a lot of damage to you. So if you don't whether it's boost your maximum velocities or lose a lot of your power cards through boosting or playing early, or you're not setting up your board properly, the Verdance has the option to switch from going damage to just fatiguing you.
Right.
But if they see you setting up, they also can just say, okay, I'm going to start shipping a lot of damage at you and make you block. If you end up with a no block hand here, I can just ship through 8 damage off of a Felling or a Cadaver Sling. So they have the ability to kind of trade what they want to do here. And it looks like Mel is just going to block 3 damage off of that, take 2 down to 33, and we'll go back to her turn and see how she's able to navigate this next turn with getting a setup on the board maybe. As we do see that Teklo Pounder coming out, getting its 3 counters, really going to be a good setup here for future turns for Mel to push some damage through.
Yes, I agree. Unfortunately, I believe this means she's looking to Arsenal, which means that Plow Under is going to be getting a lot more value than it might have otherwise.
Yeah, and we'll see here. Patrick will likely justify that off, although he does have a full hand here, so I want to see how he can convert those other cards this turn. And it looks
okay. We're converting them by pitching them into the pitch zone.
Now, this does also give a bit more information, though, for Mel. Mel knows that there's that Channel the Millennium Tree there in the pitch. Not doing anything with those 2 other cards either in hand. So it has to mean that either Patrick doesn't have the resources to play the tree and Waning Moon and Plow Under,
yes,
or has 2 cards that he really likes that he doesn't want to get rid of here, where he's keeping a little bit close to the chest. We can't really see what he's doing with it, but it does give Mel a little bit of information that Felling and the Channel are in the pitch and not being kept here.
Yes, if I saw those 2 cards being kept in hand, I would suspect one of them is another card, another disruptive element similar to Plow Under or Felling the Crown, and the other might be a D-React, so it might be one of those Rebound Carapaces.
And us having the Felling in the pitch already,
absolutely.
It kind of sends those warning bells off in your head.
Yes, either, either those two cards in hand are red, right?
As we just get the arsenal here, Mel saying, I'm not that scared of 2 damage. And we'll see how they can ship this back with this Tekla Pounder out, full 4 cards in hand. And I do see a Cerebellum Processor in there, which we really want to see in this matchup as Mel boosts with this red 0 to 60 coming in for 4, go again.
Oh, I believe that's blue 0 to 60.
Oh, it's blue? It looks
red.
We have a 4 out. Oh, no, sorry. It is blue, but there's the Tekla Pounder.
Yes,
Give it the +2. Yep.
Which I think that's actually an extremely worthwhile trade of playing a blue 0 to 60 and then banishing what looks like blue T-Bone.
Yeah, great from Mel's side to be able to push a breakpoint here and always threaten those boom grenades off the top that Dio is so well known for.
Indeed. And since we haven't seen a card off the top yet, here one comes. It is red broom grenade. Very, very good to see off the top.
Absolutely. And again, pushing that damage through, getting that additional crank so that we have that actual action point here. There's the potential we get a Hanabi Blaster here if the hand converts enough.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, Mel did have to pitch a Pulse Wave Harpoon here this turn to do that. So it might mean that their hand's a little bit resource light, or that they might have other plays they want to do here that won't let them potentially get that 3rd boost off. As we do see a red 0 to 60 coming in here for 4 go again. Looks like Patrick has that Shelter from the Storm in the hand, covering it up.
That makes sense. I could see that being one of the cards he kept from the previous turn. Playing a Cerebellum. I see. We did not crank the boom grenade.
We also didn't crank the Cerebellum Processor here, so Mel really setting up for that power turn next turn like we talked about beforehand. If the Dio just kind of pushes some damage and does that mid-range plan, they're in danger of that fatigue state. So one of the things they really want to try to do in this matchup is set up those really powerful 2-3 turn cycles with Cerebellum Processor and a bunch of items. And this is the kind of board state that's really dangerous from the Verdant side.
What's really exciting here is if that second card from the previous turn that Patrick kept was another D-React, this is actually punishing him for keeping that.
Exactly. And here we see a Burn Bear coming in, 6 arcane damage. We'll see if Mel wants to actually give a card for this, or if they would feel more comfortable just saying take the 6 and send back a full 5 card, potentially 6 card hand with a Cerebellum Processor.
Yes, I know if they had a Tekla Core out already, it would be a very easy choice to give a card here. But without Tekla Core, I think it might be a tougher choice. And we do see a Tekla Core in hand.
Seeing a Scout and Arcane Twining being pitched here from Patrick's side, so pretty much the only play that he had with that hand was the Burn Bear. Probably would have not been unhappy blocking another card that last turn. Would have really preferred if Mel didn't have the full 3-item board set up.
And this gives us strong indication that I think the Arsenal card is probably another D-React, perhaps a Shelter or another Rootbound Carapace.
And it looks here, we have a BIOS update, a Twin Drive, a Tekla Core, and another Tekla Pounder in hand. So a little bit item heavy here from Mel's side of things. Really probably would have preferred to have had another boost card if possible.
Right. Here we see a BIOS update, followed by a Twin Drive.
Twin Drive, always a terrifying card in the Dio list just because of its combination, the really powerful play you have with that plus maximum velocity. Though there is always the cost of having a, banish twice and kind of do that deck fatigue to yourself with it. It can potentially be really painful in that regard.
Right. The last time I remember seeing Twin Drive very consistently was when, what was it? High Octane was still legal.
And High Octane, system reset. Don't worry, we probably will see that later in the day whenever we go through LO coverage. I have a sneaking suspicion.
Yes. Ooh, did we just banish Cerebellum Processor and blue backup protocol?
An embarrassment of riches here from Mel's side. BIOS update letting you get an item into play that it costs 2 or less the next time that you banish one from boosting. So I believe here, since it boosts twice, there's no like break in between the two of those. That Mel will get the option of which of these two they would like to have in play. And this actually really opens up a lot of interesting lines because we know there's that blue 0 to 60 in the graveyard.
Right.
So we have the option of getting that back for 2 resources, which is just our Tekla Foundry Heart here if we want it. Or we can get another Cerebellum Processor and really kind of try to continue putting the pressure down here with the 2 that we have.
Yes, critically it seems like we are going with the blue backup protocol here. Yep.
Sounds like we are confirming here with the judge whether or not there is a choice with this potentially, or which one we have to go with here. So it might be because this is the first one boosted off of that BIOS update that has to be the first one that comes in.
That makes sense. It is very tragic to lose a Cerebellum, though.
Yeah, and that's something that Patrick's going to know on his side and really keep in mind here going forward. I believe this should go to 11. It's 5 off the base plus 3 from the BIOS update plus 2, so it's 10. With Go Again here.
10 with Go Again is a large number, and you know there's going to be a follow-up.
And we also have that boom grenade still in the field, so this is threatening 14 damage here off of just the first attack on the turn here from Mel.
Mm-hmm. I'd be pretty satisfied with this turn if I was Mel.
Yeah, really would like to have the follow-up. We do, again, we cranked that backup protocol blue, which means that I suspect that we have both a card that we like on top or we have a good follow-up in our hand. Again, we're looking for that maximum velocity if we can get it. If we could end this turn with a maximum velocity for another 10, that would be fantastic. We've already kind of built our first one for the turn, but if we can get two.
That would be truly something special.
Patrick, considering all of his options on this turn, really unfortunate on his side. Verdance has only had one decomp so far. So Barkskin is not online, will not give us that embodiment of Earth yet. So it means that our blocks are a little bit worse than what they would be otherwise, where we can kind of get that, use 2 of our non-attack actions, cover 8 right away with that.
Right.
We'll see how much equipment he wants to commit here, but I have to suspect we're giving a good amount of our hand. Oh, this is a bunch. So we're giving the Stonewall, Balance, Light Up the Leaves, and a CNC. These are a lot of premium cards being given here, but the Stonewall will lower that to 9, and then we're just counting up here as the players count up, blocking with 9 total points, but huge commitment here from Patrick's side of things to be giving up multiple armor pieces and 2 premium cards in this matchup as well.
Mm-hmm. I think to what you were speaking of earlier of Verdance's the similarities to the Dromai Bravo matchup, perhaps this is a time when Patrick is thinking this is a hand that converts well defensively, and I should pivot to Fatigue on this, at least on this particular turn.
You see Mel here using the Cerebellum Processor to draw a card. Teklo Foundry Heart banishing 2 cards, and the second one being Maximum Velocity. This is the one huge downside with Teklo Foundry Heart is you can really use it to manipulate the top card of your deck. There's a card you don't want to draw or don't want to use your Dio to activate to bring an item into play, but that second one's always blind. And you have these situations like this where you hit that Maximum Velocity, you hit one of your premium cards, and you really lose a lot of value out of your deck when you hit those cards.
Right. You lose a Spark of Genius as well. Wow. A series of very painful banishes from these boost triggers.
0 to 60 coming in here, and we do have a hidden card in Arsenal. If that's a Maximum Velocity, then this turn is still exactly what Mel wants to see of that follow-up 10 here, as looks like Patrick is just taking the 3 from the 0 to 60, doing 7 total with the Boom Grenade as well, going down to 32. And does Mel have the follow-up here? Oh, I think it's a Maximum Velocity.
That would make sense with the 2 floating.
Let's go.
Let's go. It's time. Everyone panic.
Now, I believe that we did miss a counter on a Hanabi Blaster as well here, though, which is a little bit unfortunate here.
Oh, indeed. And again, in this matchup where damage is so critical.
Looks like we are cracking the backup protocol blue here.
Grabbing, was that blue zipper hit?
Blue zipper hit.
Okay, so unlikely to be maximum velocity unless there's another blue in
Well, I think...
Oh, we're grabbing a pitch card.
Okay, boom grenade off the top.
Blue boom grenade.
Into our velocity? I have to imagine it gets played here, right? There's no reason to hold at this point. There's 2 cards in hand. Patrick really can't cover out unless the Arsenal's a D-react, which I feel like we would have seen at this point. It would require all of Patrick's cards here to cover it.
It was double boost off of Twin Drive, right?
2 off of that plus 1 off of the zipper hit.
Yes. So we'll have to hope that maybe it is something that we missed.
Sorry, 0 to 60.
Yes. Looks like Mel's in the tank on this turn.
Like we're debating if we want to play the item in our hand out here instead of our arsenal, but I can't imagine that's better.
There it is.
Boom. Threatening 12 damage here from the side of Mel if this maximum velocity hits. And Patrick here, if he doesn't have a direct in the arsenal here, this is pretty much unable to be covered with just 2 cards in the Barkskin.
Indeed. And we've already leaked 7 damage this turn, which is quite good.
Correct.
Mel has to be happy about that. And we're through roughly I would say not yet a third of the deck on Mel's side. So still pretty comfortable on cards in terms of the flexibility to be able to continue boosting.
And this is our second maximum velocity. Mel does run the full playset in their build, but we haven't seen any of the backup protocol reds yet.
Yep.
So the potential to rebuy that is really high, as we just see Patrick take the full 12 damage here, drop all the way to 20. And this is where you really are happy to see your position as the DO. You want to be able to push that early damage, those early combinations. We still have our Goliath Gauntlet up. We still have our Achilles Accelerator for an action point later. Our Cerebellum Processor is in play for yet another turn. We got the Arsenal this turn. So this is everything that you want to see from the side of Mel, as it looks like Patrick decided to take that 12 hit to send back a Felling of the Crown here. And this will decompose, get us up to about that crucial 4 decomposition. So we have a Felling coming in for the full 8 value and bottoming a card from Mel's hand.
Yes. If I'm Mel here, and I potentially, if you have one item and 3 blocking cards, are you considering perhaps just putting that item to the bottom, blocking with 3 cards, and say, do it again?
I think it really depends on how your hand converts.
Mm-hmm.
If you think that you have a hand that can convert and kind of rip all of Patrick's cards out of his hand, we still have that Cerebellum processor. So even with that card being lost, we have the potential for a 5-card hand this next turn.
Mm-hmm.
With the Teclo Pounder in play still, so we have a little bit of additional front pump with it as well. If the numbers say that you can convert this and threaten more than you have with the block,
Yeah.
I think that's probably the direction that you would take, especially because Patrick is at half of his starting life total,
Yeah.
has used most of his equipment at this point, and still is not online.
Yes.
So I would like to pressure Patrick in this situation as much as I possibly can. Because if I don't, we're going to get to that point where the Verdance is doing the Verdance things, they're sending the Arcane, they're getting us in our lethal range, and then we're in a lot of trouble at that point because it taxes our hand just to not be dead every turn to the Storm
Right.
Striders.
And we are seeing that we were laughing about, he has to send blue evergreen here. But like that damage is adding up.
Mhm.
If he didn't send that blue evergreen, Mel would be at 28, much more comfortable in life. And I would say much more likely to just keep all of their cards.
Yeah, Mel thumbing the Teclo Foundry Core here might just block for 2 with that.
Mm-hmm.
We're just double checking the decomposition here. And Mel's, I think, seeing here, how many Earth cards do you have left in your grave? Do you have the chance of a Rebound Carapace just kind of slingshotting us ahead, turning Verdance online on my turn so that I have to worry about you having that life gain for damage next turn? And we do see just the Foundry Heart block here, taking 6 down to 17 for Mel.
Yes, relatively even in life totals. And I think that's a place where Dio's pretty happy to be.
Yeah, as long as you're not super far behind at this point and you still have the pieces that you have and that you've done the mini game of I need to take resources from the Verdant side of things before this, you're pretty comfortable with where you're at. As we take a look, Mel's looking through the graveyard, seeing what's available.
Yes,
processor.
there it is.
Yep, losing its last county here as we see a red 0 to 60 starting to turn off, coming in for 6 go again, banishing another red 0 to 60 off the top.
Coming in for 9 is quite substantial.
Should be 6, no?
Oh, that.
I think we just have it
that
upside down.
Yes,
yeah.
I think that should be 6. I was like, where's the extra 3 coming from?
This is the classic streamer die of my opponent sees 6 and I get to see 9.
Yes, exactly.
So we see Patrick snap off the Barkskin block here with the Heartbeat of Candlehold and Embodiment. Now, I think this does kind of show that Patrick doesn't have the Decompose right away here. Heartbeat is a premium card once you're online. It's a 1 cost 6 value with the Arcane damage plus the life gain, and the life gain can be really valuable at this life total. So it makes me think the team might not have the Decompose, and I think I might approach it from Mel's side here of kind of considering, can I have a setup turn here? We do see that Cerebellum processor in hand and a Teclo Pounder and Arsenal. So if we have an item on top and can make that extra action point, maybe we are in a situation where we can actually play both. It looks like we're not going to be able to as we do Teclo Foundry Heart, losing a Twin Drive off the top here.
Yeah, the first hit was obviously not going to be bad because she knew what it was. But the Twin Drive being lost is slightly unfortunate as well.
Taking a look here, seeing, did we hit the item off the top? I think we
did.
did.
Have red backup protocol is quite nice.
And backup protocol red, we talked about this before. Mel's build, super aggressive, super oriented towards that maximum velocity play whenever she is able to. So this is actually really strong, letting Mel kind of set up how they want to do the rest of their game plan here. As you see Spark of Genius drawn off the top. Now, we will be able to use this, get an item, and crank it to get our action point back if we want to. So a lot of options open up here with 3 resources floating for Mel and these 2 cards in hand.
Indeed, indeed. Now, we were suspecting previously, I was suspecting previously, that card that's been locked in Arsenal for Verdance has been a D-React this whole time. But seeing how it wasn't used in the previous turn at all to cover that max V, I'm starting to wonder if it is a D-React or if it's another impactful on-hit card.
Or it could just be a burn card.
True.
Having one in your arsenal for when you get in the late game is really valuable from the Verdant side of things.
True.
So it could just be that Patrick is saying, I can play with the Fellings that I draw, the Cadaverous Fellings, etc., and then I'll have this here to set up my late game plan.
Yeah, and Mel is critically only 8 points away, only 1 felling away from that critical 9-point life point juncture that you were mentioning about that Verdance loves to see.
And we see a null time zone chosen here from Mel's side of things. Null time zone, new piece that TO has access to that lets them name a card, and that card can't be played except from the arsenal. We'll see if the players are able to kind of notate on stream what this names. I have to kind of think it's a Felling of the Crown, but it could also be something like a Burn Bear, Light Up the Leaves, a Plow Under. Really, whichever card you don't want to see your opponent play in the next turn, or next 2 turns to break your setup here. Patrick helping us out here, I think.
I'd have to imagine that
Oh,
it is
Rootbound Carapace.
Rootbound Carapace. I was actually wondering if this was the case. Now, obviously, if Rootbound Carapace was in Arsenal, which I think it's proven to not be in Arsenal, this does allow Mel to push through a lot of damage. If, again, we haven't seen any Rootbounds this game.
Yeah.
So what is the likelihood that Patrick has drawn a Rootbound Carapace in this or any of the subsequent turns, right?
I mean, it goes up every turn, right?
Yeah, and it prices him into maybe unlocking that Arsenal, whatever it may be.
Yeah, the one thing here is that we've seen one shelter so far, so there's still Sink Below, so still Rootbound Carapace. But what Mel is saying is that Mel wants to limit the amount of defensive options Patrick has in favor of being able to say, I'm going to have really, really aggressive plays next turns and potentially stop you from being able to cover it at an above rate card with Rootbound Carapace instead of those aggressive actions.
Yes, and I really like this call simply because we've already seen she's been hit by one felling already, another felling's been pitched, and one plow under has already happened.
Correct. And then the 0 to 60 coming out, the backup protocol on board is kind of threatening that if Mel has another boost card in hand, there's the potential for that maximum velocity to come back here. Now, it does need to be a 0 or a 1. It would have to be a 0 cost, or we'd have to have another way to make a resource here. So we're a little bit light here on our last piece for that. I don't know if we'll be able to do that with the resources that we've used so far. If not, though, this backup protocol could end of turn be popped, set us up for that next turn cycle, whether it's a 0 to 60 to have a go again with the boost, whether it's the maximum velocity, so we have that ender with it. A lot of options open to Mel with these 3 floating resources here.
And now an interesting option that I hadn't considered previously, but if she has a second T-bone on this turn, do you think it might be worthwhile to use the 2-pitch to get a third T-bone to fish in that extra block from the chess piece?
Well, Patrick can still block with the Balance of Justice since it has the guard well.
But so we need 2 more T-bones.
So we need 2 more T-bones. If we have it, I think it's an interesting option there because we can also then end the turn with we've already used the Cyberburn processor actually, so we don't get a card draw. So that might be fishing a little bit too far for that. We might just say whenever you have the block with it, that's fine. While Verdance does have a good amount of non-attack actions. It's not like the deck is built specifically to abuse Barkskin, like some Florian decks of old were, for example. So usually the most of that you'll see is like 2 non-attack actions blocking with it. If they give you 3 with it, though, you're kind of okay with that.
Right.
Because usually those non-attack actions do a lot of burn damage to you.
Indeed.
You're seeing Patrick here. I think we're just considering whether or not we want to cover any more with this, or what are...
If Mel was right in her choice of Rootbound Carapace here, and there is one in hand for Patrick, the price of keeping it is quite high because he has to keep a card to send whatever is in Arsenal, because unless it's another D-React that hasn't been deployed as of yet. So that's 1 card in hand to play the card in Arsenal, and then you have to keep the Rootbound Carapace. So really, he only has 1 more blocking card in hand right now.
If it's a rebound, yeah. And then the other big thing here is that null time zone will stick around for next turn. So that rebound Carapace, if we have one in hand here, we really want to get rid of it next turn if we possibly can, because it's just doing nothing the turn after that. Notably, however, null time zone does not stop a card played from Arsenal.
Right.
So the alternative is if we can play the card in Arsenal and then get it in there, it will be a valid target or a valid play for us to get. So really interesting here to see how we approach this. It seems like we've let that 3 damage from the T-bone come through. Mel considering what's available in graveyard.
Chain again. So we have 2 boosts so far this turn.
With the 3rd boost card to get another Hanabi Blaster counter, that would be really good for us, I think, if we can possibly push that damage. But we do only have 1 action point, so if we have that item that we want to play out here, we can't also swing the Hanabi Blaster.
Right.
It could be worth it, though, to crack the backup protocol here, push a bit more damage, get that 2nd counter on the Hanabi, and then develop that last item as well.
It looks like Mel was listening in. Was very close to doing that, a very exact thing.
Thinking,
So
not thinking, thinking, not thinking.
Not thinking.
I don't think when I play this deck.
Oh, fascinating.
Zoom.
You just go fast.
Items go fast.
You do get to take a lot of game actions if you enjoy fiddling. And
if you like making your opponent sit there and watch you do a lot of things.
I do think that Dio is the fidget deck of, like a fidget spinner style of gameplay.
I feel like we missed the mark with LSS not making a card called spinning your tires or something like that.
Give them time.
Yeah.
They'll do it.
And that's be something they can put in the field and like do a bunch of actions with. So
We
I
have-
can, as my opponent, watch you do this.
There's backspin thrust. We're getting close.
That's a puffin card.
Hey, but yes, but it has spin in it, so it's possible.
Fidget spinner card when LSS.
A card that says, as long as this is spinning, it has go again.
Oh, no.
So it prices you into making decisions quickly.
Make it a chaos orb while we're
no,
at
no,
it.
no.
Mel here, looking at the graveyard, I think we're just considering what card we want to get back with this backup protocol here. I expect us to pop it this turn, unless we really want to play out that Tekla powder from our arsenal using our resources here.
Right.
We're at that really awkward point where we'd like one more resource this turn cycle if we could get it, so we could play multiple items out and use the backup protocol, but we are just a little bit short here.
Thinking on the Goliath Gauntlet as well.
I wonder if we're thinking about a heist play here.
Goliath Gauntlet.
We are thinking about the heist.
What a good call.
So the nice thing here at the heist, we know we have a Cerebellum Processor in our banish.
Yep.
So from Patrick's side, this commits multiple cards if there's not a D-React in hand. It's 2 cards plus the Barkskin at least. If we don't want to give the Barkskin, it's our entire hand at that point.
This notably should be another counter on Hanabi Blaster.
Yeah, 3rd card played with boost this turn. And Mel, getting that counter.
Excellent, yes.
We have boosted, so we do get to follow this up with that as well after this.
Mm-hmm. And as a Geo player, I'm sure Mel is happy to be banishing these blues.
You look at Patrick's hand here, we have a Heartbeat, a Plow Under, and it looks like a Fruits of the Forest here. So we could cover this with 2 cards plus the Barkskin, or we could give the entire hand to stop this on hit.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't think that we can afford to let it go. As Patrick deciding this is the turn, cash that Balance of Justice in here. We drew a card off the Cerebellum Processor and a card off the Spark of Genius this turn, I believe, which does make this live. Can't quite. Oh, we hit the sink below. Great draw from Patrick here. Lets us cover 2 cards and then send 2 cards back. Now, the one downside here is that we've decomposed to 5, but our decomposed card here robs us of our arsenal that we've been sitting on here for multiple turns.
Right.
So Patrick probably doesn't want to get rid of that, but has to weigh the efficacy of getting rid of this to rob Mel of a card as well at this point. We're at such low life totals that any point of damage you can push from the Verdant side is really critical.
Oh, you know what? Critically, I don't see any Rootbound Carapace in Patrick's yellow or blues.
Yeah, it's pretty standard that it's just the red. Some people will run one yellow, potentially maybe 2. I think that Mel just decided I'm going to name one of the 2 D-Racks between Sync and Rootbound. But Rootbound will do the decomp, so it's the more valuable one there since we hadn't seen either of them at that point.
I agree.
Maybe we have Windstrand in the arsenal here, and then Patrick was kind of okay plowing it. As we consider what we want to block with here, it would require probably the Heartbeat here if we want to block with that and the Sink below.
Indeed, and we do have 1 pitch left, and we did boost off of the heist.
Yeah, I'm expecting this to be followed up with a Hanabi Blaster for 5 overpower at the end of the turn. And then that backup protocol we can sit on until our turn, and if we have a blue or yellow in hand that we really would like to replace with a red, we can always pitch it before it pops at our upkeep.
There's also, I don't think we've seen any Fast and Furiouses from Mel's side yet.
No.
So that could change things as well, as in the future. There's no way a Fast and Furious will save it now, I don't believe, unless there's another boost card in Arsenal.
I believe it's a Tekla Pounder that we have there. So also not a card that we can follow up and play here, unfortunately.
No, really unfortunate. Like you were saying, we were really missing out on that one extra pitch that we could have used this turn.
Yeah, if we had one more, we could have ended this turn with the maximum velocity again.
All right, looks like the Plow Under being contributed as a block here. And a Sink below.
Okay, so
Sink.
deciding to use the plow here, block with the plow here instead of the Heartbeat, instead of the Fruits. So must be a card in Arsenal that Patrick wants to play out here, I'd imagine. As we do fully cover this. Now breaking the chain.
Because I do imagine playing Heartbeat into Waning Moon is... I think I would have prioritized keeping the Plow Under. But you know what? There's a chance that, since Patrick doesn't know what is in Mel's arsenal, it's very possible that he could have considered that, maybe that arsenal's not going to be there.
And we'll see here what Patrick wants to do. We really want to do more than just the heartbeat if possible, I think. Now, the one big thing here is if Patrick thinks that Mel has like a strong setup turn this turn, that just gain as much life as possible, kind of outlast this Dio push with all of these items. The Cerebellum Processor is leaving play this turn, so we're not getting a card draw off of that. We've already seen one banished, but really would like to see maybe a Felling of the Crown here from Arsenal, where we can utilize all 3 of our cards and rip a card from Mel.
Yeah, as we will notice, it was a 2 for 6, as you mentioned. So we have a Burn Bear coming out, likely just discarding. Oh, I guess it could be Burn Bear Waning Moon. Yes.
It could be a Burn Bear Waning Moon, or we could gain 2 life. But this is where Mel has to start giving blues into this pretty regularly, because if we take the 6 from this plus the 2 from Waning Moon, which Mel has to consider is always the follow-up here, we've, again, hit that threshold of that critical 9 damage.
Yeah.
And while we've seen a couple Burn Bears and Lead Leaves, the great thing about Verdance now is that we have 6 of those. So the fact of the matter is, like, throughout the game, until you've seen all 6 of it, you have to always respect that threshold of damage. So you really don't want to go to that 9 if you can possibly help it here. So I expect to see Mel give at least some amount of AB here, just so we aren't in that lethal range. We can have a really comfortable turn on our side to push multiple cards. Now, the one big thing, though, we have that backup protocol in play. We kind of traditionally, Dio can be pretty resource intensive with some of the lines they want to do with the maximum velocity build.
As we noticed from just that previous turn, we were so resource starved, we didn't have that one extra resource to play out the Pounder.
Yeah, and again, specifically for the maximum velocity builds, they really can be really greedy between the backup protocols, the maximum velocity, heists, twin drives, all being like 2 or 3 cost for all of it. So they really are kind of needed to have all of those blues in hand when they can. So this is really the pressure point that Verdance is so good at hitting, is getting all of this damage pushed at you and also ripping your blues to stop your next turn follow-up. Very reminiscent of Icelander, actually.
We're giving 2 cards here, it looks like.
2 reds at that, with a heist and a zipper hit. And if you're Patrick, you have to be pretty happy to see that. You're getting 4 damage through, and you're ripping 2 cards from your opponent. But this definitely gives the sign that we are kind of resource light on Mel's side this turn, unfortunately.
I will say, as Mel is one of my locals who she comes to a lot of our shops for ProQuests, etc. And she did play Verdance during the ProQuest season, so I would say she's quite seasoned at playing that deck and is very likely to be avoiding that 9-point threshold, as you were mentioning.
Let's see what Mel can do with 2 cards here. Pitching a Boom Grenade to develop that Tekla Powder. It looks like we're just taking a turn off here just to develop the board state, hoping that our next turn here from the Verdant side of things doesn't have a lot of damage it can convert or do a lot with.
And as you'll notice that when we had that turn after the heist, right? After the heist, we actually didn't send the Hanabi Blaster, so perhaps we were unconvinced that it was going to do a lot of damage that turn.
And now, oh no, it looks like Patrick was able to find a Felling of the Crown here, and this is going to be really, really dangerous for Mel, as we see a hand that has maximum velocity, a backup protocol, all kinds of good stuff. Patrick here, though, hitting the full decomposition stack for Verdance, going to be in line with the hero power, and coming in for 8 damage and ripping a card from Mel's hand.
Indeed. Critically, that is the 3rd maximum velocity in hand. We saw 1 banished earlier and 1 is in graveyard.
And from Mel's side, the danger zone, counting the number of Fellings, counting the number of burn spells here, I think that we have 3 of our 6 arcane burn spells in the zone already there. Mel doing the count of the banishes to see, take stock of what's there as well.
Yes.
But really unhappy to see this is the follow-up from Patrick. The one card that you probably didn't want to see here was the Felling, just because of the sheer amount of damage and disruption it presents.
Yes, and as Mel, I'm sure that it can be quite frustrating because, again, we did see a Felling pitched earlier, so we know that it was unlikely to be seen for quite a while.
Yeah.
So we've already resolved the decompose trigger, and I believe we are blocking with just the chess piece.
Oh.
This notably keeps them out of that dies immediately to a 6, a burn bear, or a light up the leaves, some such thing.
Now the question is, Mel has basically said, okay, I have a line on my side that pushes a ton of damage here.
Yep.
I'm saying that you don't have a burn spell this turn, because any burn spell here, if you have no resources floating, between Storm Striders for a 1 arcane spell plus the Waning Moon is 4, so Mel is either committing everything here and saying to Patrick, you don't have it, or is having to keep a card back at all times now to be able to pay some amount of resources into that arcane barrier, but really dangerous spot here that Mel's hit.
Yes, indeed. So now, similarly to how Patrick had to pitch a Felling of the Crown earlier, Mel did pitch 1 red Boom Grenade. But the difference being Mel has played a Spark of Genius, has to shuffled her deck.
Yep.
So it's very possible there's still 2 red Boom Grenades somewhere in the mix.
Patrick here, just considering all of his options. Do we want to block here? Still had a pretty healthy life total, honestly. Even with the 7 coming in, if we took the whole amount, we'd be down to 10 at that point.
Right.
Kind of one of the things with Verdancy when you have this amount of a life lead is you kind of just get to tell your opponent, prove it that you can get me this turn, right? You get to have that the advantage of that life gain, and all these little parts of Verdance are what makes her so good in the current meta. She has the life gain, the extra block off the Bark Skin, the reach from Stormstriders. So all of those coming together this game and really showcasing how Verdance just kind of gets that stranglehold in these games against all of these second-tier decks.
Right. What I find is earlier in the game, Verdance has a harder time converting her 4-card hands, but later in the game when she's online, the value just skyrockets.
So you see Patrick taking stock here of everything that Mel's gone through, probably considering whether or not there's maximum velocities as threats, how many of the red power cards like Throttle, Heist, etc. are still available here, and just seeing what Mel's damage threshold can potentially be this turn.
And our players are critically just taking their time to decide. We are in top 8, so they are untimed here, though they must be respectful of making sure that they are making plays in reasonable amounts of time regardless. But yes, our top 8 game here, there are only 2 more matches before a victor is decided for our Greentree 10K event.
And we're seeing a Spark of Genius and a maximum velocity in Mel's hand. There might be a setup here where we're able to actually convert this maximum velocity, right? We get 2 resources off the Teklo core, which pays for the velocity. So can we convert that Spark of Genius into 1 more boost card is the question, right? Because we need 1 more boost because we've gotten 2 off of our Twin Drive here. If we can, this turn is looking very impressive potentially for Mel. As Patrick says, take the 7, show me that you can do something here.
All right, we're losing a T-Bone as the blind banish from the Teklo Foundry Heart. Checking the top.
Really want to see, do we have a line? We could take a line where we spark for a backup protocol red to get that 0 to 60 back, but then we have to draw at least a yellow, right? If we get a yellow or a blue, then we get to be
able to fire the maximum velocity.
Fired off, we will draw 1 card off the spark, so backup protocol will give us our action point back here. But if we don't hit that, our turn is to send that 0 to 60 into a Hobby Blaster, so we don't get to send that lethal here. And every turn that you give Verdance here when you're at this low of a life total just screams that they're going to draw that last Arcane spell. And I feel like Mel at this point with the line that she's taken has kind of committed to, you don't have the burn spell this turn. So we're kind of in the state of Mel having to say, how much do I want to commit here? You don't have the 6 Arcane at this point. If I want to convert the rest of this hand and actually threaten Patrick, I have to send the damage. So I kind of feel like we're just going to send it this turn.
Yes.
Now,
well, what's interesting is I think we're also a little punished for not having sent that Hanabi Blaster, right? Because we can't send both Hanabi Blaster and, we're getting Cerebellum Processor.
So the line that this does, it does open us up to maybe a little bit more where we can both have Dio to get an item off the top as well as Cerebellum Processor to draw a card. The problem here with the drawing a card is that we have to give up our Achilles Accelerator for that action point. But again, if we're saying, Patrick, you can't have it here, if I plan to win, you can't have it, then our Arcane Barrier doesn't really matter that much, right?
Indeed, indeed.
So Spark finishing the resolution here, has to draw the card before we can Dio and check the top card.
Indeed.
So we have our 2 cards in hand.
Checks the top. Looks like it looks like a boost card.
We drew a Heist, which is a red card and does not give us the resource here that we would need to continue this. It is a boost card. So do we have, if we have a yellow or blue on top, we can Cerebellum Processor, draw that card. Achilles Accelerator since we boosted this turn, and then we have the resources we need to push all of this damage.
I think it was a zipper hit on top. It looked like a boost card. Now it just remains to be seen if that is a red or a blue zipper hit. Tapping the Teklo Powder to show that its effect has already happened this turn.
Patrick here, still with 4 cards in hand and the Arsenal. It's going to be really tough for Mel to be able to push enough damage here to take those cards out of Patrick's hand.
Indeed. But the fact that those cards are not being used right now to push a Burn Bear through or a Light Up the Leaves could give Mel a chance to survive the upcoming turn and maybe send enough damage to pressure Verdance's hand afterwards. That remains to be seen.
Now, considering all of her options available here,
I think that Heist really threw a wrench in her plans.
And the question here, do we have anything that we can get from our banish zone that would matter this turn if it's allowed to hit? The
Right.
problem, though, is that if Patrick has any non-attack action in hand, it plus the Barkskin covers that heist really cleanly, so it's not a great swing here, and if we swing that, our turn is basically just in the Hanabi Blaster after that. And we talked about the fact that when we're at this critically low life level, it's really hard for us to get Verdant's turns because every turn cycle opens up more and more cards. When we're at that 4 threshold, it means that we're not just dead to a Burn Barrel Light Leaves, but then Emeritus Scolding comes into play, Pulsing Aether comes into play. It just really opens up the lines of how many different burn spells you can draw with the Verdants that will end the game.
Indeed.
And this is really where the high level play for both these decks comes into play. Mel having to track which items have I used, which cards have I used, what resources do I have available.
Right.
For both players, both these decks, there's a lot of different moving pieces that you want to track as both the player playing them as well as the opponent. So constantly taking stock of what those available cards and options are to you, really important for both of these.
Yeah. I do like her play to have gone for the Spark of Genius to draw, hoping for a blue or even a yellow, right? A yellow would help her fire the max velocity as well. And she has 33 combined blues and yellows, so I feel like it was a reasonable chance to take there, even with some of the blue banishes we've been seeing earlier in the game. Strong consideration here. I do not blame the players for taking their time simply because it is such a high stakes armory to be in, right? I always view top eights as just the armory you get to play after the armory.
Yeah, it's the bonus armory with
It's
bonus
the bonus,
prizes.
exactly. It's the bonus armory, just the prizes are great.
I wonder if our line here is potentially Cerebellum Processor to draw that zipper hit, and then see what our item is on. If we have a potential item on top with Dio to kind of rebuy that action point, we have the Achilles Accelerator that lets us, if we don't see that, still continue our turn.
Yes.
But it is the more aggressive line. I just wonder if the heist line here is really going to do enough damage, as it looks like Mel is deciding, I need to take the heist line. It was
a red zipper hit. I see. Checking the top.
So again, we still have that line with that maximum velocity here. If our top card is a blue and we can Cerebellum Processor to draw it with the Achilles Accelerator, we can still push a lot of damage here.
Yeah, a lot of damage here.
And if Patrick were to let this hit, it could be backbreaking, but I feel like, yep, Patrick has the non-attack action hand, says this is too clean of a block for me not to do here.
Yep.
So we see the Everbloom Life being blocked with here, making the Embodiment of Earth from the Barkskin and covers that 5 cleanly here. Now, does Mel have a follow-up?
Checking the top.
Good luck.
Allowing the heist to resolve. All right, we're doing the Cerebellum Processor and drawing a card. Checking the top.
Okay, so at minimum here, we have the ability to send the Hanabi Blaster.
So that's a Boom Grenade. Achilles Accelerator. Maximum velocity for 10.
Okay, so we have to get something out of Patrick's hand
Highly
here.
respectable. Yes, yes, yes.
And again, we're seeing that play with it, with that Hanabi Blaster in play, 2 counters, 5 damage that we can't push this turn, unfortunately. We're just a little bit short. We can't do something like play an item off the top and then send it anyway.
Right.
So really wish we had that extra 5 damage right now, but the 10 damage that we are sending is making Patrick consider what his hand is and what the options are for this turn.
Yes, and we know he already blocked with Everbloom Life. He has E-Strike in hand, Heartbeat of Candlehold, and a mystery card.
I believe it's another red. But it doesn't matter what that mystery card is, we can always bottom it with the E-Strike, and I feel like that's probably the line that Patrick is considering here. If I block with just 1 card here, take 7, I'm at 3. Dash can't really do funny business with buffs or anything like that, so we don't have to really worry about that. We can send the E-Strike back for 7 and demand 2 cards from the Dio next turn. Dio, again, plenty of items in the deck, plenty of no blocks that are available where it could potentially decimate the turn that gets played out here if we only have a couple of cards that block. So Patrick here just considering how much he wants to commit to this block with the maximum velocity.
Critically, if Patrick doesn't find another 2-for-6 arcane card, Mel still having the Teklo Pounder out is quite strong for a 2-card hand, a 3-card hand.
Absolutely.
Even a 1-card hand.
Here, see what Patrick wants to do. Do we want to give a non-attack action, block 4 with it? If we have just one non-attack action, all of our cards block 3, we could potentially just see a full cover here from Patrick and say, look, we'll go to the next turn, and you just spent you've lost one of your AB, so you only have AB2 on the field. So I'll just go to a fresh hand and just find that burn spell again.
Indeed, indeed.
Sounds like
It
we're
sounds like
currently.
there's a judge call happening.
So it looks like
Ah,
we've
there we
resolved
go.
it.
Looks like the judge call is finished. And we are blocking for 4 and 3 for 7, it looks like. So not keeping, blocking with the cards we know, keeping the mystery card, perfect.
I think consider it's maybe a fruits or something here, or we have a spell to play from Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
You can't kill an end step, so Mel, happy to be able to fade there. It's not an arcane spell. If it was an arcane spell, we would have just killed Mel there at end step. So
Right.
knows that we're not taking the arcane here. So it's either something like a felling or an attack from Arsenal, or just discarding and playing a life gain card
Unlikely
here.
to be that felling, but here is cadaverous
Okay.
killing. Felling at home.
Felling without the extra steps.
Felling without the extra steps.
Now, critically, Mel here, we see a backup protocol, so there's at least one item in hand.
I think that's a heist.
And the problem here from Mel's side is every turn that you block out and don't get to send damage back is another time that just gives Patrick the chance to find those arcane spells, as it looks like we're just blocking
Throttle and
6.
Sprocket Rocket.
All the way down to 2 here.
All the way down to 2. We're saying yes, we're absolutely dead to the next big arcane spell.
Surely he
unfortunately.
doesn't draw one, right? Like, surely the deck doesn't have any?
Right. Well, he has yet to draw any rootbound carapaces, I think. So anything is possible. That could be a fistful of rootbound carapaces. You never know.
That's not great for us now. Our null time zone is no longer in effect. We don't have another one.
True,
So
true, true.
at that point, we're just like, oh no.
Oh no.
As at minimum here, Mel is able to just send the Hanabi Blaster.
Ah, I see. It was it was optical monocle and backup protocol red in hand.
So we blocked 6. That was what we could block.
Mm-hmm.
As we get back 0 to 60, will let us swing in here for 6. So we are pushing 11 damage this turn between the 0 to 60 and the Hanabi Blaster.
Indeed.
And the nice thing here too is that we still have that one floating resource. So if we get a Boom Grenade off the top potentially here, are we cashing in our
Using the
Visitronic?
Visitronic.
Really interesting line here. Lets us boost and then draw a card, and then kind of fiddle with the top of our deck with the card that we draw. I don't think you can interrupt the middle of that effect with the Dio. So I'm not quite sure. I'm really curious to hear how Mel uses this to manipulate the rest of the turn, as we are boosting off the 0 to 60, taking a look at it, putting it back on top.
I believe it was a blues from a very quick flash of card that I got to see. I think it was blue 0 to 60. So not an item, unfortunately, for Mel. But 6 plus 5 still relevant here.
We do still have the option here of we have a Cerebellum Processor draw this turn. So if we do get the item off the top, we can still continue our turn cycle potentially here, even
Yes.
if we don't have it. And we have the Tekla Foundry Heart as well to manipulate the top of our deck.
Yes.
So turn definitely not over here from the Dio side of things, as Patrick has to consider how he wants to approach this turn. There's no Arcane Barrier left from Mel's side, so if Patrick had the Arcane spell in hand, we would just snap the Storm Starter off immediately. It looks like we don't have it, but our Sink Below is going to let us dig here.
Would you be considering off the Sink Below in response? Oh, no, you can't activate Teklo Foundry Heart in response.
That would be crazy.
That would be crazy.
Because that item needs to be better.
No.
Mel here asking, am I dead? Probably. Not dead immediately, so Mel also knows here. Patrick doesn't have the burn spell in hand.
Mm-hmm. Another turn of survival. Taking 2 down to 5.
We are going to banish these top 2 cards with Tekla Foundry Heart.
Red 0 to 60. It wasn't blue. I was
And-
wrong.
A Zipperhead, I believe? Was
Oh my gosh, that flash of card, I didn't see it. Show some consideration to the caster's blade. No.
It looks like Mel considering here, do I send the Hanabi Blaster here straight up, or I wonder if there's any consideration here from Mel. Obviously not an item off the top of our deck, or we would have
Right.
already played it and cranked
I think
it.
a lot of visual indicators, visual cues, indicating that it is likely not an item off the top of the
So the question is, do we Cerebellum Processor here, drawing a card and hoping that we hit an item on top so we can continue our turn, or do we just send the Blaster? Mel saying, I'm going to send the Blaster here. I'm going to rip at least one more card from you, Patrick. Blocks with the Plow Under, taking 2 damage all the way down to 3 from Patrick's
All the way to
side.
3. I have a sneaking suspicion that we might see another cadaverous tilling here. Certainly not the Felling, but perhaps Felling's younger. Yep, there it is. Felling's younger brother.
Mel
I
saying, please
see.
God, stop.
BIOS update, Sprocket Rocket. There is a boom grenade, and here's 3 cards. Yep.
Well, we at least did not die to not being able to cover damage. So that's a good.
Indeed.
That's the first thing that we need from Mel's side.
That's the first thing. That's the first step to success. Looks like we're going to be playing a broom grenade. Passing. Yeah, I will say that like Dio's inability here, unfortunately, to leverage the power of all 3 boom grenades, critical.
And I think here it looks like Patrick is going to be able to string this together here, sending in a 5 go again. Had the option there. I think we had the option to play the Everbloom Life, Gain a Life Ping one, and then Waning Moon for lethal. But Patrick saying,
But 2 E strikes,
yeah.
as it turns out, is also quite good. You can 4-card 12 that way as well.
yeah, sure, why not? As players show the hands here, and it looks like Patrick will take this match on Verdance in what turned out to be a very close game.
Very close game, yeah.
Yeah, and really, really interesting there to see how both players approach the matchup. Mel, just a little bit of a stumble there in the mid game when we were going through those combo turns, and we really saw how just every single point in this matchup can matter. Where that Hanabi Blaster, we had one turn earlier where we potentially could have pushed it, and that maximum velocity could have hit a few more points of damage. And while we were able to get that attack off at the end, potentially we were able to see 5 more damage there go through, which would have been the difference this game.
Right.
So sequencing mattering, but both players playing that matchup really, really well. Really interesting game, and congrats to Patrick for making his way into the top 4.
Absolutely, he'll be in the top 4. We'll come back with your top 4 match soon. But first, we also have an update on our Living Legend meta here. So day 2 of our event currently, we had our CC event yesterday, and we have our top 8 today, and we also have our Living Legend event. So here you can see a spread of what's going on in our Living Legend. It's a 2.5K.
2.5K,
Yes, it's 2.5K today. And are there any? Actually, this is surprising to me. Not the Viscerai. The Viscerai is not surprising to me. I think what is surprising is the low number of Starvo.
The low number of Starvo, heard rumblings about Marlin new as decks in the format. Marlin, interesting. We'll see if it has any legs or not. I know it's still like a largely unexplored deck. New, classic.
Yep.
I hate it. You hate it. Nobody likes this deck
We all hate
except
it.
for new players.
Well, the new players also hate it, I think.
No, they hate themselves, clearly.
They're like, this is so busted, but I love it.
3 Zens. Zen, well known as just a counter to Viscerai and Runeblades in general. The power of Swolpetter Kasaya, making that Zen state to kind of blank those combo turns really strong. Like you said, only 2 Starvos in the meta, which is really shocking to me because Hero has been really good in the format the entire time it has existed.
Right. And in this particular moment, I do believe Starvo is weirdly the most interactive I feel like you can be in Living Legend right now. So it's very surprising to see only 2 of them. Another low number of deck I'm surprised to see is Dio. I thought Dio would be much higher as well because she is one of the premium aggro decks of the format. And we had so many of them in CC yesterday. I imagined that some of the Dios that didn't convert in the 10K might have gone over and played LL.
Yeah, and we've seen the return of High Octane to that deck.
Yeah.
Art of War potentially, Tome of Fyendal, just more card draw, the system reset plans. I believe that the person who's playing this is playing the list that was top 4 at Battle Hard in Baltimore last weekend, which is a full combo list, sending all of the 0 cost boost cards, and it's just saying, I'm going to send 1 giant card, I'm going to go through my entire deck, and if I kill you, I kill you. If I don't, you win.
Yes, I remember that. That list was piloted by one of my friends, Austin, who lives in like around the Pittsburgh area, and it was maybe the Maryland area, but anyway, extremely greedy list. So I'm very excited to see how that does today. After we finish our top 8 streaming, so it'll be top 4, and then of course the finals, we will be pivoting over to showcase the remainder of our Living Legend tournament today as well. So you get to see both.
We see wrap-ups here, 1 Briar, 1 Syndra, 1 Ira, 1 Icelander, 1 KO, 1 Reiner, and 1 Prism Sculptor of Arclight. Any interesting ones from you? I know that we see 2 Brutes here.
Well, I personally know who's on that Reinar. It is our favorite Eugene C. So Eugene C on Reiner yesterday unfortunately didn't make top 8, but we'll see if he turns it around today with Reinar in Living Legends. We were talking a lot about the Berserk path line, Berserk Sand Sketch plan, of course, Blood Rush Bellow, and like the percent of 6s that you need to have to make that deck work. So
shockingly, everybody playing the ban cards that they can in this format.
Yep.
I know, really big surprise here.
Exactly.
I'm really interested to see big Icelander fan here. She's kind of struggled. She's gotten those tools back over time, though. She's gotten Hypothermia Unbanned. She's gotten Warmonger's Diplomacy back at full power, CLF. So she's kind of been given all of her tools and let unleashed at her maximum power. We'll see if she has what it takes, though, to kind of police this format the way that we would really like to see. I know that a lot of people are saying LL is a very aggressive format where you can do a lot of unchecked things. So Icelander and Starva are really the two heroes who we're looking at as kind of like the police in this format.
Predominantly what I'm seeing is like when I'm looking at my hand and my hand is like, this hand does like 27 damage on offense and it does 7 on defense. I feel like I'm just priced into sending the hand. So, but like critically, a lot of these decks that are sending those 27 card hands can't be very defensive with their armor, right? So perhaps that's a space where I feel like Icelander has to disrupt their opponent constantly, like every single turn. Otherwise, you just go, how do you deal with that big 27 damage turn that they're eventually going to send, right?
Yeah, so a lot of really interesting decks here. We'll see what these are after we finished up our top 8 here, but we still have our semifinals and our finals to go here for the CC event. So once we have more information on that, we'll be back to show you guys what the next round is, and we'll be back soon with the semifinals.
Sounds good. See you in a bit.
See ya.
All right, hello and welcome back. We're in our top 4 now. We just got to watch a riveting game of Flesh and Blood with top 8, our Verdance versus Dio. Verdance ended up taking it. We have here's the breakdown for our top 4. So we have 2 Verdances remaining of our 3, so she's proving to be a contender, as we expected.
Shocker.
We have Syndra, who has won against Mario, which big surprise, huge upset, especially since she was the 2nd seed, or she was lower in seed. And then in the Verdance versus KO match that's not yet populated into our bracket there, KO actually ended up winning the matchup.
I believe fatiguing the Verdance
Fatiguing
out.
the Verdance, which is quite incredible, an incredible feat. And in bonus news, we are going to actually show you both of the quarterfinal matches,
Yeah, both the semifinals. Yep.
Semifinal matches, yeah. So we're going to do the KO versus Syndra first, followed by the Verdance Mirror. So you get an extra bonus game to watch. Now,
Probably about a 15 minutes of gameplay, I would say here, right? Like a Syndra KO, like we're not really expecting this one to go to fatigue the same way.
you never know. He was able to fatigue the Verdance. Maybe he'll run the Syndra out of starters.
Now, as what I've been told is like maybe a bit of a brute player yourself.
Perhaps. Some might say that I have played Brute once or twice.
Maybe.
Others know me as a ninja player.
Okay, as the ninja and brute player, how do you feel about this matchup?
I think it's really quite interesting, right? So it really hinges upon, I think, the KO's ability to know when to block a Syndra. I think a lot of the time when I'm watching people and they end up losing to... So Syndra's very face up. You know exactly what's coming. It's going to be dagger 3, 3, 4, 3, something like that, right? Or 5 to close the chain. But if you're trying to stuff the mass trigger, usually I'd find the best places to block to be on the 3rd and 4th chain link. Because you can always keep the chain link active with a knife toss, and then you can block the 4th attack to stop the mass trigger again. So usually it requires a 3 block and a 4 block. In this particular case, I'm not expecting KO to be on a lot of D-reacts. But Brute's incredible amounts of armor, right?
Yeah.
So early on, you can stop a lot of the mass triggers while still presenting your big KO Brute numbers, right? So that's kind of what I'm expecting to see from his side.
And critically, the Syndra on the side is running 3-throw dagger, has become more and more popular over time. We've seen just the power of that card, letting them kind of continue those chains in ways that they don't get to normally.
Right.
One thing I have seen KO players doing more recently is kind of accepting that this is an aggro race, right? Either way, like someone's dying by turn 4 probably, so they are in a situation of, to win this, we need to see the Blood Rush Bellow turns, right? We need to see 1, maybe even 2 of them if we can, get through, push those big numbers. So I've seen some KOs where their initial turns will be, I'm going to give you every piece of armor that I have. I'm going to fold the armor right away. Brute's known for how tanky their fridge is with it. Give that the first turn, maybe the second turn, stop that mass kit with just that if you can. And then from there say, From there, I'm racing you. I'm keeping 5 cards. I'm going to send the whole thing at you. Next, I'm going to send full 4 cards at you too.
Right.
How do you feel about that game plan into it?
I think that's also extremely feasible. We do see that our KO is on beaten trackers as well as scab skins. So in this matchup, I would expect to bring in those beaten trackers. You're not likely going to need a lot of go again. You just need that go again to be extremely impactful, and you need to have it on demand. So if he finds that Savage Feast in couple with Beast Within, then he's able to play the Savage Feast, discard potentially the Beast Within, draw 2 cards, and pop the beaten trackers to gain an action point, allowing him to throw a claw afterwards, maybe a swing big after that for like a, what is that? It's a 2 card, you have to pitch a card, so let's see, 6, 7 from the might, plus 3 from the claw, plus 8 for a huge damage turn, 18 damage, plus might token for the following turn.
Who says brutes can't do math?
Who says brutes can't do math? In fact, the best brutes do a lot of math. Do your math.
I think that we're ready to switch down to the players, so we're going to head over to the match now and see how this goes with the players and what they decide to do. We've got our Syndra here on the left with that beautiful Beach Kasai, or Beach Syndra. Well, there's a Kasai too. We know which one I favor here, given that I went directly with the Kasai. But Beach Syndra, Marvel KO, missing that arm still. One day they'll give it back to us as a weapon.
And you'll notice, fascinating, Vince has chosen to present 2 armor pieces. I kid, but I expect there to be more than just those 2 armor pieces.
Give me the handicap. See, this is the thing that tilts me the most, is if we're looking at Gary here, Gary's got the mismatched armor sleeves upside down.
He has. He wants to support Greentree, but not that much.
You can't tilt me off of just what you do like in the game with your actions, but if you want to tilt me, little known fact, present everything in a different sleeve. Michael Fang did that the first match that I ever like the first series I ever played of Fab, and I still think about it to this day. It's about how much mental damage that does to me.
And you know what? That's half the battle. Half the battle is, I think it's underestimated how strong your mental has to be to play 7 rounds in a row, cut to top 8, and then play more games. You have to have a lot of mental fortitude to do all of that in one day. We basically take a sports tournament and condense it into 1 full day of gaming.
You see here as the players are presenting. Vince has decided I'd actually like my full armor suite. Thank you very much. But really, when are we getting KO's other arm as a weapon? That's what I really want to see.
KO's other arm?
Yeah, I want a weapon that Betsy's new weapon when we eventually get one. KO's other arm.
That would be quite incredible.
It gives you like a +1 if you're hitting KO specifically with it, just for the mental damage that you're doing.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be Heavy Hitters 3, whatever that ends up being, where KO is still inevitably there.
And do we know which one is the higher seed here? I can't remember which one is. They both beat the higher seed in their last game.
Indeed. I believe Syndra was 4th seed.
So Syndra should be the higher one then.
Yes, I believe so.
Because I believe Vince was 7th,
Yeah.
6th or 7th. So Syndra should have the choice here. Which do you prefer, first or second as KO in this matchup?
I think I would prefer second as KO.
Just get that first send of damage really without a hand rebuy.
If I was Reinar, I would be absolutely choosing first, or hoping to go first. So if Syndra decides she wants to go second, that would be fine by me. But KO, being given the choice to go first, you have some similar play lines. You're hoping to push 3, maybe 4 damage and getting an arsenal. I think that would be really nice if he's able to push 3 damage, get a might token, and then have an arsenal. That would be incredible. Or if he has a wind up to gain an agility or something, having agility plus a might plus an arsenal and maybe leaking some damage because Syndra drew a hand that she really doesn't want to block with. I guess that can be like an outcome. But if he has a hand that just works, right, that just sends 16, I'd be happy to send 16, deal 4 damage, if the Syndra even blocks all of fully 12, right, and then be able to push maybe 4 to 6 damage and go off arsenal is kind of what I would be hoping as a KO player here.
When we see our presented equipment here, no real surprises from either side. Plenty of armor on the KO side. The pretty standard loadout here from the Syndra with the flick knives, the blood splattered vest, the mask momentum, and the dragon scalar flight paths.
I will say every single time I see that new Flick Knives artwork, I keep thinking it's the Ohana Means Family. The Ohana Means Family Edge of Autumn scraps.
Oh, no.
So I'm like, why does he have that when he doesn't have any Edge of Autumn?
You have to do that in the Stitch voice, though.
I don't think I can do that.
One day.
One day. I'll have to practice.
Looks like our KO is going first here. Alexa just swing with the claw 4-3 right away. Definitely not anything else along with this.
No, we like to be coy with it. We like to.
We all know.
We like to hold our reactions, you know? Like, we're built that way as Fab players to be like, but it could just be Claw for 3, but almost certainly there's going to be a wind-up follow-up here.
Our Syndra blocking
Unless-
with a hot on their heels.
All right, Vince is thinking in the tank, holding one card.
Jeez,
Surely,
I wonder what that
surely
is.
nothing could happen here that would give this Claw go again.
Just confirming here.
What's really interesting is, as Rhinar, as the counterpart,
Ah.
nothing. There is nothing going on here. Nothing. He got us. He really got us. He got us. See, this is what I'm talking about. What a bluff. What a bluff. Arsenaling a card and then drawing up.
That is really interesting, though, from Vince's side, that he elected to send the claw with no discard. He must have wanted to cycle that one card out of his hand. Maybe he was a little bit blue heavy with his hand there.
Yeah.
Because it does give the Syndra the chance to kind of reset their hand, as well as we see a Fire Tenant first strike here on the side of the Syndra.
I appreciate Fire Tenant First Strike because it tells you when it needs to be played.
I don't appreciate it because it's both Tenant and first, like the Mistveil ones, but in the opposite order and on a
Right.
Fire Hero. I don't know why we can't have names that don't quite match like that, but
Yes.
we see here 3 let through by Vince on the Fire Tenant First Strike. That trigger is still available as we see cut through coming in and blocked by a vigorous smash up and the beaten trackers here.
Ooh, clashing, getting a 5 on the top. Syndra doesn't really have those numbers in high frequency. We maybe have Art of Dragon Fire to compete with that.
And this is a 6, right? Because of KO from
It's
the
6
clash.
from
So
Cleo,
and-
I think she can't win.
I believe the Syndra does have look toughs on the board, which are 8s, but I don't think we're going to side that in this
You know,
matchup.
what if she brought them in? What if what if Gary was like, I actually need to win one clash at some point in time during this game. Let's bring in a look tough. Let's bring in 3 look toughs.
That'd be so good against the vigorous Stampede, or Reckless Stampede.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see here.
You can even block on Show of Strengths, reducing the power by 1. Incredible.
As we see a throw dagger here from Gary to continue this chain, dealing 1 damage and drawing a card. This also will turn on that cut through, so it gets go again now and is up to a 4.
Yes,
As we
and
see.
to no one's surprise.
That Vince did make a vigor off of that, so he is set up really well for his next turn to have that help his resource curve just a little bit here.
So the chain link is kept active.
And again, we are seeing that immediate armor push in some amount here. Really heads up play to make sure he has that cover for the 4 with the flick, but also we are seeing that early committal with the armor blocks.
Notably, this keeps the Flick Knives potential alive as well. So even if Vince blocks this next attack, okay, never mind, not this particular one. If he blocks this one here, he will stop a mass trigger for this turn.
This kunai is coming in for 2 thanks to the Fire Tenant first strike here. So it will demand either an armor piece here from Vince or a full card, which is at a discounted rate really, because it's only at 2 damage and not a 3 or a 4.
Right.
It'd be really
And
interesting
with-
here to see.
With only 2 cards left in Syndra's hand, if this if this kunai is stuffed, it's very unlikely that a mass trigger will proc.
Now, interestingly enough, on the side of Gary, this is our first Draconic Chain Link here. So we kind of need to play both of these next cards in our hands, or use one and then flick and spend our Blood Splattered Vest, a counter with it, to gain another resource here so we can actually send or rebuy our daggers here. And it looks like we are doing that.
Yep.
We're hitting with the kunai, making another resource here as we come in with a display ult here for 3. We'll make a fealty here, and we are threatening that mask hit here still crucially.
Indeed. And notably, if Vince blocks this 3, preventing the mask trigger, then we still have the Flick's Knives active to go ahead, and there it is. Blocks there, Flick Knife.
And now,
And now we're also threatening mask on this final chain here.
and the question here is, will Gary send this, or will he use the one floating resource to let him rebuy both daggers? This is the nice thing here. It looks like that is what he's planning to do. We had that floating resource here that both threatens one of those 1-for-5 powerful cards that Syndra has the ability to send at the end of her chain link, but also here lets us rebuy those daggers. So Gary electing just starts on that card, send it back to Vince here on a smaller hand.
Indeed. I notably will say, Vince blocked with 1 armor piece and 2 cards and is still at 33. So,
A lot of damage pushed there as a strongest survive coming through.
quite a good card. As we mentioned, Syndra, most of her attacks are 3 or 4 in power, so we have to give at least 2 cards here to keep a card.
And with all the new
hand.
pieces that Super Slam gave to Brutes, this is probably the one that was the most impressive to me after it was put into practice with playing some games with it. Are the ones like Buck Wild, Flex Speed, Reckless Stampede. All of them are really powerful, but Stronger Survive gives you another disruptive piece in the deck, which it was kind of lacking, at 7 power as well.
7 power, and it's a 3 block, critically. I do wish it was a 2-cost attack. Me, purely selfishly, because that 2-cost attacks for brutes curve so nicely. But 2-cost 7 could not possibly be a 3-block, so I'm still grateful.
It looks like we're blocking 4 here from Gary. And wind up taking 4 down to 36. So do we block? A little bit confused here by what else we blocked with. Did we miss a card?
Perhaps it's the Dragon Scale of Fight Path?
Well, that's a 1, and then
Right.
3 from the Art of the Dragonfire. Maybe I missed the card when I looked over.
Maybe.
Sure looks like it. As we come in here for 3 with Brand with Cinderclaw to start the turn from Gary. We'll see how Vince wants to approach this turn.
Is it possible that he blocked for 4 and then revealed, so taking 3?
Yeah, I think we just missed the reveal here, maybe,
Maybe
from
perhaps,
his
yeah.
hand. Our players being very coy this weekend with the cards that they have in their hands, not really letting us get any extra information, work a bit harder on our
I
end.
wish they would just ask their opponents one time, like, hey, can you close your eyes? I would like to show the camera what I have. We just do that every turn.
Just play with everything
What's
face
the
up, guys.
problem? I don't see the inefficiency.
Brand coming in here for 3, 2 cards on hand and 1 in arsenal for Gary. And we'll see here what Vince wants to do. Does he want to approach this with using that armor really aggressively this game? How do you feel about the use of Scaling Fleshbag in a turn like this, potentially?
So Scowling Fleshbag is quite interesting because it functionally is able to shut down maybe 4 to 6 damage from Syndra if you use it at the correct time. I don't feel compelled to use it until there's a hand that I truly want to be sending my full damage with. Not that Syndra has a lot of disruption, it's just knowing that I'll be able to stymie her damage and then also send a huge turn on my own will allow me to widen the gap between our life leads, and I think that is worthwhile.
Ancestral Empowerment coming out here from the Syndra side, giving +1 and drawing a card. And it looks like we're going to follow it up with a Demonstrate Devotion here from the Syndra side, making a second fealty and coming in for 4 go again.
So I think that is likely what happened is that there was a block for 4 last turn, because we do see the life totals are updated to 37, and then likely what happened is Gary showed a 4.
Probably that Demonstrate Devotion we're seeing here. We're pitching a yellow Brand with Cinderclaw, the only yellow in Gary's list, coincidentally. But actually in this situation, like, potentially still lets us have, if we have one of those 1-for-5s in our arsenal, still continue this chain and threaten something here with that arsenal card.
Yeah, notably with that Strongest Survive also, even though it didn't get 2 blocks, forcing 1 block is functionally the same as getting to hit with a discard effect, which is quite good.
And I'm really curious here if we see Vince give the Gauntlet, the Tyrannical Rex, and the Savage Sash. Electing not to here, it looks like, taking the 4, dropping down to 25 as we follow up with
Wrath of Retribution.
This card is quite powerful from Syndra's side. One of their strongest single card plays if they've met the prerequisite 3rd chain link to have it discounted. In this case, we only have 2 beforehand, but we do have that 1 floating from the Brand. And threatening a lot of damage here, right? Because you have the Wrath for 3, both daggers for 2. We can then flick 1 and then Dragon Scale or Flight Path again to get another attack out of 1. So we can send potentially an extra 4 dagger swings here that you won't have otherwise, which is really, really powerful at
For
chipping.
2 each.
2 each, yep.
And I think this is a really interesting design space for Flesh and Blood to have such a powerful card, but only have 1 of it, right? Previously, I feel like we haven't seen that many of this style of effect where you get a card that's like so strong that you only can have 1. Like it's functionally fulfills the requirement of like a restricted card in LL. Right?
Here, Scaling Fleshbag not doing anything because we have no cards in Gary's hand. We'll see how Vince wants to cover the damage this turn.
I think he might still have 1 card in hand.
We blocked with 1 last turn, right?
Yeah, and I believe Wrathful just came from Arsenal, is my understanding.
But we then pitched 1 and played the other 3, right?
Yeah.
So we're letting the mask hit here. Now that's an interesting play from Vince's side. Must really like his hand, but wants to preserve that armor maybe for that secondary push later in the game.
That is quite interesting because if he had blocked there, I believe the Mask of Momentum trigger is over.
Yeah.
Because the only remaining damage will be through knives.
Sliding through, deciding he'd rather save his cards, preserve his life total here, covering these daggers instead. Just saying that card's not going to matter.
It looks like he wants to keep his hand, so he didn't want to commit to blocking the Wrathful Retribution.
This is where our players do know each other's deck list, so we know there's not like a blood runs deep or something here.
Right.
Probably the best thing that could happen here would be a way to flick with Burning Blade Dance, which we can cover if we have to. But otherwise, Syndra here only able to rebuy one dagger in order to have to start next turn with no daggers. So we'll see how Gary wants to approach this. Does he want to send maximum damage here with his flight paths and that other dagger swing, or is he just going to end his turn here? Still pushed a lot of damage this turn.
Yes. Went from 33 down to 21 so far.
But crucially, all 5 cards still available.
Indeed. I'm expecting a really strong turn from Vince in
And Gary-
return here.
And Gary might be considering, if he's keeping all 5 cards here and giving us the armor block, there's going to be a big swing back on the other side from the KO. So I need to ship as much damage as possible because next turn I'm probably either blocking or going to lose some amount of cards off of maybe a stronger survives, some kind of effect. So we might just see him here pushing as much damage as he possibly can.
It looks like it because he has sent the dagger, the third quote unquote dagger here, which means he will be going down to 0 daggers for the subsequent turn. Is that the correct assessment of the situation?
Yep, and then we'll see if he wants to commit those Dragon's Killer Flight Pass as well to just add 2 more damage to this push or not. It feels pretty likely at this point that Vince is not going to commit any cards to our blocks.
Right.
And we are committing the boots. 2 more damage coming in from this last kunai. And Vince praying that the chain ends here and there's not a lava burst or something to follow this up.
Oh, a lava burst would be so horrible for Vince here.
Benefit, our players did have access to each other's deck list before each round for this top 8. So Vince does know there's not a snatch following this up if he remembers what all was in Gary's gold. So no threat of something like that. But there are plenty of chain enders here. And if this dagger hits, Gary could also cash in that blood splattered vest for his final resource here and use one of those 1-for-5s as well.
Display loyalty.
Display loyalty. 3rd fealty. Gary is now in line with his Fang. All of our daggers are free now.
Yep. Oh, could you imagine? Jeez.
I'd rather not. Or
Oh,
blocking
we're
with a blood
blocking.
rush.
Not wanting to allow a second mass trigger, presumably. Is mask is not one per one? Is it? Mask is once per turn.
Once
isn't
per
it?
turn, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's an interesting commit, though, from Vince's side. Usually that's one that you
Indeed.
try to hold. I wonder if he just has 2 here and is like, I need to get rid of this. He did have 2 of them.
He did
Doesn't
have
want to
2.
risk. As we will see the discard of the Savage Feast here, drawing 2 new cards.
Checking his hand and arsenal because this needs to be a big follow-up.
11:30 a.m. We are going to run a high seas draft. If anybody's interested in a high seas draft at 11:30,
That needs to be something I need to check really quick here. I think I misunderstood.
we will
See
random.
Buckwild coming in here for 9 go again. 2 still floating.
If you are interested in high seas draft,
Fascinating. We draw a D-React. We have the Shelter from the Storm. Quite nice. I think Syndra shouldn't have her daggers here, if I'm understanding the situation correctly.
I believe so because she did rebuy. Hang on one second.
All right, and we're drawing up on Vince's side. Let's see what happens here. We have an Ignite coming in. Ignite, incredible card for Syndra. And I believe we have the situation rectified. The Syndra does not have her daggers for this turn.
Yeah, that would be busted if you could do it multiple times a turn, right?
So strong. All right, I do like the Scowling Fleshbag block on Ignite. It's a clean block. It stops the Mask of Momentum trigger early and also eliminates a card, making it even that much harder to A, get that Mask of Momentum trigger off, and B, get Syndra to be able to buy her cards back, or her daggers back.
Yep. And really good combination here, especially with the Syndra having no daggers out. If the Ignite were to apply here to that Syndra rebuy, there would still need to be a pitch of 1 card from Gary's hand, so that plus the Scowling Fleshbag would leave only 1 card left at that point.
Right.
And Vince able to get that life total down to relatively reasonably close ranges. We really need to see that 3rd blood rush here, though, I think, for him really to be able to push this damage here. And we're really hoping that the follow-up on this turn lets him kind of put himself back in that driver's seat from a tempo perspective.
All right, so we've intimidated 1 card. 1 card left in Gary's hand. 3 more damage, and that is it.
No threaten for a Mask of Momentum draw this turn. Also, no rebuy critically on Syndra's daggers here, which is huge for this turn cycle.
And notably, Vince has a full grip of 4. I'd be pretty happy to take 3 here as Vince, 4 here as Vince, down to 13.
And this is the pivot turn that we really need to see from Vince's side. What do we have to follow this up? How can we kind of take advantage of how much that Scaling Flashback helped us shut down this last turn?
Okay, 3 damage was correct. All right, Buck Wild, we have the go again. And we have a 6 in pitch functionally for KO. So he has that go again, 7 go again. I could see this being 7 into 8, which presents 9. So perhaps a 16 damage turn here. Quite good from him.
Or some kind of disruption, send packing,
Yes.
stronger side, something like that would be excellent here.
The downside, though, is he is at 14, and that is well within Syndra's lethal range if she has 5 cards, which she does. That said, she doesn't have her daggers, so...
Yeah. So, Buck Wild, Super Slam Limited All-Star, has shown up pretty consistently now in KO decks. I think people have really liked what they've seen with it. I've seen some usage of the blue and sometimes even the yellow in the deck. I think Gary is only going with reds and I think blues, yeah. But really strong in these turns where you don't have that agility token and still let you push a lot of damage in a single turn.
Indeed. All right,
Oh,
the
he uses
follow-up
send
is a
packing.
send packing. Incredible. So foregoing is, so potentially if this was a show of strength, right, then that's potentially 9 damage. Instead, we're getting 6 damage, so 3 less damage, but we're threatening that ancestral empowerment. So if Syndra wants the ancestral empowerment back, she has to give 2 cards. If she's giving 2 cards, she's not getting her daggers back.
And great hand here from Vince, exactly what you want to see, right? Pushing that early damage, you know that Syndra's not going to block into a disruptor that they have to either take the damage from here or give you cards back for.
Indeed, send packing is such a weird card because in a lot of matchups, like for example, Verdance or Florian or any of the decks that are more comfortable blocking you, it feels terrible. You play send packing, it's a 2-card 6, and they go, sure, here's 2 cards, I'll have my card back, thank you. Against someone like Syndra, this is extremely impactful because not only do her cards not block that well, they block much better than I feel like historic ninjas do. There's a lot of 3 blocks in the Syndra deck. So she can still easily perhaps give 2 cards here, but the cost is those Mask of Momentum triggers, buying those daggers back, and just like having so much less offensive pressure.
From Gary's side, seen some thinking here on whether or not we want to actually commit any blocks to this, rebuy our ancestral empowerment. Would have been really strong last turn. We could push through maybe that display loyalty, draw a card, continue our chain link. So that Scaling Fleshbag doing a lot to help prevent the damage that we would have taken that last turn and really disrupting what Gary's turn is this turn cycle.
Indeed. I wonder if Gary was wondering if, in response to the Scaling Fleshback trigger, oh no, he couldn't. We weren't in reactions yet, so he could not be pumping the Ignite.
Scaling Fleshbag, the precursor to Plow Under and Felling of the Crown for annoying card effects that you can't do anything about.
Annoying?
You heard me. Don't try to argue it.
I appreciate,
you know the
I
answer.
appreciate being an annoyance, so thank you.
I think if you gave players a list of equipment that they hate in Flesh and Blood,
It's
Scaling
probably
Fleshbag,
Scaling Fleshbag.
like 1, 2, or 3, one of those.
Yeah, probably. I feel like they balanced it, or in terms of, I feel like I'm less frightened of Face Purgatory. I think Scaling Fleshback is extremely free.
It's because it's 1 card instead of 3.
Yes, I still remember when Scaling Fleshbag first came out. People were clamoring for more Intimidate on my opponent's turn, and I was like, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Now Lyeth has some, but
See, Oath of Loyalty here from Gary. Now, crucially, only Draconic cards can be played this turn, but we have access to plenty of fealty on Gary's side here, so we're not really concerned about using that Ancestral Empowerment. And from Vince's side, we know at least one of the other cards coming out this turn is that, so we have to be careful with our breakpoints throughout the turn here. Curious to see if we get blocks here, or if we just say that we have to take the damage or not.
indeed.
But would really like to see from Vince's side the ability to send something next turn. The problem is if we block this turn out, that we're just letting the Syndra kind of reload and get back to that position where they're in the driver's seat.
We really need this turn to be a repeat of last turn, especially because we're out of armor blocks that don't give up our offensive pressure. So if we're intending to never use our Savisash or never use our Tyrannical gloves, the gloves of Tyrannical Rex, then I could see blocking 1 card plus one of those, but with the Ancestral Empowerment.
Looks like we have 2 swing bigs, an energetic impact, and a mighty windup in hand here from Vince. So ideally, we probably want to keep like a blue and a swing big this turn if at all possible. It's still not a disruptor, but it is 8 damage back, which is significant at this point.
It's so good to being perfect. He just needed a card that drew or discarded for the trigger of the beaten trackers.
Because then he could have gone Savage Sash, beaten trackers, get them both.
Get them both, and then again pressure a huge amount of damage, especially if he gets to keep the blues.
We can't do Mighty Windup, Savage Sash.
No,
Beaten Trackers?
no. Little known fact: beaten trackers is only on random discard, so it will not work with the wind up effects that are just instant discard.
We're seeing here Vince considering what his blocks want to be. If he wants to give that gauntlet here and kind of give up that one of his last remaining armor blocks, we really don't want to block with a Savage Sash if we can possibly help it. Usually popping it is much more valuable than giving that last 1 armor point. But considering if he wants to actually block this Oath of Loyalty out, or if we would rather wait for maybe the next chain link, since we know that there's that ancestral empowerment at some point this chain.
Right. Of his armor pieces that can still block, which are just the chest piece and the arm piece, I'd be more likely to give up that arm piece like he was about to do here. But I do think it's correct to keep it on for just a little bit longer. The arm piece going into the head slot.
And what we're really hoping for here from Vince's side is that Gary's hand has one of those 1-cost cards in his hand. Because without the daggers in hand, we potentially might not even be able to play that card here, because this last card we know is the Ancestral Empowerment. It's going to bump this Renegade up to a 4 here. And then we'll see if he does have someone's 1 cost, he has to just Arsenal it pass, because he doesn't have his daggers back yet. And we're really seeing that come into play here, where that commitment into that Wrath of Retribution says that you won't actually be able to continue this next turn because you push that extra 2 damage with, or the extra 4 damage of rebuying it, sending the dagger, and then swinging again with the flight path.
And importantly, I should note, we are talking about him playing the Ancestral Empowerment, but he does have to break one of his many fealties in order to play it this turn because of that Oath of Loyalty.
Yeah, we're in no danger of not being able to play cards that are non-draconic this turn. Our danger is if we get a card that costs 1 here, of which Gary notably in his sideboard does have Art of the Dragon Blood and Art of the Dragon Fire.
And we haven't seen any of them yet.
And Breaking Point. So we saw, I believe, 1 Art of the Dragon Fire earlier was used as a block, so there's still potentially up to 7 more 1-cost available in his deck.
This hand is also so close to... I'm actually very curious if Vince wants to pop Sash on this upcoming turn, because what he could do is he could discard... No. But prior to... Okay, maybe he's considering... He's heard me, everyone. No, but what he could do is discard the Mighty Windup, break Sash, and go Claw Swing Big for 11 points of damage. And that could be quite compelling and have the might for the 2 mites for the next turn even.
And we'll see here, Gary, getting the 1 damage through, we need this to not be a 1-cost or a D-React here to continue this chain and threaten the Mask Trigger.
Looks like it is a second copy of Ronin Renegade asking for a second 3 block from Vince here.
So get the 3 block and critically here...
Rebuys the daggers.
Rebuys the daggers. Since we got our 3rd Draconic Chain Link here, mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. I attacked 3 times.
Real rough ask here.
Yeah. What was that? That was amazing.
We've entered that part of the broadcast where the soundboard is coming to play.
Exactly. It's when we fail to be interesting enough. Blocks with a swing big. Is that a Wild Ride in hand?
I believe it's another swing big.
Keep glimpsing another card.
Oh, no, it is a
Wild Ride. Is it a yellow Wild Ride?
So
I'm so surprised.
That we blocked here?
We blocked.
I guess maybe he was worried about the Mask Trigger this turn.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because if we don't block that turn, there's a chance of the Mask Trigger pushing us and making us block anyway.
Yeah. So this way, yeah, I find that quite fascinating.
So the option is maybe like a Wild Ride into a swing big potentially?
Or whatever he draws off the top, even if he loses a swing big, right? If he loses a swing big, then he has another blue in hand. And he can go Claw into whatever else is left. Or he can Gloves of Tyrannical Rex, Claw, Arsenal, a 3 cost. So I'm very fascinated by this play line.
Vince, considering his options here, I kind of expect we'll just see this swing big coming in, pushing 8 damage.
It should be...
a Wild Ride.
Just the Wild Ride, right? Yeah.
So that can come in. We can push a few points of damage here. I wonder if he's considering popping the Savage Sash so he goes a Wild Ride into the Claw.
Yeah. I wonder if he was tripped up by the potential that the Ancestral Empowerment wasn't draconic, and he missed the fealties, perhaps. But yes, I think the blocking on the second chain link was quite taxing because it kind of pushed him into having to block on the third chain link as well. So perhaps preserving the gauntlets ended up being a little bit more costly.
Gary, afraid of no brutes, says, "I'll take the 6,
right?
And I'm going to send back 4 cards."
Well, now we're in a state where Syndra with 4 cards versus 8 damage you're going to have to give up something from the KO side. So and as you get lower against the ninjas, when that have the ability to do ones consistently, when those ones start asking you for cards, we're going to be in big trouble.
Yeah. Critically, Vince did manage to maintain that armor last turn for a situation like this. Gets to block this kunai here.
Blocks the kunai, but critically, Gary has 3 more cards.
Yeah.
3 more cards means another chance at a mass trigger.
And almost as critically, it looks like, I believe, in Vince's hand, we have 2 no blocks. Which, one of the downsides of KO.
One of the downsides of KO.
Rhino would never.
Unfortunately, I feel like that was times have changed. Times have changed. Rhinar, unfortunately, I believe, is also going to need to be on those wild rides and pulpings.
Dexter, reformed brute.
When Enigma came out, things just changed.
You're a changed man. You're a changed brute.
When you were so punished for not having Go again, it just became a necessity to have those cards, even in Rhinar.
Burning Blade Dance followed by Ronin Renegade into a Blaze Headlong for 4. We aren't threatening a mass trigger now, but this is 4 damage, putting Vince down into a very dangerous zone here. We still have the Flick Knives as well for 1 more damage, and will put us down at that critical 1 life total here. As we just stare at our hand that has 2 no blocks in it, and we're forced to block with a Savage Sash just for 1 life.
Yes, so very costly. He's blocking with the Savage Sash, I believe. I believe that's what that sideways turn is indicating here.
Yeah,
so
because
he'd be taking 3.
And we then took a Flick Knives as well. So this puts us to 2. Critically, it means that next turn, after the Syndra rebuys the daggers, we can't die just to an immediate flick.
Right. But we're also on a timer. So this 2-card hand better be the best thing we've ever seen.
It also means critically, like if we hit a beast within here off of our draw, maybe
we could be dead.
Well, we could just draw 1 card though. Right?
So true.
So true, bestie.
There it is. A repeat of last turn, actually. Wild Ride discarding Savage Feast.
Coming in for 7 go again, but no resources floating here means this is just not even lethal, unfortunately. And Gary here.
Unfortunately, only seeing those Savage Feasts off of the discard of Wild Ride means that there was no real opportune time for him to break those beaten trackers.
So I think normally your initial thought here from the side of Gary would just be take the 7. It's not threatening to kill me, whatever. But we do see that in the list for the Rhino, we do have 2 reckless swings, and Gary is aware of this. So Gary blocking with that Mask of Momentum. Really good block here. At this point of the game, it doesn't really. If we hit, we're probably killing our opponent anyway, thanks to Flick Knives.
Yep. Any hit on hit is death now.
Yeah. So free block here, and also means that we aren't just dead to that D-reactive.
Right.
Vince did happen to slide it in and draws it. Considering here if we want another block in as well, just to kind of hedge our bets here with life total. It might depend on what the hand looks like for Gary, whether or not there's cards that we can convert, potentially a D-react or something like that we're not going to really get to play next turn anyway. So he's just mathing out what he wants to do with his turn. Always good as a player to kind of stop, assess the situation, understand what your next turn cycle will be and how it'll look after that turn cycle as well.
Especially when you're in the top 4, right? There's a lot at stake here.
And we're on time, so you have the time to kind of sit back. Maybe do another cycle through that thinking that you won't normally have the time to do in Swiss.
Yeah, it's very possible that Gary's looking in his hand and it's like, wow, this is all chain enders.
The dreams of the brute.
Seems unlikely though, depending since this is how he blocked.
But we have talked about it, right? So far, we've only really seen 1 chain ender out of Gary.
Yep.
So there's still plenty in the deck here where we could see if Vince manages to hang on, a situation where Gary isn't able to convert quite as well.
I was about to say the current out is draw 2 reckless wings and then win the 33% on the first one and then fly off on the second one. But
how about a 0 block?
How about a 0 block instead?
So we see 4 go again coming in from Gary, again with the loyalty. Only Draconic cards, but we have 3 fealty here.
Yep,
We're
but
not
every
worried.
4 is now lethal.
Yep.
So every 4 demands 2 cards. And when you have 1 no block in your hand, that is going to be very painful. Painful to block with 2 8 power cards. There's a 3, asks for 1. Ravenous Rabble. Revealing? Question mark? Blocking for 0.
Death, I believe.
Fascinating, fascinating.
Oh, yeah, Gary just showing off his embarrassment of riches here with that Lava Burst, as we do see Syndra take down the KO in a really tight race here.
Yes,
And
so we have a Syndra locked in for the finals.
yep, really well played from Gary. Really, really knows how to push his damage breakpoints every single turn. Really take advantage of all the small little nicks that Syndra can do. Really good coverage as well with the D-Rex that he brought in that game.
Now, what our team is doing is we're getting the other set of the semifinals into the casting booth. So we're going to have a mirror match of Verdance versus Verdance. Should be quite the opposite of this game. We were expecting this game to be very quick, and in fact, it very much was. They were taking each other's light down super fast. What do you expect in the Verdance versus Verdance matchup?
So the Verdance Mirror is one that actually got really interesting post Super Slam for a couple of different reasons. Verdance list during the national season and all summer that we saw were very combo oriented. So Healing Potion, Panamo Amulet, setting up for that big life gain combo with Rampant Growth to then kill you with a giant arcane spell. After that, we lost Plume of Evergrowth, one of the big parts of that combo. And what really made the matchup, in my opinion, really unfun as a Verdance player was it was kind of like the first Rampant Growth you see, you just throw away. It's there, it's always there because of Plume of Evergrowth. So at that point, then you as both Verdances are just looking for that second Rampant Growth.
Right.
And at any point, both of you can just be blown up. With the banning of Plume of Evergrowth with Super Slam and the introduction of Light Up the Leaves, the matchup is kind of slowed down fundamentally.
Yeah.
So both players still have that setup game plan. They're still having that in-depth, deep game plan looking for those combos. We've had the return of Channel the Millennium Tree and Searching Aethertide, pushing arcane damage as well.
Right.
Now, one of the really critical things, we talk about that Healing Potion combo.
Yes.
One of our Verdances is not playing that.
Yeah, we only have one of the Verdances on the Healing Potion combo.
Yeah, so we saw Thomas yesterday in the final round. He's critically playing a combination of Call to the Grave and Fiddler's Green in his deck, but is also not playing any Healing Potions, not playing Panamo Amulet. So is the Rampant Growth package, however. So his game plan is different than what the normal Verdance game plan is, and really kind of will change how we approach this matchup and what the complexion of it is from both Verdance players' sides.
Right.
I believe Thomas and Patrick both played in Swiss yesterday. I believe Patrick won that matchup.
Okay.
But they now also both get to see each other's AD, and they have a good idea now of how we should place that matchup.
Right. How common would you say, is the Fiddler's Green Call to the Grave combo for Verdance? Is that a tech that has been around for a while? It's not something I've seen as a Brute player. Most of the time, they're not signing the combo into me. So do you feel like that is something that has come up more recently, or is that something that's been brewing for a while now?
I think Call to the Grave is a card that people have looked at before. I've experimented a little bit back in the day with things like putting your Earth cards in your graveyard. So it serves a couple functions of Verdance, right? You can get that Fiddler's Green. It's effectively a Sigil of Solace at action speed instead that also takes a card out of your deck. It also lets you put Earth cards there for Decompose. It gives you 2 of the 3 requirements for Decompose each turn.
Right.
So it fills a lot of functions. I think that Thomas's list is one of one. I've never seen anybody else in Verdance doing the Fiddler's Green package with Call to the Grave in it. So I think is a really interesting, unique take here. We'll see if this take is able to actually beat the mirror. Traditionally, Verdance players, we've tried to cut the combo before.
Right.
We've been unable to because nothing really beats it. So I'm really interested here to see how he approaches it. Now that they both know what the other person's plan is, how it affects how they'll play this matchup.
Right. I think when LSS was building Verdance, she seems the closest to Icelander that we've had for a wizard in a long time. But I think also people, when they were wanting a wizard, really wanted a lot of arcane. So do you think that there's a potential for when the Verdance sees that there's the other one is playing Fiddler's Green, we just go, oh, maybe we won't attack so often, right? Maybe I don't maybe I'm not doing E-Strikes anymore. Maybe I'm not doing Cadaverous Tillings, but instead I'm just sending the really impactful cards like Felling of the Crown, maybe Plow Unders or something like that, and therefore like denying the value of Fiddler's Green when it accidentally ends up in hand.
So I think that from both players' perspective, they've kind of sussed out how each person wants to play the matchup. There's a lot of sideboarding options you have and opportunities to gain edges.
Yeah.
They've kind of seen with their first matchup how each other likes to play. Do you keep rootbound carapaces and D-reacts in? Do you have, what amount of AB do you have? How do you react whenever I try to send a burn spell versus an attack option? So they both have an idea now, and I think that how you approach the mirror now is pretty unique to each player. It means it's a really interesting strategy both from the sideboard and the actual gameplay itself. So I'm not sure which option each player will take. I'm really interested to see how they approach this, though. It looks like we're going to take a really quick break here as our players get set up for this matchup, and then we'll be right back afterwards.
Indeed. All right, as mentioned, it was a super short break, and now we are back. We're going to be having that again, that final semi-final match, which will be Verdance against Verdance. So no matter what, our finals will be one of the Verdances against Syndra.
And I'm sure the public is really surprised by this. Verd and Syndra, both underrated decks, really underrepresented. No one saw this coming. We definitely didn't see this played last night as a semifinal at Calling Sydney or the entire meta for
You know
Super
what?
Slam.
I was kind of hoping that we would defy expectations. Maybe we would subvert expectations here in Pittsburgh. There's a lot of us brutes in the area, so I was kind of hoping some of the KOs would show up, some of the Reinhards would show up. But unfortunately, we do have an exact snapshot of what the meta is right now, which is seems Verdance and Syndra.
Look, 8 KOs came. They all tried. One got close.
KOs were defeated.
8 KOs have been defeated.
Unfortunate.
But my heart is happy because I get to commentate 2 wizards against each other.
Yes. Now, this is certainly something that I feel like a lot of wizards are not looking forward to. Like, if I'm a Verdance player, I'm not looking forward to playing another Verdance. I will be quite honest with you. And typically, actually, are there any matchups in Fab that you're actually very happy to play the mirror in?
The Icelander mirror was one of the favorite things, and if you ask any Icelander player, they will tell you how happy they were. OG Prism players thought the better Prism usually won that matchup, so they liked that as well.
Yep.
I think Guardian players like it because they both get to just send hammers back and forth,
Yeah,
which
sure.
I can identify with. Like, I have no idea, but the Verdance mirror, I think a lot of Verdance players, when Plume was still around, like we talked about earlier, really disliked the mirror because there wasn't a whole lot of agency that either player had with it, right? It's kind of like whoever sees
Whoever
rampants
sees
first
Rampant goes first.
just wins. But there's a couple big points with the mirror match. One of them is that your combo doesn't necessarily have to kill. We see against like Guardians, any of those slower matchups where you normally have that combo in, like Florian.
Yeah.
You're looking to one-shot someone with that combo, right? You're looking to send 30 or 40 arcane. The Verdance mirror is really, really intricate in that there's this window of opportunity you're looking for where your combo doesn't need to kill them. It needs to get them to about sub 10 life total. And once you're at that point, they've given you their whole hand. So every turn cycle, you're sending some kind of damage threat and then still threatening with the Storm Striders. So you're kind of putting them in a checkmate situation without killing them. Now, again, this is a normal Verdance mirror where both players have the potion combo.
Right.
Thomas Bray on our right here does not have this combo at all.
Right.
He does still
on
have
the
access.
Fiddler's Green Call to the Grave.
Now, he does still have Rampant Growth, which we expect to see in this matchup, right? We expect him to still be able to do some amount of Arcane with that. He does also still have AB 4 in his list, so he has plenty of ways to like slow Patrick down on his side.
Yep.
He does, however, also have 2 tech cards that we're seeing really early on in Syndra's lifetime.
It looks like our players are beginning, so we're going to get our transition screen over. But yes, continue your point.
So Thomas has 2 copies of Poison Well in his deck list. Really, really interesting tech choice here to slow that combo down. Not commonly seen these days, but again, he has a way now to, in the mirror, stop that combo from Patrick's side. He also doesn't have that that option of kind of having it as a gotcha. Patrick knows these are in the deck list, so it'll be really interesting to see how both players navigate this as we see Patrick on the play here to start discarding the fruits up to 42 life.
Yep. Discarding an Arcane Twining.
And this is generally done from the Verdant side just to get those cards in the grave. We want to be able to decompose whenever we have the decomposed cards in the mirror. It's really critical. Critically for a loadout, Patrick only has AB3 on his side, elected to play Barkskin of the Millennium Tree over his Findle Spring Tunic, but we're seeing immediately here, Light of the Leaves come in from Thomas, 6 arcane damage. Patrick only can prevent 3 of this, so we're going to have a bit more damage through than we normally see. Thomas is presenting the, what I would say is the standard loadout for the mirror of AB4 plus Crown.
Yep. And you know what's really interesting here also is we know that Thomas has Alluvian Constellas in the list, and we see Alluvian Constellas on the board. But Patrick, no Alluvian Constellas, and I think I was expecting to see the Tunic here.
So Surgeon Aethertide with Alluvian is a really nice combination. I think it's, in a lot of situations, Patrick will use the Tunic as kind of like a little bit of that resource buffer, but we don't quite need it here. He's lucky instead if the Barks can help cover some of those attacks that will threaten him. If Thomas has CNC, for example, still in his deck list, it lets you one card cleanly cover that with an embodiment. So he's chosen instead to have a bit more of the physical prevention so he doesn't have to give his hand at the sacrifice of having that one extra resource from the Tunic.
And we see the Poison the Well pitched here. Did you expect Waning Moon from Thomas?
Yes, Thomas doesn't actually have Surgeon Aethertide in his list.
Oh, you know, that's so right.
So I think that if you're not doing the combo, you don't really need Surgeon Aether Tide in your list. He also doesn't
Right.
have things. He has the destructive Aether Tides and stuff, but they're more for clearing gravy allies than anything else. As we see Patrick here coming with the CNC 4/6.
Yep, frequently a CNC, early CNC, can be covered up with that crown very easily.
It can be covered up with that, but the priority in the Virtus matchup a lot of the time is also if you have Earth card just blocking with them. It looks
Yep.
like in this case, though, Thomas might not like his arsenal.
Combination of both.
Ideally, what you want to have in this situation, as we see that he does have a Rootbound Carapace stuck in his hand. Crown you usually want to save for your mental blocks if you have them in, because if you get the mental block and you have a bad card, you can always get rid of it.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a little bit of insurance there, but Thomas, instead electing, I want to get rid of that card, redraw now, get deeper into our deck.
Yeah, it's very possible we just see Light Up the Leaves fired up here.
Yeah, get that graveyard filled up with a bit more Earth cards. Both players being really proactive here with their threats. There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of different levels of the Verdant's Mirror, whether or not you want to conserve those threats for later in the game versus spend them early to get your grave filled. Thomas here.
Looks like it is that Light of the Leaves. I think Thomas, would you, if in this position, sorry, wow, stumbling, would you prefer to Arsenal that Rootbound Carapace, or would you rather just pitch it to the Waning Moon?
It looks like he'd rather Arsenal it here because it gets him his first Decompose online. Decomposing is really critical in the mirror. It's not a fast matchup. You're going to see a ton of turns. This might be a 10, like a 12, 15, 18 turn game. So you're going to get to it. But if you have that Rootbound Carapace, if you can get that first Decompose without it being a Plow Under or a Felling, it's much better here. As we see
Potential AB3?
well, probably a Light Up the Leaves discard with an Earth card because it prevents the 6. Light Up the Leaves having that extra mode, and Patrick instead deciding he just wants to AB
Wants to
it.
pitch it.
Really interesting choice from him here to preserve that extra arcane card instead of preserve the life total.
And we are going for the additional Waning Moon, perhaps seeing that 2 cards were pitched for that AB3, acknowledging that maybe this Waning Moon is just going to get through.
And these are all those little intricacies where it depends on the specific player and how they want to play this matchup. Patrick deciding, hey, I know Thomas doesn't have the combo in his deck, so I don't have to worry about that here.
Right.
Instead, I can just take it slow. I'm going to AB the max amount possible and say, you have to set up your Call to the Grave combo with Fiddlers and your Rampants and do it the long way around, or I'm just going to kind of grind you out with the AB. Wizards don't have weapons that attack, so you can get to that late game fatigue state where you don't really have anything else that you can do and send threats with.
Indeed. Although I believe Patrick was the one with, they both have 1 copy of Blue Evergreen, it seems.
Yeah, pretty commonly seen now. It's kind of just a little bit of insurance for those fatigue states. You also have Everbloom Life to rebuy some threats throughout the game.
Certainly important because, as we know yesterday, the Marlin did not end up making it to top 8, but they made it into our hearts with that AB6. AB6 Marlin was incredible.
Let's see here, going back over how we're going to approach this turn. Again, the early game is kind of feeling each other out and kind of getting those setups for the mid game here as we see Patrick deciding, I'm going to decompose here.
Very
Or
heads
just
up.
clearing out. We're not even decomposing.
Pretty heads up from Thomas to end up not arsenaling. And again, very situational, right? So I could 100% see the correct play being to arsenal that Rebound Carapace, but going off arsenal ended up being quite helpful there to not have to worry about the Plow Hunter trigger.
So super critical here, and a really interesting point in the Verdant's Mirror here.
Yes.
We saw Thomas there, mental block, the Plow Under, so he has a Ponder token,
Yeah.
sending a Burn by her, pitching 2 Rampant Growths.
2 Rampant Growths.
Now, traditionally, this is a huge thing in the Verdant's Mirror,
Yeah.
knowing where those Rampant Growths are, right?
Right.
2 of them together is how you get your really high damage arcane combination. So normally here, this is where you start tracking your opponent's deck and understanding where those rampants are. However, Thomas has Call to the Grave, which shovels your deck. So while these are together, there's kind of this push and pull from both sides of you have to track it, but there's a chance at some point Thomas just shuffles the deck and hides where these are again. So
Right.
a lot of mind games here from both sides and little things to keep track of as we see damage getting covered up here from Patrick's side. We'll get that arsenal from the Ponder and go back to the next turn cycle.
I'm curious if I, as Thomas, feel pressured now to not play my Call to the Graves so that I already have those Rampant Growth stacked together, and now I'm commencing a stack that will enable those cards to really pop off.
Yeah, probably will depend on the context and the complexion of where the game lines up here.
Right.
As we see this mental block coming out with a block of Autumn's Touch blue here from Thomas.
Covering 5 cleanly.
Covers it, gets his next Ponder token as we go to the next turn cycle. There's a lot of really interesting things here with Channel the Millennium Tree as well, and how you want to preserve your arcane threats. It looks like
I was like, that weapon can't attack for free. Hold on a moment.
you see a Heartbeat out of Thomas, gaining 3 life here, pitching that second Poison the Well as well, and then following up with a Waning Moon for 2 arcane damage here.
Yeah, notably we have two Rampant Growths followed by a Poison Well is not super compelling.
A,
Just
real
yet.
a really interesting part of this with their loadouts is that since Patrick doesn't have Illuvian Constellus out, Thomas is kind of free just to send a Waning Moon every turn that he can. Whereas from Patrick's side, he really doesn't want to send just like small amounts of Arcane.
Right.
Because if you do that, Illuvian starts to get stacked up, and then those are free triggers later for Thomas. As we
We're
see-
calling to the grave now.
Yep, so Thomas breaking up that rampant growth stack there, wants to just kind of give that extra little life gain buffer here. One of the ways to play the Verdance Mirror that's really interesting is if you're playing against the Healing Potion combo, just stacking your life total up high enough where you can't die to that one-shot from
Right.
the combo, and then you're just trying to survive through it.
I like this as well because it gets those Fiddle Greens out of the deck, so you don't have like the chance of drawing it later. It's quite compelling.
Yeah, and Thomas in here on 45 to Patrick's 32. Patrick saying, I'm going to take a little bit of damage here to develop my board, develop my graveyard, and kind of get ahead to where my game plan is. No healing pots yet this far into the game for Patrick means that we might see some awkward hands. Verdance is susceptible to this in the mirror, where you have these hands where you might get like a couple potions or a potion and a rampant, and you kind of have an anemic thing that you send back. So usually this is a matchup where you might even see like an IP1 or even an IP2 some turns.
Yeah, your technical knowledge on this matchup is so excellent.
I've played way too many of them.
But yeah, I think Thomas drew a mental block. If I saw that, if that glimpse of card was correct, then I think it was a mental block. And we do see no arsenal, so I think that's quite compelling. It could be that card.
And this is where we're also seeing that early Crown of Providence to cycle through a card kind of mattering, because if he had mental blocked and then drawn it, he could have just put that in the arsenal and said, it's either going to get plowed by one of us,
Right.
or the Crown will get rid of it later.
Right.
So we're seeing a little bit of a pay there from Thomas of not being able to do that because he used that early Crown of Providence.
Do you consider the potential of like baiting your opponent into plow undering by arsenaling the
Absolutely.
mental block?
Absolutely. So
Or
and
like I see, well, he's shown C&Cs as well, so you can be like, I'll take that.
Yep.
Get rid of his mental block.
A mental block is one that sometimes can be really nice to stack for the late game, as we see Patrick here using Everbloom Life. Going to rebuy, hopefully, one of his zero cost from the grave. Couldn't quite catch what it was.
Mystery card. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Thomas.
Yes, Thomas also did not see.
Sometimes mental block is really nice to pitch late game. Some of these matches can really come down to Channel the Millennium Tree pushing huge damage through with a 6 arcane spell, and mental block helps you cover that for an extra 2 points. Or in the combo turn, where you're trying to buff that Search the Tide to like 20 damage, the mental block for 2 plus AB goes a really long way.
Felling of the Crown, excellent card here. Notably on Patrick's turn, what he did, he played Life, Everbloom Life, and then he played the Amulet, and then passed. So, and did not put a card into Arsenal. So critically, whatever he had kept in hand was not a card he wanted in Arsenal either.
Yeah, sometimes it can be like holding that second potion, if that's what he had in his hand, because you want to protect it from a plow under.
That makes a lot of sense.
So even with this felling here, it's going to come in for 4. It's the first decompose out of Thomas, so it's not really a huge threat here. We can probably block with this Autumn's Touch. We made sure that no matter what, that healing potion was protected. Those are critical in this matchup, and oftentimes you won't get to see them in a second or third cycle with it because if the game will end before then. He said, no matter what, I am keeping this in my hand.
All right, so he's taking 1 there.
Taking 1. Both players have a pretty healthy graveyard now with their earth counts, so we're less looking at that, and we're looking more at just setting up our boards and setting up those pushes, as we see Patrick here getting that felling in his arsenal, developing his second potion here.
Yeah,
Game
you were
plan coming
absolutely
along.
right. Absolutely right that he had 2 potions in hand. There's that Fiddler's Green. I knew it was going to happen at some point.
Yep, and here's the plow. So we see Thomas will decompose here, snipes that felling out of the arsenal of Patrick. And Patrick, a little bit unfortunate to see that, but you're also not that unhappy to see it, honestly. Again, the Verdance Mirror is really slow, so he will get to that later, assuming that he doesn't die to a combo, which Thomas is going to struggle to set up a combo compared to what Patrick can do because he doesn't have that on-board life gain.
Right.
So that felling probably coming around later in this game here, and now it's just a vanilla 6 coming at you. So
And notably, Thomas 1 decompose away from being online, which can be, as we know, famously, one of the best ways I find when Verdance does compose is to have that decomposing attack followed by the decomposing reaction.
Yep.
Right? So you get to 1 turn cycle, all of a sudden you're from 3 to 8.
And we know that Thomas kept in at least 1 red root bound. My preference usually is to side them out in the matchup, but there's plenty of Verdances who would rather have it in, and there's also that mind game of once you know that some people have it in or out, it switches if you played them again because now you know what their tendency is. So again, so many little things in this matchup that are so much fun for the Verdance players if they want to like kind of adjust how they play the second time around. So we see Ring of Roses in a sink below block here from Patrick, just covers that up. Ring, traditionally a really strong card in a lot of
I'm
matchups.
surprised.
Scour exists in this matchup. So you play it out and they just scour it away. And it does eat their action point, but it's like, eh.
All right, so we actually drew a felling to replace the felling that was in Arsenal.
Patrick is so good at this game. Now, this is the first decompose from
Yep.
Patrick's side, so this is only for 4.
They
which,
both did the same 4 play, but yeah.
And this is why Cadaverous Tilling is probably like the most impactful card early game from the Verdants, because
Yes.
it gives you that 8 attack and sets your second set of decomposes up for fellings and plows. We're still going to send this in this situation, but Patrick kind of wishing he had seen the Cadaverous first with it, but we'll take what you get here.
Indeed. The life totals may look wildly divergent, but this game is not over for either player.
Yeah, a lot of game to play here still. A lot of setup still. Again, Patrick has to be really cognizant here. He's trying to set up his potions to get them all in line.
Indeed.
He wants to set up his combo, but he also has to keep in mind that that poison the well is sitting.
Poison the wells exist.
So whenever he sets this up, he has to be able to play around both Thomas life getting up out of it, but also those poisons to help kind of break that up. As we see Burn Bear coming in here, Thomas just sending 6 over.
We see that other half of the Call to the Grave Fiddler's Green package. So both cards have entered the hand after that first Call to the Grave.
And it is really interesting. One of the things I've looked for a long time is like a really good way for Verdance to break up her deck, because in a matchup like this, information is king.
Yes.
Being able to, once you play this at a high level, and both these players are playing at a really high level, you start to have things that you're tracking for each player, things that you're making sure they have versus don't have. If you know where those poison the wells are in the deck, if you know where those rampants are, Patrick on his side will be able to set up to counter those. Call to the Grave changes all of that because you shuffle the deck, you no longer know where those pieces are. So every single hand, you have
It's
to
a
reset your
mystery.
expectations.
Yep.
Exactly.
Now, I also see as a headpiece, Patrick has chosen Balanca of Justice, as I like to call it that. Now,
El Blanco.
do you feel like there's a better headpiece choice, or like do you think he just didn't pack any more headpieces?
So Patrick only has balance in his list. I think a lot of people will run balance and crown. I'm personally a fan of running at minimum crown, just because of the way it interacts with your mental blocks. It lets you kind of get that free arsenal at any point of the game and then deal with it. But Patrick in this case wanted to save that one sideboard slot. Balance is quite strong into a lot of the meta decks. It's really good in Syndra, really good in a Gravy, really good in a KO. So he just said, I'm going to suffer a little bit in the mirror here. If they played Hymn of Harvest maybe in their deck, which some Syndras or some Verdances are doing, it'll let you still, get the draw off of it. But in this case, it's basically just 2 armor.
I like this choice of Enlightened Strike as well, simply because, as you mentioned, information is so important. Enlightened Strike is one of the ways that Patrick has to hide information. So it's very possible that a Rampant Growth just went to the bottom, but Thomas would have no way of knowing.
And Thomas here playing the Channel of the Millennium Tree and a Waiting Moon for 5. Now, we are seeing one other piece here that Thomas has in his list that Patrick does not, in that Channel of the Tranquil Domain. New card out of Super Slam, really interesting card that I think at first a lot of people, including myself, were not very high on. Once per turn, whenever you play it, and then once per turn afterwards, at the start of the turn, you can bottom any other aura in the arena. Now, it's a mandatory trigger, so you have to, and it has flow just like the other channels do. But a big part of it in the mirror is being able to hit things like your own Channel of Alignment Tree, since you can target your own
Saving
and
it for
rebuy
later.
them. Yep. So we'll see that if it comes up in this game or not. But it has the potential to help there. Thomas just extend that late game damage and really extend that arcane damage against someone who only has AB3, as we see Patrick here finding his 3rd of his 4 potions.
Yeah, are you, as Thomas now, a little afraid because you have that 11-point life lead, but we haven't seen any Rampant Growths?
So the big thing here from Patrick is that Patrick needs to get online, right? Patrick at this point has only decomposed once. He has 2 more he needs to do. Thomas at this point would really like to start pushing some damage through to kind of start to whittle Patrick down and get him in a bit of a threatening range.
Indeed.
But even then, once Patrick gets online, he has to find a window where he can get through, as we see Burn Bear number 3, I believe, coming in for 9 arcane.
I think that still might be number 2, unless I'm mistaken.
We might have had a light up instead.
Maybe. I know there's 2 light up leaves early, and I know a Burn Bear just happened. So if there was a Burn Bear before that I'm misremembering, then yes, this is the 3rd one.
Now, no earth in the pitch yet for Thomas. So Patrick here going to assess the situation and think whether or not this tree can be kept around here. Expect a Waning Moon here to follow this up still as well. And Patrick from his side really wants to find 2 things still. He's still looking to set up his 4th potion. You can go off before you hit all 4. If you have all 4, though, obviously it scales much stronger the more potions that you have as well. And then also looking at keeping those rampants around as well as getting his decompose on. So a lot of moving pieces here.
I do see 1 Rampant.
Yeah, and the first one you can kind of deal with. It can go to the bottom if you need to. You can
Yes.
find it later. But you also want to try to conceal the information. That's kind of one thing we've seen with the E-strikes, with plow wonders, things like that in the matchup. It's really important to track where those are from both players. And if you can hide that information so they don't know where they are in your deck, it's a really, really big boon on your side as the Verdants.
Yes. 9 Arcane is a really big ask on AB3. This is guaranteed to put Patrick down to 23 at least, and then followed up with a Waning Moon. Aha,
And it
there
looks
is.
like we're taking all of it.
Taking 2 more, excuse me. And then we get to keep Channel Millennium Tree around for 1 more turn.
That's so nice from Thomas's side that he was able to hide those 2 Earth cards.
Yes.
And then still pitch them and keep this tree around. A lot of damage going to come through as Patrick deciding, I like the look of this. I'm going to do the same thing.
Yeah, I would like to Channel Millennium Tree as well.
No.
Notably, he has Rampant Growth in hand. That's the 1 card remaining.
Now, but the big thing here from Thomas's side is since he has AB4, he gets to cover the full Surgeon Aethertide. Surgeon Aethertide amping the next card, and it has that really nice interaction with Channel the Millennium Tree where Millennium Tree amps it to 4, and then it amps the next spell as well.
Yeah.
So being able to cover all 4 of that from Thomas's side, really important.
Oh, the Rapid Fire Arcane coming in. 7 on the Rampant Growth, or the Ether Life.
Yeah, and Patrick kind of drowning a little bit here just in terms of only having that AB3 and taking more chip damage turn after turn from Thomas's side, as we see 7 going to be followed up by that 2 from Waning Moon with this 2 floating most likely.
It feels almost like Thomas is doing something, and then Patrick has that same response afterwards. So we saw Thomas's felling for 4 earlier into Patrick's felling for 4. Then we saw Thomas develop a tree. Now Patrick's developed a tree. So I'm very curious if Thomas is just seeing like the rollout a little bit better here.
And it looks from like on Patrick's side, we might have a couple of our tall arcane spells in hand, but also might be a little bit resource light because of that. Now, one of the downsides of Burn Bear and Light Up the Leaves is that they are colorless and red. So sometimes in this matchup, you can get in situations where you have these like really low resource hands when you're threatened with that high arcane. That can really be a lot of damage that you have to take. We
But
see
that high arcane does make it much. There's a Rampant Growth as well.
yeah, there's a Rampant, a Pulsing Aether Life, a Burn Bear, and a Light Up the Leaves. So we only have 4 resources in hand total. So every point of resource that we have to give here for this arcane block is one that we don't have to send a spell back. And
Indeed.
potentially could just mean that like Patrick has to send a hand back here that just passes, which you don't want to do in this situation.
No.
But if we don't do
Certainly
that,
not.
we're just taking 9 arcane all the way down to 11.
9 arcane all the way down to 11 is not a very healthy life total for you to go off with your combo.
Yeah, and one of the big things in this matchup that's really important with the Surgeon versus Waning Moon that these 2 players have is that Patrick's combo range on your opponent's one of Storm Striders is basically maxed out at like 6 or 7 with a Metacarpus Node or like an Arcane 20 to buff one of the 6 damage spells.
Right.
Whereas Thomas has the classic Storm Striders and Waning Moon, so his reach is higher.
Yes.
So Patrick can't afford to drop down to that range where Thomas actually can.
Although Thomas's health total not in danger, not in danger.
He doesn't have to worry about that anytime soon.
Yes, he doesn't. Do we know if so? There's a Rampant Growth in hand. Do we know if that Arsenal card is also Rampant Growth?
I believe it is.
Okay, so he just might not have a blue to fire off enough blues to fire off the 6 cost plus the Surgeon Aethertide.
So the big thing here is that realistically, you probably want to spend the Burn Bear here and just send a 9. You can keep the tree around too because you have the Pulsing Aether plus the Rampant Growth. I think what we're thinking here is that Patrick is debating if he wants to discard the Pulsing Aether with the Light Up the Leaves to prevent 6
Yeah.
with that extra mode of Light Up the Leaves. Yep. So we're going to go
There
ahead and
it
do
is.
that. He would get too low if he doesn't actually do anything with it. The unfortunate side of this is that you have the Burn Bear and the Rampant Growth in hand. So our only real follow-up here is either AB2 and pass, or let this hit, take 2, Surgeon Aethertide for 4. Just try to take a couple cards out of Thomas's hand. But still not a great follow-up on our side. We didn't get to prevent that first 6 damage though, and that was really important.
All right. We're in the tank,
So
yes.
what we're doing instead here from Thomas's side, we play the Pulsing Aether for 7.
Yep.
Patrick respawns before that resolves with Light Up Leaves discard. to prevent the next 6.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas responds to that with the Waning Moon. And since the amp floats until damage is starts to be done,
He gives
he's doing
the bonus to the Waning Moon instead.
yeah, so we're still preventing only 5 there. And so basically, Thomas got to force through 1 additional point off of that because
Yes.
of the line that he took with it.
Very clean, precise play from Thomas. Something I mentioned throughout the stream is that I really enjoy players who take their time thinking about their turns, and then when they think about it and they've got their idea locked in, they're able to move very quickly and precisely. And Thomas has shown that multiple times throughout the stream.
This is also Thomas knowing like his game plan into this matchup, having the reps into it to understand what the standard play line is of the combo Verdance plan,
Yes.
and then just knowing how he wants to attack this.
And that's not to say anything about Patrick's game of play either. I feel like Patrick is also playing very well with the hands he's been dealt.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is again those stylistic differences that we see between the 2 different lists, the difference between Surging Aether Tide and Waning Moon, combo versus non-combo. These are those things that will come into play with those, and how it affects both players' turns.
Yes, I'm really excited that these are not the same exact 80.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like minor changes either. Major changes. Health potions on one side, no health potions on the other side. Quite compelling.
Let's see here how Patrick wants to approach the turn. Again, we have the Burn Bear in hand that we can't cast, unfortunately, which is really unfortunate just with the hand that we drew it with.
Yep, really in the tank here. We have the Burn Bear and the Rampant Growth in hand, and then likely, as you mentioned, a Rampant Growth in arsenal as well.
Checking what our Earth count is in grave here. I don't think Patrick's like a Decomposer in his arsenal, but ideally, we find a way here to just take a card or 2 from Thomas, get a little bit of a reset here. It's still Verdance, we still have plenty of life gain in the deck, so even though we're at 13, we're not in imminent danger of death.
No, but it is quite a tall ask for Patrick at this point. Because not only does he not really have a way of getting rid of the cards in hand, because he has that Burn Bear, he also has to find 2 more Decompose cards.
Correct. But
So-
we also have a little bit of a gain here from our Balance and Barkskin for blocking, so we're not that worried about the physical damage quite yet.
Right.
We just see a pass here from Patrick, actually. Now, one thing that you can do, one of the things that probably people haven't played the Verdance matchup that much who are just learning it,
Yeah.
the initial thought is always like you don't want to really combo off unless your Verdance is online with the pings. In this situation, Patrick has kept 2 Rampant Growths and has 3 potions online.
Yeah.
So Patrick here could potentially, if he gets the right hand, just say, I'm going to gain 8 life, amp 16 on my Surging Aether Tide. You can only prevent 4 of it as you don't have to light up the leaves, so then 12 goes through, and then you just send the Burn Bear afterwards. So all you're trying to do there is to get that huge chunk out. You don't need Verdance Online to do that.
And we're looking at perhaps a cursed draw from Thomas's side. We find a second time now that Philodo's Green has ended up in hand instead of being found with Call to the Grave. Of course, in this particular case, Thomas not feeling particularly threatened, so very easy to just pitch that away for later. And then we're going to have 1 arsenal card, developed a Ring of Roses, and then we're sending Waning Moon for 2.
Yep, and we're seeing Thomas here.
This might be the break that Patrick needs.
Yep, we are seeing the Ring of Roses out here, which will threaten to gain 1 life as well for Thomas. But in the grand scheme of things for Verdance, that 1 life, it can be significant if it adds up, but that first one, not really as consequential. We'll see here if Patrick is still trying to preserve those Rampants as a combination here this turn, or if he wants to prevent this AB here and just move to the next turn cycle instead and still look to set up that last potion, maybe get Verdance a bit more in line and go towards that game plan.
If he pitches a Rampant here, I think it tells me that he did not find a blue to be able to run out that Burn Bear.
Either way, definitely very happy from Patrick's side to see that Thomas is not sending a huge threat this turn, that he gets to kind of sit back, recuperate a little bit, kind of reset this state to one where it's a bit more of a parity instead of him being under the gun the entire time.
Really thinking on this. Okay, it was, so it looked like that was Rampant Ether, or Rampant Growth Life that was going to be pitched there, if it was going to be pitched.
Young Verdance learning from adult Verdance here.
There's a lot of Verdances on the battlefield right now. There is young Verdance, who's sitting in Patrick's hero zone, adult Verdance in Thomas's hero zone, and then we have a Heartbeat of Candlehold in the Banish zone, and of course the Heartbeat of Candlehold sleeves on Patrick's side. So a lot of Verdance showing up.
Verdance players are really just like looking at her, okay?
Yeah, maybe this is why she's so well represented.
I don't see any
in
feat
the meta.
tokens here yet, which just makes me really happy.
What's wild to me is those things are $3 each. That's crazy.
We have some problems with the Fab community.
think-
I'm not going to go into detail about
Okay,
it, but
okay. So there's that side. There's that we have the feet appreciators of Fab community. Who, if you are a foot appreciator, by all means, do not let me stop you. You know what I mean? You're doing things in your own way. But also on the flip side, here at Greentree 10K, we have received almost $5,000 in donations for charity. So that is super exciting to have, especially when the event is a 10K, to raise nearly half that money back in community work. Incredible. I see. So we pitched a sink below to AB1. Is that correct?
no. So we took the damage off of the Waning Moon. Thomas gained 1 life and then discarded Fruits of the Forest.
Yep.
So gained 3 life total in that turn cycle.
Yep.
We've gone back to Patrick's turn, and he's played a Heartbreed of Kindle Hold of his own to gain 3 life.
Got it.
Now-
Got it.
We'll see here. What are we pitching this to? Hang on 1 second. That can't be played.
Apologies. One moment. Barrett has stepped away to interact with a judge. So we're on pause here for a little moment. But yes, I can talk a little bit more about our charity. So never mind. We're back.
Okay, so I think we have a little bit of a situation here that the judge is going to rectify. I believe at the end of his turn, Patrick discarded Burn Bear for its instant ability, which destroys target attack with Phantasm. Unlike Light Up the Leaves, you need a target for it. So you actually can't just discard it to get rid of it from your hand.
That makes sense.
Light Up the Leaves, the really cool thing with it is it just targets anything.
Yeah.
So you can just target your own hero, Waning Moon, whatever.
Right.
But Burn Bear needs a target for it. So judge is going to step in. We're going to see if we can correct the situation real quick. But that was our little bit of a hold up there.
Sounds good. So yeah, it's very a high stakes, very tense situation. So I understand absolutely a type of mistake like that. And it looks like Patrick has not seen his hand yet, so I'm not sure what the resolve for that might be. But yes.
And I think we had 1 card left in hand there, so pretty sure we can just unwind this. It is unfortunate here that Patrick will have like that information is known then by Thomas that Patrick has that Burn Bear in hand.
Right. He has revealed
yeah.
information unwittingly.
But Patrick's side, still not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. The life totals look kind of bad for him, and it's definitely not a spot that you want to be in to be that low. But Verdance has so much life gain in the deck that you can kind of claw that back.
Yes, we saw that with the Heartbeat Candlehold.
Definitely, and there's also so much that you can do in terms of your combo turn. If
Right.
Thomas doesn't have that those Poison the Wells available to him that turn,
Right.
that can just swing this in an instant. Between the Rampant Growths and the Healing Potions, that's already 8 life you're gaining back there too.
Right.
So
Is the issue with having to play, so I'm trying to work through this Verdance playline from my perspective, is the reason that he could not go off last turn with healing potions into Surgeon Aethertide into Burn Bear, is that because he didn't we saw Sink Below too, right? He pitched a Sink Below.
Yeah.
So if that was a yellow, he would have been able to do that, correct? But because it was a red, he just didn't have enough pitch.
we didn't have enough the resources overall, so this line would require us to pop all 3 potions. We
Yep.
have 1 Rampant in Arsenal, 1 in hand, right?
Yeah.
So we need to have at least 5 more resources, 2 for the Surgeon and then 3 for the Burn Bear. Whenever you do this combination, whenever they're at this high of a life total, you really need that follow-up spell.
So we only had 4 resources.
Yeah, we didn't have enough available
Yeah.
to us to go off fully here. So it looks like the resolution here is going to be that we're going to have to reveal the hand and probably bottom 1 of these cards, which is Thomas's choice.
Crippling, especially because we, as casters, know that he's been holding that Rampant Growth
Yeah.
for a long time. I think, yeah.
Thomas instantly chooses it. Definitely want to get that out of here. Patrick's deck doesn't have a way to shuffle that, so that one is out of the picture until we hit that second cycle. So Patrick has to
Yes.
go the whole way back down to finding that one now.
So I wonder if he's now back onto I wonder if that actually frees him up a little bit. Obviously, losing the Rampant Growth is a devastating blow here, but maybe that frees him up to try and get those decomposes online, going up to 8, and then of course being able to gain back some life, not necessarily losing to the big arcane that Thomas is presenting.
Yeah, and we're seeing here Thomas on his side playing a Heartbeat, followed by the Waning Moon here. Again, that ring is on the board here and threatening, so there's definitely that thought from Patrick's side that you really don't want to let this hit whenever you can because it just means a little bit more life on Thomas's side. Now, one really interesting thing here that does come up sometimes in the Verdance Mirror match, Everbloom Life gains you a life and then can put a 0 cost back on the bottom of your deck. if Patrick is feeling a little bit threatened here, we know that last rampant is at the bottom of the deck now.
Right.
You can pop a potion, gain 2 life, Everbloom life, gain a life, and then put that potion back into your deck.
Yes.
Because it is a target for the Everbloom half of that. So if Patrick feels like, okay, we have to go to that second cycle here, he could feasibly do that. I don't know that he necessarily will,
Right.
but it is an option available to him here as we see Heartbeat of Candlehold gaining 3 more life.
Yep, factual. So we know, Thomas, or sorry, not Thomas. Patrick was in dire straits. He was at 11.
Yeah, and
Now we're back up to 17.
However, the line that Patrick had there was almost like a gigantic turn of 2 rampants plus the Heartbeat and 3 potions. Like, he had the potential to send a huge amount of damage back there. So, really big deal there that we unfortunately weren't able to send that back. But he did gain a little bit more life here, and we are just ending up again. We might look for that second cycle turn now here. Again, the big thing with Thomas's game plan, we're not really under as big of a threat here from that rampant growth combo as we are from the other side of it, because it's not just sitting on the board at all times. Thomas has to find those pieces and hold them in hand and just set that all up.
He has another cluster of reds here. We found another Burn Bear, but it's alongside Channel Millennium Tree and Light Up the Leaves and a Scour. So he has a single blue. But
We're kind of just hoping that Thomas sends a physical attack here.
it
But of
is
note-
not a physical attack. In fact, it is the new card for
Channel the
Bird's-
Tranquil Domain.
Channel the Tranquil
Now,
Domain.
one thing here hang on. We need the judge here because that Channel the Tranquil Domain does require something to get tucked, so that ring has to go on the bottom here. So I'll be right back.
One of the plus sides of having a seasoned Verdance player on the casting booth is we get to see things like that regularly. Which is quite interesting. If that is certainly true, then that means that the Scour is going to be less useful.
Okay, so went to the judge, got that one fixed too. A lot of little things.
Lot of little
here.
things.
A lot of
little
really
things.
little things that are required in this matchup.
Indeed. I was just saying how it was very nice to have you as a Verdance expert, so to say, a wizard expert.
I also just like Earth cards, so I played a lot of Channel the Tranquil
It's
Domain.
hard not to like Earth cards.
The first time I cast it in Talishar made me bottom a Rune Chant in my Florian deck. I was like very confused
You're
and like,
like,
oh, okay.
You're like, oh, all right, Talishar, you know a little bit better than I do.
So both players here evened out one apiece. We have a situation where they might not have had the optimal play line.
Exactly.
But in this case, we are seeing Patrick here being able to kind of like fend off this attack a little bit, kind of recoup his life total here, reestablish a bit of control to the board.
Notably also, this is Thomas's first Autumn's Touch coming at Patrick, whereas earlier we had Patrick's Autumn Touch going at Thomas. Now we have a finally a reasonable decompose from one of our players. Cadaver's Tilling, felling at home.
Makes sense here that we were also blocking with the Cadavers this last turn as well.
Mm-hmm.
As we did also see Thomas last turn bottom one of those Rampant Growths as well.
Yep.
So just keeping track on our sides, Thomas is on line with his Verdance ability, so those Rampant Growths start to be able to dangerous if he can kind of cobble together his Call to the Grave combo.
Right.
But now that one is on the bottom, a little bit of safety there for Patrick. One more gone that we don't have to worry about right now.
Yep. 2 cards and a mental block from Thomas's side, covering up that Cadaver's Tilling. And
Okay.
as you mentioned, perhaps Thomas's game plan is to just gain a lot of life. Ooh. We had to know this was coming
Yeah.
at some point in time.
Eventually it'll happen in the mirror. The Plowrunners will come through. They will get played. So Patrick here going to have to say goodbye to that arsenal finally.
Yep, both players relatively far away from their rampant growth.
Yeah. 6 comes in.
Although,
Thomas having probably the only positive Mentee B that we've ever seen, where he's going to have the Ponder at the end of the turn here to give him an arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
So we see an equipment block coming out here from Patrick finally, and the Sync.
6. Okay.
And Sync's being still in for this matchup are really interesting. Some Verdance players don't play their D-Reacts. Patrick, in this case, electing to keep them around. Sometimes there's that kind of, again, that cat and mouse game of, did you keep them in? Well, I didn't, but you did. So it's like kind of that back and forth here. So we see an E-Strike coming in here. See what mode he chooses. I'd have to assume 7.
Yep. E-Strike 7, and we're going to pocket a new card.
Thomas here, debating how he wants to go through his turn here. It looks like we're just going to say, we have a big enough life buff here. Take the 7.
But is this life buffer big enough for those potions and those rampant growths that will eventually be coming back around.
And that's the thing, right? Thomas here has the counter and Poison the Wells. So whenever he can find one, he gets to kind of like delay that combo a little bit. It doesn't shut the combo down entirely.
Right.
But it definitely helps take the edge off with it. As we see Heartbeat of Candlehold here coming in, gain 3 life, 3 triggers of 1 arcane damage over to Patrick. We'll see if he wants to AP this or not. And this is a card that really, it does a lot in the matchup. You really don't want to play them early if you can help it because they're so powerful late game, both for setting up a combo with rampant growth, but also just this taxing effect of give me a card or you're taking 3 damage here. And then it also has that really nice synergy with Waning Moon here using the 2 floating. Or the
big
felling.
development.
We see Patrick there pitching the blue evergreen here and now getting robbed of a second card from his hand here. Thomas will decompose his felling.
Yeah, you can see why Thomas decided to take 7 damage there to present this level of disruption and damage back is incredible, especially when your opponent's at 17.
Now, importantly here, Patrick is playing Barkskin in the matchup, so he actually has a much better way to cover this than the traditional Alluvian Constellus in the matchup, because he'll cover just 6 here. So he's noticed to keep that 1 card in hand. He could have covered the whole thing if he wanted to off of just 2 cards in the Barkskin.
Right.
But one of the benefits of playing that extra armor block here is that whenever that mid-game attack comes through, you actually have a way to cover it without giving every card from your hand.
And here comes Waning Moon too. Threatening another 2 damage potential.
Okay, we took the counters off Alluvian. Okay, yep. And this is the power of Alluvian again in the matchup of you get that free damage off the top every single time.
I like in the same turn cycle, we got to see the power of both Channel Millennium, not Channel Millennium Tree.
Barkskin?
Barkskin. And the Alluvian.
Look,
all
this
in
is the
one
person,
turn cycle.
This is the person who went to the channel, to the Millennium Tree, and just ripped it off and was like, I'm going to wear this.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think quite fascinating. We saw Patrick get caught earlier. Not caught. That's not the right word. But punished earlier heavily for that Burn Bear discard. But I feel like Thomas actually overall might be getting punished more in the long term by losing that the Ring of Roses.
Yeah,
from the development of the channel.
It can really add up over the time if you don't find the Scours on the other side. It can be 5, 6, 7 life gain. And at this point of the game as well, anytime that you take that arcane damage, it's also doing 1 point of damage since Thomas is online. So at this point, it becomes really, really critical.
It's like 2 value per turn.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah. So like until the Ring of Roses is found again, it's 2 points of value every turn that's being lost.
Patrick here decided to keep this card in hand intentionally. We'll see what he wants to do. Okay. So he had a decision point here, right? He has a healing potion in hand. Really, really critical to find that last one. Does a huge amount in the matchup, but he decided that felling getting sent back and being turned in line with Verdance is more important than keeping that. And I really appreciate the swag from Patrick's side here. Young Verdance into adult Marvel Verdance.
I think that's a really cool way of showing the transition between not having enough cards in your banish zone into having enough earth cards in your
You
banish
see
zone.
people who try to do just the feet on top and then remove them when they come online.
Listen, if you're all
Savages.
if there are feet enjoyers in the chat, join the brutes. Come on, all the dogs are out over there constantly.
Whenever they get a phantasmal footstep but with brute feet, then I'll talk with you. So we see Thomas here, bottoms a card, takes the 8, and is going to respond on his turn by sending out Channel the Millennium Tree with a Waning Moon for 5.
Yep. When Channel Millennium Tree says your Waning Moon gets to do a Burn Bear impression, it's pretty good.
Pretty quick AB here from Patrick. We have to, at this point, be covering a lot of it just simply because of where our life total is.
Yeah.
It's going to put us down to 11 already.
And thinking about Arcane in terms of like the rest of Flesh and Blood, I think it's very fascinating that like at a certain point, 5 or 6 Arcane functionally becomes the equivalent of like 6 Dominate, right?
And there's really just that difference between 5 Arcane and 6. We've seen cards like Swell Tide exist for so long and not really make that big of an impression, but once it becomes 6...
Big deal.
Yeah, we didn't have any for the longest time, and then suddenly Verdance gets 2 of them in 2 sets. It's like, oh, this is good.
Indeed.
So we see Plowender coming out from Patrick here. All the decomposed cards coming out now to play. Now we've got to that late game set half of the deck where they were all hiding. 6 coming across here at Thomas. And critically here, Thomas is really at this point of the game looking to arsenal one of those Poison Wells probably. Wants to sit on one, not have to deal with it in hand every turn where he IPs it. So any Plowender late game can potentially get more value than those early game ones because it's robbing you of those cards that you want as your counters to the other person's.
We're seeing third time Fiddler's Green coming to hand. Finally a physical attack for it to block, gaining Thomas some of that life back. Only taking 2 overall from the Plow Under.
And critically coming back here, Channel the Millennium Tree triggering at the start of the turn, amping 3 for our first damage, and we see a Felling and an Autumn's Touch pitch here for a Plow Under.
Return Plow Under.
Now, we will be wasting that channel trigger this turn, but we did manage to pitch 2 Earth cards, and Thomas here prioritizing keeping that channel around more than developing and keeping that the Felling in his arsenal for next turn.
I agree with that play, especially since I believe there's 1 Plow Under left for Patrick anyway. And we saw he reveal a CNC earlier, and we haven't seen any CNCs since, so there's still more arsenal disruption on the way.
And especially at 11 life, we're getting to that point, like we said. Thomas with the Storm Striders, with the Waning Moon, his reach is bigger on that combo kill on the crackback turn with the Striders. So getting Patrick under that 9 threshold, really, really critical here if he can. But we see the Heartbeat coming out. Patrick here pitching Light Up the Leaves, gaining 3 life back up here. Going to shoot for 3 Arcane. I believe he should be. And Thomas just taking the damage from it.
Yeah, I was going to say, the amount of effort that Patrick has to expend to be able to get the potion combos off is, since it is only going to happen on his turn, he needs to, at some point in time, just be able to not take anything that Thomas is doing, and then also not die to the threat of Storm Striders on the during his combo.
And this is where that late game Verdance power comes from, where we took all that early game damage, right? But Verdance has gained so much life back that even though Patrick was getting down into that danger zone, he's been able to claw back up and kind of get a little bit of breathing room on his part, so that Thomas now needs to, again, present something that's an actual threat here.
Yeah,
so
he's been to 11 twice.
And Thomas wanting to play his own Heartbeat.
We both have the Heartbeat of Candlehold within us.
Now, critically, we'll see here.
AB3.
We are letting that channel amp the Heartbeat, which is interesting. I wonder if there's a line here where we're supposed to Waning Moon instead for 5 because it forces through 1 more damage technically if the amp is on that instead of one of the life pings.
Yeah. So you mean play the Heartbeat of Candlehold in response, play the Waning Moon, or activate the Waning Moon. I think that makes a lot of sense.
And here we see a second Channel the Tranquil Domain. This is what we talked about earlier. Yep. So people have tried things like playing Remembrance to rebuy the trees in the mirror. Channel the Tranquil Domain, similar function, but it can also do things like mess with your opponent's trees. And it can potentially also save multiple of your own Millennium trees depending on how you set it up. So really interesting line here from Thomas. We're really seeing these new cards from Super Slam coming out to play, not just Light Up the Leaves, but also the channel here. Patrick, considering his hand here, how he wants to approach this, did get a turn here where he got to only keep 2 cards. So he wants to do, neither of these are ones that you really want to arsenal if you can, unfortunately. Destructive Aether Tide.
No, I think what's interesting is he pitched, I believe he pitched a Destructive Aether Tide as well, so it was like really flooded.
Just had that unfortunate hand of all blues, which can happen sometimes in the matchup. Same with the all reds. Generally, when your games go this long and you see the entire deck, you're bound to see like one awkward hand.
Oof, and we see 1 tree go and a new tree arrive. In for 5, in for 6, says Thomas.
Now, critically here, there's no Earth cards in our graveyard here, so this is coming in for 5 Arcane. But as of now, both of these trees are going to be gone by the end of this turn. Or both these channels, excuse me, will both be gone at the end of this turn. So we're kind of just cashing this Millennium Tree in for just basically 2 points of damage.
Well, we did save one for later, right? So this is this is a bonus tree. Sometimes it was on a buy one, get one.
Sometimes you just do miss those Earth cards, and Verdance actually has a really high critical mass of Earth cards, but it's not enough where you can always have one there in your pitch zone. Thomas saying, it's not worth it for me to take a turn off here. I'm just going to put this, send the 5 damage here with how low we are.
We did just see Patrick go as low as he has ever gone in this particular game. He was down to 10, up to 12 now from that Fruits of the Forest, and we see 3 cards coming out to block.
Including your favorite, the Fiddler's Green here. So we'll actually gain life out of this attack from Patrick. But critically here, Thomas losing his entire hand for this. So Thomas up 2 life on this exchange, but no hand. Back to Patrick here. He gets to immediately then reapply that pressure.
Right. And I believe in Patrick's case, it's really to get himself further out of lethal range. So if he has some life gain on this turn that's not those healing potions on board, I would be so happy to cash that in if I were to be Patrick myself. Plow under.
We'll see. Now, Patrick does have that Photon Splice in an arsenal, which you really don't want to see. So he's actually doing this decompose at a net negative to himself since Thomas has no arsenal here, but he says, I don't want this card
Yeah,
here.
get this thing out of here.
Get away.
I would like to IP3.
Look, when you put it that way, it sounds bad, but like it's actually correct here too. It can be both bad and
I
correct.
guess it's technically not an IP3 because now he gets to set a new arsenal, so it was always going to be just
It's a +1.
Yeah, it's +1. Incredible.
And he must like
Folks
both.
at home, plow under yourselves. It is the way.
He must like the card he has in hand here as well. He didn't use Surgeon Aethertide here to cycle one of them. There is, again, always that downside that he gives an Alluvian counter over to Thomas, but he's actively trying not to.
Did he discard something?
Yeah, we discarded a Fruits here to gain 2 life.
There it is.
And deal 1 damage to Thomas. So instead of doing that, he did have the other play there of if we're not doing that, it means we have either 2 cards we like or one that we can discard, as we do see that Ring of Roses coming back around.
Redeveloped. Excellent. It's back.
And we are getting quite deep in both players' decks at this point as well.
Yes, that loss of the Ring of Roses to the Channel Tranquil Domain earlier was quite rough.
And this is where Thomas not playing the combo comes into play. Normally in the Verdance Mirror, you might hit the start of second cycle, but that's about it. With Thomas not having that onboard pressure to end the game immediately at any time, you have that time to hit that second cycle, hit even maybe the third cycle, depending on how this goes. So one of the benefits of this top 8 being untimed is that Thomas is able to kind of take that time, go really deep in that, and we'll see these decks as they get thinner and thinner and thinner. Those Poison the Wells, those Rampant Growths, those other combo pieces are much more likely to be seen by Thomas, which every time that deck gets thinner kind of puts Patrick under more and more pressure to stop his combo.
I believe we've actually seen all possible plow unders from Patrick at this point, if I'm remembering correctly, because there was one early in the game, we saw one around mid-game, and then last turn he just sent another plow under.
And there's a lot of little combinations with things like Everbloom Life, where you can gain life, and that lets you rebuy specific cards, and combination with things like Fruits or Heartbeat of Candlehold to rebuy some of those power cards. But in this case, I think all of our Heartbeats are actually gone for both players as well.
Yeah.
So our late game ability to rebuy those pieces diminished a lot from what they would have been previously.
Yeah, especially since Patrick wasn't able to develop that 4th potion we saw earlier. He chose to send a Felling instead. If I'm Thomas, I'm hoping to catch that Poison the Well and just stuff it into Arsenal for usage later.
Right now, though, what we're thinking about is we want to A-B this because since that ring is back around and Verdance is online now, that's effectively 2 damage that we are saving here by A-Bing this.
Yep. And that's going to be a really nice net positive for Thomas if he asks for a card or 2 every turn.
Nope, we're reading our hero here. I wonder if we're checking if we can shoot ourselves with it. You cannot, turns out. But we can deny the trigger here, so it'll be interesting here to see. We're going to gain 1 life.
And then are we also resolving Everbloom? Yeah.
Well, I think we're resolving both, but what Patrick chose to do here was gain the life and then decline the Verdance ping. So he's not pinging Thomas for 1 arcane damage because he doesn't want to give Thomas the chance to put an Alluvian counter on.
Got it.
So he's saying, I'm not going to give you that extra resource and give you that ability to have your Waning Moon for free at some point. I'm only going to do it whenever I get to combo off.
Fascinating choice also. With the card that was put to the bottom was E-Strike.
Yeah, so really common one to grab there. There might not be another Everbloom Engrave or another target for it, but E-Strike's late game can be really powerful, again, because Thomas has no armor block. It's just 7 that if it were in a late game and you have things like Call to the Grave and Fiddlers or like low block cards, can actually just push a lot of damage. We get down to this point, we have Rampant Growths, we have 1 potion left in Patrick's deck, things like that. That 7 can just be 2 cards that are ripped out, and we are fast approaching that state where it's an actual fatigue endgame state with those evergreens coming into play now.
I like this move. So we've used all 3 Fiddler's greens, and now we're just using Call to the Grave to get rid of cards that might not be worthwhile to our game plan, like Rootbound Carapace.
It also then, again, redistributes our deck with those Rampant Growths, those Poisons. So again, Patrick, yet again, loses track of where those are in his deck, and also puts that Channel the Greentree 1 step closer to coming back as well.
Indeed, we're going to pitch the Scour, send a Waning Moon. Call to the Grave, costly in the sense that it costs 2 cards, and we didn't get a lot of value out of there. But with both players with Evergreen, decking out is really not the issue, not the concern.
Yeah, and Call here also letting us actually activate the Waning Moon. So letting us develop a little bit here. We can't even really scour here. We can scour for 0, but like we're not really gaining anything out of it.
That's not helping us.
So we keep 3 block here and just pressure Pat a little bit. Give me a card.
And we get a Rampant Growth Life, which is sitting comfortably next to an E-Strike. All right, Tommy further developing with the Light Up the Leaves. Very nice.
Poison the Well getting pitched for it, so we know where one of them is now.
Oh.
Okay, so we're going to use Remember Growth Life here. We're going to do both halves of it and have the ping for it.
Yep.
Now, what we want to see here from Patrick's side, or have to think about here, is if that life is going to gain 1 and try to ping 1. If that pings Ring of Roses triggers as well, gains 1 more life and then it does the damage. So we really want to prevent that if we can. But this is going to currently amp for 2. So this Light Up the Leaves currently would be coming in for 8. Potentially 9 if this ring is allowed to hit.
And that puts Patrick in much more dangerous waters, especially with the Storm Striders active on both players, right? And you've mentioned many times throughout this match that the Thomas has the higher ceiling for what he can do with the Storm Striders than what Patrick can.
Patrick here thumbing the sink below just to prevent the ring trigger. This one's the more important one to prevent right off the bat because it effectively prevents 1 more damage off of the ring itself, but then also an additional damage off of the amp.
Right.
So it's actually doing a lot of work. That ring will trigger this turn. There's no way to prevent all of Light Up the Leaves unless we have our own to discard into it.
Yes, but you get an additional point of value for preventing it now rather than preventing it later.
Patrick here considering all of his options.
Yeah, very tense situation for both players. This is their match to get into the finals where they'll meet a Syndra. Very different game from what they're currently playing.
Syndra has had time to go bake a cake, take a 4-hour nap.
There's a souffle baking. It smells wonderful.
Oh, now I'm hungry.
They've gone to Chipotle, unsponsored.
Chipotle, call us. We'll make it happen.
Yes, please. But yes, yeah, the winner of this game will go on to meet Syndra in the finals. Very endemic of how the meta has looked for the past couple weeks. I would say a little bit less gravy than I expected, and there weren't that many Syndras in the field, so I'm surprised that there were so few gravies. And of course, more brutes than expected, but of course that comes with the area of living in Pennsylvania.
So we decided to take the ring ping there,
Looks
which is
like
interesting.
It. Yep. And
Okay, so we
then-
have the Light Up the Leaves for the discard here.
Excellent. Which means we have a Sink Below in hand.
I didn't quite catch what we discarded with the Light Up the Leaves, but we had to discard another card with that to prevent.
Hmm.
And
yeah,
Patrick here
The pass makes sense because that last card is Sink Below. And
just
we
drawing
are
up.
not doing anything with that.
Thomas did not elect on his turn to try to pull the trigger from the Waiting Moon, since Patrick did still have 1 card in hand. And now Thomas really wants to have a physical threat here probably to follow up, or some way to pressure life total. That tree, if that comes back around here, would be fantastic to see. Something that makes Patrick basically give cards and puts him within that threat range. Now, one of the things here, the questions here is, how much Arcane do we have access to?
You are really calling it. It'd be nice to have a physical threat here, and then here it is.
The physical threat.
If Patrick watches this back, I think he can. And also, if Patrick loses, I think he can attribute it to you entirely. We will say though that getting punished weirdly by having that Sink Below as your last card, not the worst card to be here.
Yeah, definitely.
At the current moment.
And Thomas did also have to bottom a card on his side, so this is an equivalent exchange. Not really, but
Right.
we do see from Patrick's side, he is able to cover this for 7. Only going to leak 1 through, gets to keep that 1 card in hand.
But notably, again, we're in that very dangerous zone where Storm Striders is recognizably very real.
This is where getting to keep that 1 card in hand for Patrick, really, really pivotal, because if it's a blue, Thomas can't, it struggles to kill. You have to have like specific cards in combination with the Metacarpus nodes and ways to really buff that damage to get through it. So Thomas's kill range here would be 12 arcane damage.
Very interesting also, we noticed that Patrick has IP1'd again, which means that tells me that it's perhaps a rampant growth life in
Well, you have to keep it there, because if you try to play the card, Thomas just gets to kill you. So if you keep that there and say pass, he has to respect that it's a blue, so he can't just, he has to be able to do 12 damage from the 3 blue plus D8. So he basically, like for wizards, like you often wind up IPing there, even if it's not a blue, your opponent has to respect that it's a blue.
Indeed.
So we see that tree finally coming back around, rampant Channel Millennium Tree pitching Autumn's Touch and a Poison the Wall yet again, Waiting Moon for 5.
We say finally coming back around, but I think that tree came around much sooner because of the Call with Grave. So we saw that tree go to the bottom, and then it's ended up closer to the top due to variance of shuffling.
And at some point here, Patrick is going to be forced to pop these potions just to get the life gain so he's not close to death.
if he's going to have to pop the potions anyway, I wonder if there's a way where he can do it. If there's an acknowledgement that, I don't think I'm going to get the full combo off. Maybe there's still like something I can do with one rampant growth life on my turn.
Well, the problem with it is that you have to keep with even a single rampant growth. At max, you're getting 7 on that Surgeon Aether Tide for an 8, which doesn't really threaten much. You need to have a spell to go along with it.
Yeah.
So we're really kind of in that spot here where Patrick needs to be able to keep enough of a hand where he can actually afford to go off with that. And I think right now Patrick is trying to go through and count how much arcane damage Thomas has left at instant speed. We've gone through a lot of both players' decks at this point. A lot of those tall arcane spells no longer available to either of them. It's really next turn, what does Thomas have available to him to push damage with? Or is it better here just to try to prevent this and outlast this tree and then come back around?
Right.
But again, that Ring of Roses, it's gotten to stick around. Bottoming it there might have almost been a helpful part for Thomas because it kind of got to avoid any scours or anything like that. And we're going to get one more ping through here with it.
Yep. Yeah, I imagine if that Ring of Roses got to stick around earlier, it would have been even more pressuring.
As this does stick around with the tree, as we have that Autumn's Touch, Thomas's deck awfully thin at this point.
I, as a player, am frequently going through my opponent's Bannerstone and Graveyard, so it is killing me as a caster to not be able to go through and see how many of the Light of the Leaves and how many Burn Bears Thomas has left, if any. Because we saw Thomas develop a lot of the 2-for-6 arcane spells early into the game and into the mid game, and just then we saw a rampant growth Light of the Leaves there. So I wonder if that was one of the later ones because of how much emphasis was put behind it, right?
Yeah, definitely. And what we also see, Verdance has gotten to be a bit more arcane focused as time has gone on, and she's gotten new cards. But Thomas does have the full set of Emeritus Scoldings as a way to. Thomas does not have Emeritus Scolding, sorry. So Thomas's endgame is actually a little bit lower here. Thomas only has Pulsing Either Life as 4 damage spells because he doesn't have those Emeritus Scoldings.
Yeah.
His blues otherwise are just like Destructive Aether Tide, which doesn't really do a whole lot here. It's just a zap, right? So so what Patrick is looking at here, knowing that certain arcane spells are missing from this deck list at the cost of Thomas's game plan, that the range, if those 6s are gone, is much lower overall.
Right. And we already saw 1 Pulsing Aether Life earlier, I believe, maybe 2. Maybe 1 was committed to block, and I'm not remembering because the game has gone on for quite a while.
We definitely used 1 with a Channel Millennium Tree at one point.
Yep.
So Thomas here, staring down a CNC. We'll see if he wants to commit any cards to this or just say, my life total's high enough, I can take 6 and lose my arsenal here. But if that's a Poison the Well or something like of a similar nature, he probably doesn't want to spend that here.
Storm Striderizing.
Okay, we're going for it.
Things are happening.
Even arcane spells.
Thomas says Thomas smells blood in the water.
Yes.
Pulsing Aether Life, there's that third copy.
What this gets to do here from Thomas's side, this Pulsing Aether is threatening 4, and then Waning Moon is enough to threaten another card out of his hand. He's trying to be able to push through, so on his turn potentially, he has that Millennium Tree where he can push the damage high enough and just automatically kill Patrick. But if he's unable to do that here, we're at that point then where Thomas no longer has that threat, so Patrick gets a little bit more of a breathing room there where he can actually set up and get his life gain online again.
This is a key moment in this particular matchup. And I think it is really, really heads up from Thomas to use the Storm Striders here to get functionally two turns, quote unquote, of Channel Millennium Tree for the cost of keeping it around once.
So Storm Striders here, this is going to wind up doing 2 damage here. Ring of Roses will gain 1 life. We will not get the ping from Verdant since it's only on your turn. But we will gain 1 life here.
And we send the Waning Moon after.
Sending the moon in. Oh, and we have the rampant growth life here. And this buffs us up to 4.
That's incredible. Buffs it up to 4. Now, notably, I believe Patrick still has AB1 floating, so he could go to 1.
We spent 2 on the CNC and we spent 2 on the Pulsing Aether.
Oh, yes, you're so right. You're so right. For some reason, I was like, those 2 pitch cards were for
and we have it.
And we have the fist bump.
Coming in for 5 there, covers it. And Thomas Bray taking down the mirror.
Incredible. Knowing that he could not get there after popping those health potions.
No combo. No healing potions, no Panama Amulet, none of the things that we classically see here out of the Verdance Mirror. Really well played from both of them.
Yes, very
super technical matchup.
Extremely technical. Very clever usage of the Call to the Grave Filler's Green combination. I had not seen that before, and I think it really paid dividends. A lot of information, like you were saying, was hidden from Patrick, so like he could not expect
Absolutely.
a lot of
and
things to happen.
And even with knowing their deck lists, like Patrick being able to see this and formulate a game plan for it, it's so much different to just to see it as it is to have reps into it and play it. So this is where that kind of having that kind of rogue deck building mindset almost comes into play for Thomas, where it doesn't matter if you've seen this. If you haven't gotten reps into it and you don't know how to play against it, it's really difficult to formulate your game plan there and kind of come up with those lines on the fly. But really great gameplay from both of those players. Really interesting mirror match. Congratulations to Thomas making it through the finals where he will face down our Syndra player with Gary Gold.
Gary Gold on Syndra versus Tommy as our final round of the day for our CC event. Afterwards, if the LL event is still going, because famously LL goes very fast, we'll have some coverage of that as well for you to see prior to Worlds in 2 weeks. But yes, very well played by both players. Again, I've said this before, but I'm really enjoying when players have really quick, snappy plays after doing a considerable amount of thought. It really, I feel like that is a mark of a very good player, of someone who's consciously taking in the board state, taking in their opponent's resources, their graveyard, their banish zone, and then being able to make really quick plays and adapt to what their opponent's doing. Something like calls to mind is that turn that we saw where Tommy was able to present 7 off of a pulsing Aether, and then at instant speed move that amp over to the Waning Moon. I think that was a very pivotal turn. It pushed through a lot of damage that might not have otherwise come through.
Yeah, it really shows knowledge of the hero and of the mechanics of Flesh and Blood. Really great to see overall. Both players really well played. Congrats also to Patrick making his top 4 appearance.
Yes.
I think that'll be it for us. We'll get our players. Give Thomas a little bit of a break here to prepare for his finals match, and we'll be right back with our final round of CC. Don't go anywhere.
See you again soon.
Starting August 1st, acrylic keychains accept candy bags, acrylic pins, and acrylic standees. We'll now have a minimum order quantity of just 1. More freedom, easier customization,
Goggins here. Starting a business is
Well, we're back a little bit earlier than anticipated, but we wanted to showcase this wonderful creation of Scowling Fleshbag, created by Carolina, of course, famous cosplayer in our scene. And of course, as a fellow cosplayer, I am incredibly jealous of whoever is going to win this gorgeous helmet. Again, first prize, they get this.
There's some cash too,
there's
but
some
like
cash too, but who cares? This is truly the crown jewel. If I were to not be found after this stream, it's because I've run off with the helmet itself. It looks amazing. It's handcrafted by Carolina Alvarado, and our winner is going to walk home with it.
wait, so they have to wear it home? Is
They
what you're
do
saying?
have to wear
Okay.
it home. Yes. If
Well-
that's a flight, then they must take it onto the plane, wear it on the plane. If it's a car ride, well, they have to drive wearing it as well. It's very comfortable.
I don't know how TSA would feel about me walking through with that on my head. I'm not
It's
gonna
not
lie.
about how they feel. It's about how you feel.
Well, Scowling Fleshbag does intimidate
Exactly.
famously, so
They won't be able to ask you because they'll have one less card in hand. So they won't be able to be like, sir, excuse me, that looks dangerous. And then you go, no, it's actually all safe materials. Because this was flown here as well.
okay. But did you wear it through TSA?
No, it was in a box at the time. But, you
Well.
know, that job is for you, the viewer at home.
The true crown jewel of the finals, not the cash, not the
No,
glory,
but this wonderful Scowling
the Scowling
Fleshbag.
Fleshbag.
Absolutely gorgeous.
We will not see one in our final two decks, as we have a Syndra and a Verdance in this final matchup.
Indeed, we're on to the finals. One Verdance, one Syndra remain, and they're playing for all that's left.
A lot of money.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We're going to transition you over to the players as they start getting ready, or the player area as they start getting ready. And I'm going to start getting ready for the casting.
Since, well, you don't want to wear that the entire time?
Well, unfortunately, I can't, I don't think.
It's fine. Don't worry
If
about
I
it.
wore it the whole time, I think halfway through their game, you might notice a certain Scowling Fleshbag shuffling off in the distance. You might see it on camera as I run past them. So, yeah,
All right.
unfortunately, if I keep it for too long, I will be taking it home.
Our players just getting ready here. They do again get to see each other's sideboards here, get an idea of what the game plan for both players are. We've seen Thomas on stream just last round. We saw Gary earlier in our top 8, in addition to both of them yesterday on stream, I believe. Really interesting matchup here. Again, cornerstone of the meta right now. Syndra, Verdance, both of them, probably two of the most winning decks, them and Gravy, the entire time through this season. So we'll see how both of them match up. Both of them definitely came here prepared for this matchup, however. Really interesting to see Thomas, again, unique take on Verdance. Call of the Graves, Fiddler's Green. We'll see if those stay in for this matchup. Traditionally, Verdance decks have been built almost exclusively in the main deck to combat Syndra. You want as few non-3 blocks as possible. You want to be sending that consistent damage every turn. So with those Fellings, CNCs, Cadaver Stillings, etc. We'll see if Thomas manages to keep those Fiddlers in, if they're a part of his game plan here, or if they come out in this matchup in favor of more defensive pieces maybe.
Fiddler's Green is an interesting choice because as someone who played RKO through a lot of the ProQuest season, I was on Fiddler's Green for a lot of the time. And what you could do into Syndra is occasionally it would help you block a dagger, right? You can block a dagger and then gain 3 life off of it. Additionally, it's not the worst in terms of committing 2 cards to block a mask trigger. So if Syndra proposes a 4 damage attack as the mask trigger attack, then you can give a card plus Fiddler's Green and go up 3 life as well, and then give 1 last block for another card to stop the final mass trigger of that turn.
Yeah, big thing here too for the blues at least. We've seen a lot of mixing and variation with that recently, especially yesterday at Calling Sydney for the Verdant's list. A lot of different variation there in the blues. And Verdant's a lot of times with her deck plan or with her game plan is to block 2 cards, maybe 3, keep 1 blue in hand, and then send a threat back at the Syndra. So you can sometimes get away with having one of those 2 blocks or some number of them. It's just, do you have too many at this point, right? We still have the mental blocks in the deck, which are a pitch, but they only block 2. We have that one evergreen that you want to have come out too. So are we going to be at a point here where maybe a breakpoint gets through that otherwise wouldn't because we have that there?
Yeah, especially when you're a deck that wants to block with one of its 2 blues, if it has 2 blues in hand, right? Typically, you only need 1 blue to send the felling. You need 1 blue to play out a Channel Millennium Tree. You're mostly looking to get rid of the extra blue on more often than not. So yeah, I agree. We can see if that ends up playing.
And on Gary's side,
this. Very briefly, really quick, I would love to ask, how many Poison the Wells do you think Tommy's going to be bringing in here?
You know, I could maybe see...
Answer truthfully.
0. I'm sorry.
Fair.
None cast in stream this weekend. I did hear about a really sick play, though, that he made in Swiss. Where his opponent... He was doing the Verdant Smear, and his opponent was on 1 life. Went to crack a potion. He poisoned the well. He went to... Sorry, he was at 3, poisoned the well, went to 1 from his own potion. Cracked another potion, played the second poison the well. His opponent then goes and in response tries to gain 2 life off of fruits, and Tommy in response Storm Striders and Ring of Roses to then Waning Moon and kill him.
Incredible.
We're not going to see that now, but...
No, that playline will not be happening here, as it turns out.
What I am curious about is from Gary's side on the Syndra's side. What do you think we'll see here? I think one of the big parts of this matchup that changed over the summer with the release of High Seas was Cloven Sarakai.
Right.
Does a really heavy amount of work in this matchup, doesn't it?
Yeah, so as our players are sideboarding, I am noticing some similarities between what I've seen at my local ProQuests, right? So I have seen my local Syndra play against local Verdances on regular occasion. And while you might think that Syndra's able to kind of run away with this game because of her high damage numbers, there's, like you said, the difference between 5, and especially you said this in our semifinal game, the difference between 5 and 6 Arcane is huge. It's just that 1 extra point. But if Verdance is able to just sit there, stuffing master triggers, and then sending 6 Arcane every turn, Syndra's only got so much life. So.
Yep. Cloven Sarakai, again, really important for that, of making those 6s into 5s. It kind of makes them a lot more anemic than when it's a 2-card 5 that's going through instead of the 2-card 6. One card that I think is really potentially backbreaking here, if he can get it online and line it up, is Art of the Dragon Scale.
Yeah.
1 online, if the Verdance has to use their block 2 preemptively, can go in and can snipe that Storm Striders, blow it up, and really kind of get rid of the Verdance endgame playing here. So we do have 2 of those in the sideboard for Gary, and I really expect that to be like a key part of his game plan if he sees it and can line it up here. Now, in addition to that, he does have 3 Rake Over the Coals in his list. Those Rake over the Coals, really, really pivotal here for kind of hitting those breakpoints, getting those mass triggers in. Earth Heroes traditionally are really good into Syndra at kind of stuffing some of the breakpoints because of all their D-reacts and the 4 blocks that they have. But Rake can put like your Blaze Headlongs over that. They can put your Art of the Dragon Bloods. They're really, really strong at making you push these really hard to block breakpoints from the Verdant side and really getting those mass triggers through.
Right.
So our players, it looks like, are all set up here for this match.
I am noticing also that Tommy has erased faces in the sideboard. Do you think that is a worthwhile inclusion? So Syndra not really having trouble generating marks not generating marks, but consuming those marks to gain fealties. But do you feel like the erase faces are likely coming in here to stop like those cards that don't necessarily need the Draconic, or that need the Draconic Chainlink prior to them? I
think that you bring them in here in this matchup, but there is a bit of a cost at it because they do block 2. So I think we'll see them here, but like there is a downside potentially for Thomas as we see this turn kick off here with an Ignite from Gary Gold coming in for Turgo again. Thomas blocking with the Scar for a Scar. Now, not a traditional card that you see in this matchup, but one that does actually let you press him back a lot of damage.
Yes.
Sometimes you have those pivot turns where you're able to block 2, maybe 3 chain links between armor and your other cards, and you can send a Scar plus like a Felling or a Scar and a Plow and really kind of send a lot of damage back.
Indeed. In this first turn here that Gary's going, I would expect a lot of blocks from Tommy.
Absolutely here. And Gary must like his hand the ability to potentially push a lot of damage this turn if he's going through and giving Verdance the chance to actually get their graveyard filled up with those Earth cards. You see a Throw Dagger come through here from Thomas. Drawing through another card.
Throwing the other dagger.
See here. How Gary wants to follow up with this.
Indeed. Currently a mystery what that card being drawn is. There it is, going into hand.
Gary here. Choosing his follow-up is, and looks like it's a brand with Cinderclaw.
Indeed.
And a block from Thomas here with Heartbeat of Candlehold. Just covering that up. And we see Flick Daggers come through here from Gary.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder... Because going to 38 turns on those Scarf Risk. There it is. Yep. Blocking with the remainder of the cards.
Gets the full block out here.
Mm-hmm.
And another Art of the Dragon Blood.
Ooh, good starter from Gary.
And we are going to push a good amount of damage here on turn 0 from Gary, which was really nice to see on his side. You really want to try to whittle that Verdance down as early as you possibly can. But critically, no Arsenal here on his side. And we did get multiple Earth cards in the grave from Thomas, so all of his Decompose is online immediately.
Yes. But I did state previously, I think if you can get 6 damage in on your opponent, 7 damage in on your opponent, I think it is very worthwhile to be able to go off Arsenal there. Follow-up is a Felling of the Crown from Tommy here. This will only be for 4, but critically it does start getting Verdance online, which is quite nice to have a Decompose so early and so successfully due to the 4 blocks that we saw in turn 0.
Yeah, and since we gave up our Arsenal there on our turn 0 play, we also are down to a 3-card hand here from Gary this turn. Leading off with an Oath of Loyalty here. We'll be stuck with Draconic only this turn, but usually that's not that big of an issue from the Syndra side.
Yes, and this is kind of where you would see if an Erase Face had happened and connected, it would be extremely useful. A full cover with a sink below here.
Has the sink in the arsenal, so Thomas's redraw after that first hand, fantastic.
Incredible redraw.
Yeah. And we'll see how Gary wants to follow up with this now that we've gotten the sink out.
Notably, Gary has 3 more cards in hand, so if 2 more cards in
Felling,
hand.
right?
Ah, yes, of course, Felling of the Crown. How could I be so mistaken? But yes, 2 more cards means it's very unlikely to be able to trigger the mask this turn.
Critically earlier, we did see in his game, in his quarterfinal or semifinal match, excuse me, we saw him be able to take Ancestral Empowerment and make it Draconic.
Yeah.
We have no fealty access right now, so potentially there could be a card stranded here this turn. We'll see now. Brandon with Cinderclaw, fantastic to see with Oath since it makes your next card Draconic, so no issues there.
It's coming in for a safe 3. We'll see if Tommy commits a block here as well. Just not necessarily to preserve, to prevent mass trigger, but here the block would be to prevent life loss. Just preserving a little bit more life total.
You do have 4 cards in hand. We are choosing to use that Rootbound Carapace without a Decompose here. So just covering 3, but is getting another Earth card into our graveyard for potentially another Felling, Plow, or Cadaverous Tilling next turn.
All right, we're throwing a knife. Pew pew. 1 damage to Tommy, keeping that chain link active.
Making a resource, and this makes me think that we do have another... We do have the ability to rebuy here, so...
We have the ability to rebuy, and we also have the ability to threaten mask now, if that's a 0 cost in hand.
And I feel like it has to be, because we sent our Claw of Inserakai. If we were just going to end the chain there, we would have flicked the Kunai instead and rebought it. So we are buying the Felling and Barkskin block immediately, and it's really what you really want to see from Thomas' side is having to give that Felling up immediately there. If you can send those in combination there, you get to send both a lot of pressure and kind of develop your game plan here. But forced into that to just give that up right here, along with the Barkskin block. And like we talked about earlier, that Art of the Dragon skill. Okay.
I see.
This man's got it all.
It's just loaded up on fellings. No, but I was going to say, just being able to leverage those armor blocks early rather than preserving them for later, just to make sure that you have enough life to last the game with Syndra, I think is critically important. So I don't fault him for that block.
But again, like we talked about earlier, Art of the Dragon scale. In Gary's deck, you've given up some of your armor blocks now. So if we get to that late game state where Gary's able to line that up and potentially snipe those Stormstriders, huge way to pivot this late game match here.
Indeed. But critically, Gary down to 1 dagger for the subsequent turns, so the potential of dagger plus flake is no longer there, which is quite nice.
And we'll see how Gary wants to deal with this. If he just wants to take 8 here, go down to 28, and send back that 4-card hand, or if he wants to block some amount of damage here, potentially with those Dragon Scalar flight paths.
Right. From my perspective as a brute player who has a little bit more blocking power, typically I'm very happy to send 1 card to the bottom, perhaps a Wild Ride or a Pulping or something, something that didn't block already, and then throwing 3 cards in front of the felling and just saying, doing it again. But Syndra, not quite as fortunate in that regard. I think her cards are much more offensively slanted, so it's much more damaging to just lose an entire hand and giving Verdance the full tempo.
Coming in here with the Rising Resentment for 3, blocked by the Channel of the Tranquil Domain. Interesting to see that in here. I wonder if Thomas just doesn't have the space to side them out in this matchup, but traditionally not one you'd want to see here. Works out really well here. Get him out of here.
Get them out of my hand, please, says Thomas.
And this hand only blocked 6, so I can see why Gary wanted to shove it, especially when it also is potentially so threatening here. We did get... we will not have a mass trigger here, unfortunately, but we will get to rebuy both of those daggers on his side.
Very critical.
And threatening an additional 4 points of damage here in a Thomas's 2 cards in hand. Looks like we're rebuying here with the Syndra.
Yep. And it seems like Thomas has said no blocks on the Blaze Headlong, taking 4 down to 26. Life total still relatively even. And that might be off the back of those 2 very early fellings.
Yeah, and from the Verdant side, the higher life total you are when you finally come online and get to start sending that damage, the better off you'll be. Again, the Syndra side only really has that Spell Void 1 each turn with the Claw of Inserakai. So if you can start to make your heartbeats be a 1 for 6, your fruits gaining 2 and then sending 1, it starts to add up really, really well. As it looks like on Thomas' side, we're just sending back a Fruits of the Forest for 5.
Indeed.
Interesting that he's choosing this line of just sending 5 damage instead of gaining 3 and then sending 2 with the Waning Moon. Again, this is where that Claw of Inserakai comes into play, because that line is only worth 4 value as opposed to the 5 of this line.
Yeah.
So once again, really seeing how that Claw of Inserakai slows the matchup down and kind of gives Syndra this little bit of an edge that wasn't there previously.
Yeah, 5, not a super compelling number to see on an attack, so I would not be surprised to see Gary just say, I am absolutely getting hit by this.
Check, please. I want to escape this turn with 4 cards. I want to threaten the max amount of damage and paying back to Thomas on my turn.
Indeed. And we have to wonder now that this is going to be, following this turn, right? After this is the first turn that Gary will have that hasn't been threatened by a Felling of the Crown, putting 1 card away. Notably, though, he has blocked for 3. So once again, he's working with a 3-card hand. Very hard to threaten mass triggers off of a 3-card hand.
Blocking with a Chain Ender here, which makes me think that he has another one in hand, so he might have just one of the little bit of a slightly clunky hands that Syndra is not susceptible to too often, but she can have those every once in a while.
Oh, yeah, super clunky hand. We're using a fealty immediately.
Do we hit our 3rd Art of the Dragon Blood? No, we're leading off with a Fire Tenant first strike here, making it Draconic. Likely because we want to make sure that we can rebuy our daggers at the end of the turn.
Yep. Is that a discard of mental block? No.
It is a discard of a mental block, yep.
Yeah.
With a block of the Autumn Touch here. So we're just making sure that we have the coverage on the Flick Knives before they can actually use it.
I really like that usage of mental block, of discarding it prior to the block step. I think a lot of times we see players who wait for reactions and then try to Calming Breeze or Shelter, and then it allows the Syndra to react to that reaction.
And the inclusion of the Ancestral Empowerments and Throw Daggers really make that necessary, whereas before you can kind of catch the Flick Knives, now they can respond to your mental block with an additional one and really break through that way.
Display Loyalty, making a new fealty token.
Coming in for 4, thanks to that Fire Tenant first strike.
But that first attack got blocked, so once again, we're not really too worried about a mask trigger here. Now it's just, this is damage. And 4 is a good rate for a single guard.
Crucially, we also won't be able to make a resource from the blood splattered vest, so really heads up from Thomas here, kind of recognizing that block with that breaking point means there's probably another chain ender there, and we
Right.
really want that resource this turn. So gonna be able to prevent 2 here from the mental block, make a ponder here, and possibly make Gary just Arsenal pass here, and it looks like that is the case.
Really heads up play from Thomas.
We'll see what he can do with the 2 cards he has left. Last one was just sending a
Plow
fruits for 5,
under.
but
Wow, what a string of disruption from Thomas.
great timing from Thomas here, able to get rid of that card that he basically forced Gary to Arsenal there, thanks to the line that he took.
Yes.
And showing that breaking point, the power of information in Flesh and Blood really coming back here and showing up in Thomas's favor as he understands how this situation is going.
Indeed, usually a play like that leads to just the chain under gets played next turn, right? But in this particular case, not only were you able to stuff the chain under last turn, you're also able to stuff the chain under this turn, which is quite incredible, putting Gary on, once again, a potential 4-card hand if he wants to take 6 damage.
And crucially, I believe this should put us online here for Thomas. So Verdant is now also in play. And getting this at 26-24 life, where you're both above that halfway point,
Yeah.
really comfortable feeling spot for Thomas, where you have everything that you want, right? You're threatening your opponent's turn every turn. You've gotten disruption 3 out of the 5 turns so far this game. You've been able to stop part of their game plan. You've gone online at a reasonable life total, and you still have all of your burn spells, right? We haven't really seen any of the burn bears, any light bleeds or anything, so we have plenty of arcane here to start to whittle down and kind of really threaten that endgame loop that Verdance gets into with the Storm Striders.
If I'm Thomas, I'm so incredibly happy to have been online before my life total has hit 20.
And we're seeing here a block for 4 out of Gary. Wants to preserve that life total, not get too low for all that arcane damage that we know is about to start coming through.
Yes, the 1 block on that Dragon Scalar fight path not too indicates perhaps a intention to use it at some point in time soon, but Verdant's not typically running many on hits, so
Yeah, you kind of want to use it when you can. If you
Yeah.
wait too long and the game just switches to Verdance and you all arcane,
Yep.
once you hit somewhere in the 20 life total, just spend it. As we see,
Here's yet another mental block and blocking for 3.
yeah, 3rd mental block lined up already here from Thomas, along with all 3 fellings and a plow. So we've gotten to see all of the power cards we really want to see in this matchup early on.
It's very interesting because usually I imagine this matchup, Syndra is the one in the driver's seat, and it's surely
no. An IP2 here from Gary, where that mental block really just putting a wrench in what our plans were for that turn.
We have a call to the grave, probably again grabbing that. So we were wondering if the Fiddler's Green. Yep, there it is. Fiddler's Green to the graveyard, gaining 3 life, putting Thomas back up to 27. I have to imagine he's pretty ecstatic with how that last turn went.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit more of a life buffer here. It does the damage off the Verdance here, so this is just a blue 1 card 4. Always happy to see that from our side. It also turns the Waning Moon on for this turn. So the Claw will probably eat that Arcane, and then we'll see if he can follow up. And then he still has the Ponder in the back end to give us an arsenal.
Right. Let's see what the follow-up is from Tommy. Ooh, keeping us waiting with bated breath. Thinking, pondering, as it were. Giving this a bit of thought. Again, this is our finals. This is the finals for the 10K. Winner gets the bulk of that prizing, and also, of course, the Scowling Flesh Bag we showed earlier. So
I think at this point we're thinking in reaction to the Fiddler's Green here. So we took the 1 Arcane.
And now here's Waning Moon. This is an instant, so if Tommy has something to follow up with, well, that costs 1. That is possible that will be happening. But I think at this point, it's seeming pretty likely that last card is going into Arsenal, would you say?
Yeah. Well, we do have the Ponder token still, so
that's true.
Ideally, it's like a Fruits of the Forest that we can pitch here.
I
Or
suppose also a Heartbeat of Candlehold could work.
one of the really interesting things here is if it's an Evergreen Life, we could, since we've gained 3 this turn, we can put one of those Fellings back in our deck, and the next time we get to shuffle it with a Call to the Grave potentially, we then put that back into play for this game still as well.
Yes, especially because that was the last Felling that we saw earlier. It was 2 Fellings and then the 3rd.
So really interesting line there that we have that normally you won't get to you won't even get close to second cycle in this matchup. It's about a 6 to 7 turn game, but Call to the Gate potentially putting things back into play that you normally wouldn't get to see.
Right. Gary perhaps thinking on this waning moon, figuring out if it's worthwhile to give Claw here. How do you feel about Claw of Vinserakai?
I hate it because I'm a Verdance player.
But how effective do you find it in the matchup?
I think it's an incredible card that really puts Syndra in the driver's seat in the matchup. I think overall Syndra is probably slightly favored in this matchup because throughout the course of a game, it gains you between like 7 and 8 life.
Right.
Which is
and
just
you think
massive.
Verdance is like a life gain deck.
It also just gives you a really nice way, like sometimes there's that time where you get to end the chain with one attack and have it not go away like your kunai breaks. So it does a lot. I think it really pulls a ton of weight, and it's one of my favorite designed cards from LSS recently because of how simple it is, but how elegant it is in solving a problem for Syndra that also works well within the deck.
That's a really elegant way of phrasing it. Now I have a question. Also, so Claw of Vinserakai and I believe it was Light Up the Leaves came out at the same time.
Claw was High Seas, Light Up the
High
Leaves
Seas,
was
yep.
Super Slam.
Which deck do you feel like is more positively impacted by their new expansion slot card?
Probably Verdance because it's just a card that you always play, whereas Claw is just like a conditional one. But I think they both were like very relevant in why these decks are 2 of the 3 best decks in the format right now.
Right.
We see
A Shelter discard in advance of the... Is that a Ravenous Ramble? No.
Oath of Loyalty. So
Oath
this
of
is the
Loyalty,
third
yeah.
oath, and all 3 of them have been met with a block plus a damage prevention. Oh, and we see the Rake Over the Coals come in. So
That's
finally,
clutch.
card that has gained a lot of popularity lately and has been huge at pushing over a lot of threats here. Now, we do have the Rootbound Carapace from Thomas's side, but you honestly, if you're Gary, probably not that unhappy to see 3 cards committed to this first chain link here.
Big commitment, yes.
And now this will be effective at stopping that first piece of damage from the Shelter from the Storm getting over here. However, the Rake of the Coals does mean that these dagger attacks are for 2 as well. So that kunai is no longer being blocked by just the Shelter
Just
from
the
Storm
Shelter,
prevention.
yes. Oh, and there's a Wrathful as well.
Hello. So this is about to be some
those
damage.
would be claws for 3. Claws, I keep saying claws. Kunais and Claw of Vinserakai for 3.
You got back in Brute Bone there for a minute.
do.
And this is where
I never leave brute mode is the problem.
this is where Stonewall Gauntlets truly shines in this matchup because you can't really close the chain. Wrath of Retribution gives +1 for the rest of the chain link. While Rake Over the Coals is one that is just for the rest of the turn. Wrath with that buff is just for the chain, and you really don't want to close the chain from Verdance because you need to rebuy your daggers back.
Yep.
So we're going to see that Rake Over the Coals basically be prevented here for these dagger attacks. Now, we're still not happy to have this, as this is coming in for 4. We are only covering 3 here, so it'll be 3 plus the 1 off of the Shelter to cover this chain link. But very threatening card still from Gary's side with the Wrath of Retribution as we get to send these kunais in for 2 now.
Indeed. Although, if I'm Thomas, I'm probably not too afraid of the kunai. It's whatever is the ending. I think I would either block the second dagger that's coming my way, or block the final card.
To me, if I'm
To
Gary
stop
in
the
this,
mask.
this is where we're starting to send a lot of stuff. So we're sending the Claw in here. We're going to Dragon Skiller Flight Path this, Flick Knives the first kunai, rebuy
Right.
it, send it back in here, and then follow up with that last piece of the chain.
Oh, that's true. Actually, if you block on the second claw, then the first flick... Oh, but you still shelter.
Yeah. But, however, if that last card in our hand is a card that requires a cost, so it's one of our 1-for-5s, we can always make sure here that we get the resource off of the Blood Splattered Vest if we want to,
Right.
and then fall and end with that. Now the question is, are we going to use our Flight Path here? We are going to Syndra rebuy our kunai here. Do we have the follow-up here from Gary?
Yep.
Notably, if our card in hand is a non-draconic, we can't play it this turn because of that Oath of Loyalty. We do have the fealty, but we have to pop that first to it, so we can't just play it naturally.
Right.
And we do see this Flight Path coming out here from Gary's side. Giving it go again.
Dagger again. And now, notably, unless he has a throw dagger in hand, there's no more dagger throwing shenanigans this turn.
And we actually still have the 1 resource flame, so we don't have to use the Blood Spider Vest either here. So do we have the Ender here? Are we going to see that fealty get reached for? We are not. It looks like it's a cut through for just... Okay, so we
So
the
he
fealty
did
for
have
that.
to use the fealty for that.
But not for an Art of the Dragonfire, not for an Art of the Dragon scale or anything like that nature, and Thomas will happily block this with a card.
Yeah, block 4.
Now, don't we have a hit there? That is coming in for 4/5, blocking 4. I feel like we might have missed the mass trigger.
-1 from the stone.
But it has the rake, right? So it's up to 5. So it -1 down. Okay, so it's a 4. Yep,
Yeah, it's a
yep,
4.
yep. We didn't miss a trigger here. Our players are better than the casters. It's okay.
That's why we're casting.
That's why I'm here, and they're playing for a bunch of money and a Skelling Flesh Bag.
Exactly. So we're going to gain some life here and threaten an arcane ping and move on with our lives, is what Tommy says.
Now, really notably here, Gary felt like he was a bit under the gun there, a bit on the back foot.
Yeah.
He's now, at the cost of a couple pieces of his Dragon's Clear Flight Path
Yeah.
And a couple other cards, has managed to reestablish control here on this turn cycle. You're pretty happy here just to say, I'm going to take the 1 arcane.
Keep 4 cards and then send them back, yeah.
There's an argument here that he might have wanted to use the dagger there, but he might be keeping it there so he can flick and generate a resource with his hand.
Right.
So it's notable there that he didn't get rid of his dagger. But now he has the full 4-card grip. We'll see what he does on this turn cycle. He's probably praying that Thomas doesn't have yet another shelter.
Right,
We've
or
seen-
another prevention effect.
Yeah, we've seen so many of them. We've seen all the mental blocks, right? We've seen 1 shelter, so there's 2 left with that.
It's just a cut through. It's just a cut through. This is when people present cut through like this. This is like what happens when brutes present Mandible Claw with 3 cards in hand. They're like, surely it's just 3 damage.
Nah, baby, relax. We see the flick coming through here.
Yep, there's the flick.
Damage out, and we have made a resource here.
Mm-hmm,
Now, notably, this is not a Draconic Chain Link, so we still need 3 Draconic Chain Links here for Syndra to be active. So we don't know right now what that resource will be. Will it be a Syndra rebuy, or will it be for one of our Chain Enders this turn?
Could well be one of those Art of Dragons.
And that's what Thomas has to think about this entire time is either of them, the Dragon Fire or the Dragon Scale, both of them are incredibly valuable here, one for pushing damage and one for threatening those Storm Striders. So always have to approach your turns thinking that that's potentially in the background, keeping at least 1 card back to block with that Crown of Providence.
Yeah, this looks like 4/4 mystery card 5, perhaps. Is how it looks like to me, at least.
Thomas debating, do we block here? And we are giving our armor here. So shields down on that Chain Ender here, trying to cover this mask trigger this turn instead.
I think that's reasonable. I think Thomas is playing towards that last card being Art of Dragon Fire, which is the much more commonly seen card rather than Art of Dragon Scale.
Covering the 4, and I don't think we're getting a Crown Sink here either. That resource is going in, using it for Demonstrate Devotion here, getting our Filthy back.
So not the concern that either of us were originally thinking. But 3 damage is 3 damage. Ancestral Empowerment, the final card. Drawing 1 more.
See what we have here.
Currently no way to trigger the mask still on this turn.
Does our card take a resource? We really want to see a Draconic 0 cost here so we can rebuy our daggers at the end of the turn. If we don't, we might be forced into pitching the card for it, which would not be great.
Not be great indeed. Oh.
So
we're arsenaling, not buying back our daggers.
So we know now this is a 1-cost card that we have in hand.
Yeah.
And then it's ideally we would have our daggers back before this, but we have a 1-cost card and no dagger rebuy here. And an Erase Face coming in. We talked about this earlier.
Yep.
Erase Face, if it hits here, removes all class and talent types.
Yes.
Now, it doesn't stop him from gaining it, so he can still let you get around that condition.
Indeed.
But on a turn where you don't have your daggers back, this is kind of backbreaking because it means that if Gary's hand only functions with Draconic cards, that we really don't get to do a whole lot, and that Syndra likely won't get to rebuy the kunai unless she has a blue in hand.
Right. And we've been talking about this game as Thomas has been very disruptive towards Gary's game plan, but the life tools are still so close.
And this is really one of those situations where getting down to it, where again, you always have to keep in the back of your mind that the magic number is really like 8 or 9 here. So you're not really at 20 if you're Gary. You're at 11 or 12.
Well, maybe more like 12 or 13, right? Because of the Claw of Inserikai providing so much value.
It depends if you can do a claw prevent and then rebuy the claw to prevent the next piece of damage with it. So potentially it's like 1 more life. But either way, not exactly what you want to see here. And it looks like we are just playing. So we drew the breaking point last turn. So just sending a breaking point 4-5 here. We covered the erase face, keeping life a little bit healthy here, and just saying we're going to send the 5 back, reset to next turn with a new 5-card hand.
Now, 5, not a phenomenal number, and Verdance is happy to play these small hands. But if Thomas contributes cards, which it looks like he's about to do, is, Fielder's Green, there it is. Getting 3 life. Ooh, wow. Incredible. Now, I was gonna say, it's very easy to get into this 2-card loop blocking Syndra, and then she's like, I'll keep this 4-card hand that does like 17 damage. But in this particular case, that was a very good defensive play from Thomas. He covered up the breaking point fully and is going to gain 3 life off of it.
Absolutely. Now, we do see the ring come out. Ring of Roses, really, really powerful in this matchup.
Yep.
If you can get it online early enough, usually it's hard to get it online that early. However, this late game, it doesn't usually get to generate as much value, but in this case, since we had a little bit of an off turn here, we get to send the Waning Moon back, gain that 1 life immediately, and we'll see just how much damage we're able to send through here and gain life back with.
Yes, and once again, we said Tommy earlier, he went online at 24 life. Several turns have passed. Now he's at 23 with a developed Ring of Roses. So that's looking pretty good.
Creeping back up here on this
Creeping
side.
back up.
But back to Gary, 5-card hand, fealty on the board, Mask of Momentum still a threat here. Thomas on just a 4-card hand. This is the point where Gary needs to start sending a lot of damage and a lot of threats at Thomas to kind of keep control back in before this starts to slip away from him. Thomas still hasn't sent a 6 arcane spell yet.
Right.
There's a ton of them now. Now they also do an additional point of damage and gain a life back.
Yeah. I believe Thomas has had no blocks on this Ronin and Renegade, which I think is quite the smart play. There's still 4 cards coming from Gary on this turn, so blocking the Ronin Renegade is literally, I'm going to block 3 damage because I don't want to take 3 damage this turn.
Love the Blaze Headlong here for 4, puts that breakpoint on the chain here and says that the second chain link you're not blocking out. So now you have to fight with the third chain link where we have so many ways to manipulate the chain, whether it's an Ancestral Empowerment or Throw Dagger. So really heads up play here, coming with 3, threatening a Mask trigger on hit.
Now, this is the kind of blocking style I expect typically against Syndra, waiting until the 3rd or 4th chain link. Now, I would be considering giving a card, and notably, he'd have to buy back the daggers, throw a dagger. Oh, are we saying no blocks on this as well? So we're just letting him have the Mask trigger, I believe, if that is the case. Or reacting.
No, it looks like we drew it.
All right.
All right, Thomas really likes his 4-card hand right now.
I mean, if it's a hand that pushes through a ton of arcane, then he just has to find 1 more of his 6s.
Could be he only has 1 block and he's like 2 of those 6s in hand and he wants to go send a 6, gain 1, ping 1, and then arsenal a 6 here.
These numbers, though, are showing why Syndra Unimpacted is such a strong deck. This is 3-4, 3-4 so far.
And he still has a dagger rebuy too.
Left. 3 more?
3-4, 3-4, 3-4.
3-4, 3-4, 3-4. So this is 9 plus 8, 17 so far.
We could almost go, almost had the combination of the 6 and the 7.
No, shut up. Shut your mouth. I will lose my professionalism over this.
So we see Syndra rebuying her daggers here. 1 card left. Do we see a flick here for resources to have one of her chain enders maybe?
Now that would be an incredible turn.
And that might also be why Thomas has to hold these cards here, is if he's worried about that chain ender of like a Art of the Dragon scale.
Sure.
If he gives 2 cards in that earlier chain, he has to give everything then to cover it. Like it's imperative here if you want to win the game from the Verdant side that you keep your Storm Striders around until you can threaten lethal with it. So we're saying we're taking everything this turn to make sure that we can't lose it. And we do pop this Vest. Coming in here with one of our 1 costs. It's a breaking point instead. Thomas happy to see that over the other 2 options of the Art of the Dragons.
Agreed. I think that is the least threatening of the 3 potential chain ender, the big chain enders that work off of the Bloodstained Vest.
Vanilla 5, but this would put us all the way down to 4 if we take all of this. And this is where Thomas says, okay, we've had enough. We'll block out 6 on this.
All right, I've seen enough. Very heads up to know that he likely would not have been able to stop the Mask of Momentum trigger there, allowing it to hit.
Heartbeat, massive card to have here.
Big swing back.
It's going to gain us a ton of life here. Thanks to the Ring of Roses trigger, we can prevent 1 of these pings with the Claw of Ensarakai. However, it will put us on no daggers yet again. And we'll see here, does Gary want to give up that dagger? Does he want to keep it for a flick? Notably, we no longer have it for our Vest to generate a resource. However, it will still help us extend our chain link with our Mask of Momentum, as this will put Thomas all the way back up after he gains 4 this turn, all the way back up to 9 then.
You know, I
threatening
find it
3.
really incredible how Gary has been able to use all 3 resources from his vest, despite being under so much pressure from Verdance.
And with how many turns he had to deny that he could even make them, he wanted to make them much earlier in this game too, but he still managed to get all 3 out. So ping 3 times here, Ring will trigger as well, gain 1, ping 1 more, and then we should have a Waning Moon follow up here for 2 more Arcane at the end of this.
Indeed.
So we're sending 6 here, gaining 4, so a 2-card 10. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Turns out. And we have not elected so far to use the Claw of Vinserakai to prevent this, so it seems like Gary wants to hold that just to threaten this flick on this next turn.
And it looks like we likely have 2 more Shelter from the Storms from Thomas that we're waiting to see. So a lot of outs for both players at the moment.
Yeah, and this is down to, like, in that nitty-gritty, like, endgame state where
Right.
Syndras traditionally want to walk you down, but the Verdance play is like, again, we're trying to get to that last kill range, and this is where every point matters in this matchup, and where 1 or 2 points in you stumbling can really have an impact on this game. So Gary, those early turns, having Chain Enders, having IP1, IP2, having situations where you couldn't play a card because of those mental blocks and prevention from shelters, really coming through here where potentially Thomas should be at a lethal range at this point, and it's not because of that.
And again, the life totals are so close, right? We're sending Waning Moon now, sending 2 more Arcane this turn, potentially putting the life totals from to 11 to 9. And of course, 9 is not a lovely life total to be at when you're facing down Syndra with 4 cards. But there's a lot of defensive tools that Thomas has access to that might make it a lot more beneficial for him than some other previous players we've seen playing up against Syndra today.
You've gone through a good amount of D-Rex, but still some left in the deck. Like you said, 2 Shelters are the prominent ones that are the ones that you really like to see from Thomas's side. Helps kind of shut down some of those breakpoint attacks.
Agreed. I think the Fiddler's Greens are actually a little bit more of a liability currently if he draws one of those during one of these turns.
I think we have 1 left.
I think we have 1 left.
We called 1 and then
called
blocked.
1, blocked with 1, yeah. So, there's potentially 1 left, and that might be a dangerous draw to find here because you don't get that life until the chain closes. So if Syndra pushes through enough damage where you don't get to gain that life back, that can be a problem.
Also, Call to the Grave, not a great card to see here if we have to give our entire hand, it only blocks 2. So we're seeing some of those choices with the deck building where potentially it could also kind of hurt us a little bit.
Indeed.
If Gary's able to send back a really powerful turn here this turn, as he's considering what he wants to do with this Waning the Moon ping. Looks like we are finally going to decide we're going to give the claw up for it, only take 1 damage here, go to 12.
All right, but that means he's off dagger for this turn, at least to start. 4 cards, likely 3 of those will be Draconic, so the daggers are coming back.
We're really hoping it for Gary.
Notably, we saw earlier in our top 8 match, or I believe it was our top 4 match, sorry. He was able to generate so much fealty in that game. In this game, we only have the 1.
Starting off with everybody's favorite Rising Resentment, or as I like to call it, Angry Man Burning number 72 for the Draconic Ninjas.
Yes, it truly is a wonder that we're able to differentiate Draconic cards from each other.
When I first started, I learned against Fire a lot at the time, and I couldn't tell what was going on because I couldn't tell which card was which because they're all just some variation of a person on fire.
A person on fire who's very angry.
So we did draw that Fiddler's
Green. I feel like I spoke it into existence.
And now, really interesting block here. Thomas did decide to block for 4 into this. Notably kind of trying to cover that ancestral empowerment if one was to come through here. But we only have 2 cards left in hand.
Yep.
So if Gary's able to string together a strong enough turn here, he might be able to threaten those last 2 cards and a significant amount of life before that Fiddler's Green life gain comes into effect.
Pitching a red for Demonstrate Devotion.
Not our favorite thing to see here, unfortunately, because it doesn't mean we don't be able to play that Lava Burst here as a Chain Ender. But we'll see how Thomas wants to block this out. It says no blocks.
Looks like he won't be. This is nice because the Fiddler's Green is functionally, quote-unquote, covering this card in terms of damage. And then if that's not a 0 cost in Gary's hand, he doesn't get to buy back the daggers this turn unless he pitches.
It both needs to be a 0 cost, and we also have decided that we are, because of how we've had to play this and we've had to pitch, that we won't be able to threaten a mass trigger as Gary is unable to buy back this turn with his daggers yet again. Really struggling here to get through with these hands that aren't letting him really convert everything.
I was actually I thought this was a turning point for Gary. But now, all of a sudden, big Arcane.
Medium Arcane even. And that's still super relevant here, right? Because this is threatening 7 Arcane over to Gary. It's 4 from the Pulsing Aether, 2 from the Waning Moon, and 1 from the Ring.
Yep, and then all that needs to happen is that Thomas finds
anything.
any of the many 2 for 6 arcane spells we've seen him play this whole event.
I think this will put us down to 5 to 6 if I'm doing my math correctly here.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. We didn't update it from the Fiddler's Green, so
Right,
it would
right,
put us to 9 then.
Mhm.
And really quick flip of the life totals here as Thomas is able to keep just enough cards here this turn since Gary can convert to actually send back a lot of arcane in the situation.
Indeed. I wonder if at this stage of the game, now that Thomas has done enough arcane damage, right, is the play now I can block out for 2 turns waiting for my spell.
Pretty much, because at this point I believe we've blocked with Will Light Up the Leaves. We haven't seen any Burn Bears. We still have plenty of other arcane spells in the deck. You're kind of just in this holding pattern, right? Because especially because Gary doesn't have either of his daggers right now, the threat pressure that he can have in terms of the prevention and the how much he can push each turn, much lower than it would be otherwise.
Right. But plus side for Gary, he's been able to keep 4 cards and an arsenal here. So if there's no arcane spell from Thomas this turn, it's threatening so much damage.
Absolutely here. And do we just push the Storm Striders here? If we have it, we probably just push it forward, right? There's no way for Gary to stop it.
Yep.
Oh, and we have a Rake. Okay.
So Ronin Renegade for 4, covering 4 now with a Sink Below.
And Thomas is going to go fishing here for another arcane spell. Another chance at the redraw here. Either the spell or the resources to be able to Storm Striders here, as we have a Out on Their Heels coming in for 4 go again as well.
Yep, it looks so much like Blaze Headlong from a distance, but that is in fact Hot on Her Heels.
Every second that Thomas doesn't push the Storm Striders forward, Gary is breathing a sigh of relief.
Yes. Imagine if it was just like a power move of like, well, let me think about it.
Oh, and we get the
right.
6 block here.
So Plow under an Autumn's Touch, I believe. And I think, yes, we are moving to the stage where Thomas says, I am going to give you all of my cards until I find one of my 1,000,000 6 damage spells that are in my deck.
What Gary really needs here is a blue and an Art of the Dragon Scale at this point. If he did, he could pitch the blue, rebuy his daggers.
Yep.
Swing at the dagger and then swing with it.
Right.
But without that... Oh, wait, do we have one anyway? Okay, we have an Art of the Dragon Fire.
Okay. Here comes Art of Dragon Fire. 2 physical non-arcane damage coming in to Thomas, sending him to 7. And then we have 5 on the chain.
Plus 1 off the Flick Knives if we want it
Plus
too,
one
right?
Flick Knives, yeah.
So we get to rebuy our Kunai here and our Claw because we've now played 3 Draconic Chain Links.
Yep.
We still have the Flick here. Just barely short of being able to threaten Thomas and require him to give us this last card.
Yep. Blocking 3.
We'll give it anyway. We'll get our daggers back, and I have to assume that we'll see a Flick here. Gary has to push through every point that he can at this point. We're too deep into this game now.
So 3 on 5 would be putting to
Nope.
5 down to, okay.
Deciding he wants to hold it. You probably have to flip the Kunai here, so he says, I want to have the starter here if I need it.
Yep. Down to 4 because of the rake over the coals. And then now, of course, Thomas fully passing back, hoping to find that big arcane spell.
I think I saw a Scour and a Call to the
I saw a
Grave.
Scour as well. Here comes Ignite.
So, okay, we have the Shelter.
Okay.
Again, no arcane spell here. If we have it, we just pull it off, and it looks like it's 3 blue block cards. And this is where that Call to the Grave comes in. Again, we talked about this earlier, where Call to the Grave, just a 2 block. Luckily, it's here for the Ignite to block this turn.
Indeed.
However, it's still kind of like lowers our options here for what we have to do. And we'll see if Gary's able to force through some damage here and really slow Thomas down.
Here comes a Kunai. Kunai, of course, being covered up by the Shelter that has been discarded in advance.
3 cards left in Gary's hand. Just
This
2
game
for
is giving me
Thomas.
so much stress for both players. They're both so low. It really is just, can Gary find enough damage before Thomas finds a damaging arcane spell?
And the problem here, every single turn is you give them one more hand, they have one more opportunity to draw that arcane spell.
Yeah.
And also, we're really seeing here, Thomas has gained, I believe, 3 different times gained life off of that Ring of Roses. So really managed, even with finding it not till the mid game, still has managed to make use of that really well here and keep him from being in this position where any hit is death.
Indeed.
So great usage there, and we'll see if he's able to weather this last couple of cards here from Gary and then get to that next turn cycle where he potentially, again, can just end the game on the spot.
If you're not going to find an arcane spell, Shelter is certainly a heck of a card to find.
Yeah, definitely. I think without that, this hand is like if we don't have an arcane spell or that shelter exactly, we're in a lot of trouble.
Right.
Here. Ignite is traditionally like one of the best cards for Syndra into Verdant specifically in these late game situations because it demands 2 cards from you. And even here we can see this shelter probably doesn't get pitched right away here unless it's an ignite. We probably wait till we have the flick or it's a breakpoint attack.
Yep.
But instead we're forced to give this immediately.
What a heck of a finals we've got going on here.
Not quite sure here if we're waiting for Thomas here. Okay, so we did have the kunai coming in. Thomas has declared no blocks. We haven't had any kind of flick or anything here. And we've used the shelter as 1 prevention here. We're cracking our fealty.
Art of Dragon Blood coming
Okay.
in for 4. Blocking 3.
Crucially, we'll also discount our future Draconic attack action cards this chain link now since we do have the Draconic from the fealty. Scour covering 3 plus 1 off of the shelter here, and we need to be able to push through the damage here against Thomas's last card if we possibly can.
Indeed, we still have 2 cards left. 2 cards is quite compelling. I don't think there's any combination of 2 cards that wouldn't be able to be played. It might be like a 1-cost attack, so you can like pitch 1 to play the other one.
We're flicking here to get rid of, potentially flicking here, getting rid of the kunai.
Getting rid of the kunai, down to 1 prevention, and then we're down to no prevention after this Art of Dragon Blood.
And a blue
actually
here?
finishes resolving.
Yeah, and a blue here could potentially be really strong with letting us rebuy our dagger, go kunai plus claw off of it for 2 additional points here that are no longer covered by those breakpoints.
Right.
We will rebuy.
Sending for 1. Pitching a Lava Burst.
And this is interesting because this means that whatever is in hand should be a 0 cost.
Okay, so there's 1 coming in. Potential 3 or 4 after that. No mass trigger being presented.
I wonder, could it maybe be a breaking point? Do you think Art of the Dragon Blood still active for this next chain link?
Breaking point does cost pitch, no?
Art of the Dragon Blood decreases the cost of it.
Yes, possibly. Breaking point would be quite amazing then.
We can only block 3 here, right? And
Yep.
we have... Oh, we have another lava
Second
burst.
Lava
Okay.
Burst.
Going all the way down to 1.
This says right now, draw your 6 damage spell.
And we have to think back to that point where Gary had that one turn where he didn't flick a dagger.
Yep.
Coming into play here. Can Thomas draw up here and hit that arcane spell and have the pitch for it? Sandbagging it right where we can't see it, of course. Making us wait along with you. Oh, as we start with an Ignite from Gary. And this is
All right.
such a great card to start with.
Oh, we're thinking. No matter what, this game ends on this turn.
He said before we just get a full block out.
If you full block out against a Syndra with 4 cards and you have 4 cards and 1 life, I am certainly impressed.
Well, the big thing here, if Thomas goes for the kill, we have the flick knives here that can just threaten it. So we have to have some kind of life gain here in hand.
But it doesn't have to be. He has to pass to reactions for the flick knives to be active, right? Okay. So we're blocking 2.
You have the scar.
There must be some life gain.
So if Gary swings here and Thomas goes for the Strider's kill,
Yeah.
you can. Okay, so I see what you're saying. You're saying do it in response to. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
response to the
We're on the
attack,
same page.
right?
Yeah, we're on
Right,
the same
yeah,
page.
yeah. Okay, notably not throwing away the arcane dagger to
Again?
try and get that kill. Very patient play from Gary.
Haven't gone to a position where Thomas technically won't be able to pop the Striders yet. I wonder if we also have to remember here. Thomas, no Meritus Golding in his list. Has the 6 burns, 6 arcane spells, also has Pulse and Aether, but no Meritus Golding. So his range with his blues is really just a 0 cost plus, or a 0 cost 1 arcane plus 3 from the Waning Moon. 1 off of lethal here.
1 off of lethal.
So we have like really specific cards that we do need to see here. As we see Fire Tenant First Strike come out. 3 go again. Notably not eating that Ignite buff either. So our next Draconic card is both discounted by 1 and also gives +1 from the First Strike. Fire Tenant First Strike.
Yeah, that card truly does not roll off the tongue.
we are blocking here, and it seems like
Moving
Thomas
to
this turn
reactions.
unlikely to be able to play the Storm Striders.
If that is the case, it is truly a heartbreaking moment for Thomas. But we're covering 4 here on the first tenant, first strike. First strike? Nope. I'm not going to get
strike. Which is opposite of the ones in Misfell, where it was first tenant.
First of Chi wind or something, yeah. What would this be? First tenant of strike? Fire? Like, what do you want this to be?
And if we passed the blocks, the reaction step to go to the next chain link here for Gary, looks like we have. So no flick knives on the fire tenant first strike. What do we have left here? Thomas has to prove that he can live through this turn with the flick knives, holding him at gunpoint.
Both players so tense. They know this is a critical moment.
Guess we uttered the dragon fire.
So this is presenting immediately. Too physical.
Notably, we didn't have any buff here from the fire tenant first strike or the ignite here, but it doesn't matter here. If Thomas has to block 2 cards with this, we just flick knives and kill him.
Right. Oh, true. There's no physical damage.
So what we're saying here is basically those 2 cards have to be able to kill. Oh, and we have the sync blow. Wait, he can just flick in response, right?
I believe so.
We didn't flick in response. So we're giving an option here. Well, Thomas still, even if he goes to discard the fruits here, we're in reaction step, right? And Gary pulls it out. We can see the arcane spell here at the end off the sync blow, but it's too late. And Thomas will fall here to Gary in the final. Gary taking it down with Syndra.
I feel like I can breathe again. It was so stressful.
That was crazy. Gary managed to fade the arcane spell 3 different turns in a row. 3 times in a row, Gary is just dead if Thomas draws any of the red arcane spells off the top.
Indeed.
Thomas unable to chain them through. Phenomenal mid game from Thomas. He was able to fade through. He saw all 3 felons right away. He saw his plow right away. He saw mental blocks. He saw his shelters. He got every piece that he needed except for that last crucial piece of arcane.
I think Thomas did an excellent job of putting himself in a position to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the deck giveth, the deck taketh away, right? Because he had so much disruption early. So it's only natural that something fell apart.
Absolutely crazy end of that game. Would not have thought from that perspective. I played that matchup a ton, and every time that you see that end game as the verdict, like, I got this. We're in luck. I just need any arcane spell, and this guy's dead.
I resonate so much with Thomas in that moment because in my history as a Brute player, I'm going to bring it back to Brute every single time, by the way, chat room, okay? Like, you know who is on this casting team. I have so many times gotten to that same position where I'm just waiting for Reckless Swing to be able to pop off. And so often, something else happens that gets in the way of that. So congratulations to Gary Gold on an exceptionally well-run Syndra team, playing through so much disruption to be able to snag the literal crown, the Scowling Flesh Bag.
It's not a crown.
Well,
The little helmet.
it's
literal
it's
helmet.
a crown to me. It's a crown to me.
Okay, and we should have Gary back here momentarily for a winner's interview here. Hopefully dressed as regalia.
Yes, I will likely exit the booth, and then you can interview Gary in this spot if you'd like.
Or you can we'll just have you crouch next to him and just
That's
stare
true.
belongingly at the Scowling
No,
Flesh
no.
Bag.
You have to understand that I am leaving the booth so that I can steal the Scowling Flesh Bag.
Oh, never mind, we're not doing a winner's interview right now. Sorry, we're getting...
I'm getting live updates. But yes, we'll continue talking. So, the additional... The meta. Did you, when we came into this, sitting down, not knowing any of the players, would you have expected Syndra or Verdance to take down this championship?
I mean, I think that's like a good default option, right? They both prove themselves, even with the KOs in the room. KO, good matchup into both of them. Still has question marks into both of them, but they're both shown to this point that they are the 2 reigning decks in the format, along with Gravy Bones. We saw yesterday at Sydney, the finals there was a Syndra mirror match.
Yes.
Verdance was in the semifinals as well, along with the Prism. We've seen over and over and over again that both of these heroes are going to be the top of the meta until something shifts.
Right.
Either new cards come out, cards are removed from their deck list, something like that. Something has to change, and until somebody either cracks the code for it and shows us a deck where they can consistently beat both of these heroes, or something is banned or added from the format, these are the heroes that you have to be able to beat, or you will see them at the top tables of every tournament going forward.
I'm going to ask you a question, and then we'll try and segue over to our Living Legend side of things so we can show you some of the Living Legend rounds. But my question is, if you were a player who's going to a competitive event, are you the type of person, do you recommend playing the decks that are considered meta? So in this particular case, would you be considering playing Verdance? Would you be considering playing Syndra, Gravy Bones, those decks? Or are you going to suggest playing like some of the less played, the tier 2 decks that eat those decks or try to eat those decks?
I think you should, if you are a newer player, find a deck that you love, find the deck that and hero that resonates with you, and start from there. You can chase the competitive deck if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. If they're ones that you can click with and that you can play well, go ahead and play them. They're excellent decks for a reason. We have 3 months of data now showing us that these decks are fantastic decks, and you can win any event from your local Armory Night to a skirmish, a PQ, or a 10K with those decks. But you should always find the deck that kind of resonates with you and that clicks, because you'll enjoy playing it, and the more that you enjoy the deck, the better you'll do with it.
Especially when you're looking at our local ProQuest, right? It's not just Gravies winning, it's not just Syndra winning, and it's not just Verdances, right? There's a whole bunch of decks that are still able to succeed at the ProQuest level. So I highly recommend as well picking your favorite deck and then learning the game that way.
Speaking of favorite decks, we're about to see some old favorites here come out as we transition. We're going to take a brief break here as we get our Living Legend top 8 done. We are done with our Swiss rounds for it already. So we'll very shortly come back here with our top 8 bracket as well as then our casting for the quarterfinals.
Yes, and I've been watching CC all day, so I'm really excited to see what decks made it into the top 8, especially after those very recent changes of the restriction of Deadwood Dirge and the banning of Rosetta Thorn.
We'll see how many purple men manage to make it into the top 8.
How many Viscerais are here, I guess, is the question.
Can't wait. All right, see you guys shortly.
Responding to emails takes time, but not with Grammarly. In a few clicks, Grammarly's generative AI drafts professional, relevant replies that sound like you. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
And Doug.
Are you here for Tracy?
We're here for everyone. Limo and I help people save hundreds by customizing car insurance with Liberty Mutual.
We ordered a limo, not a limo.
Oh yeah, we do that too.
The Limu limo?
At your service. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Discover your new Jeep right now at Preston Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. Check out our latest lease offer on a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee. Or come see this month's lease offer on a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Or the latest lease offer on a 2026 Jeep Wrangler. Now during Wrap Up the Year sales event.
Preston CDJR, the best selection and the best deals right in your backyard. We are Newcastle.
Right, but that's when I don't understand what just happened.
I just woke up one day and I knew.
And what?
What I was never sure of with you.
Progressive Commercial Insurance offers affordable small business protection. You can receive discounts on commercial auto insurance for safe driving and paying in full. And get customizable coverages for your business. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes.
Hi! I knew aliens are looking for me! You saved my life! I promise I'll put my weight on this, spaceship? Is this a spaceship? Anyway, where should we start? Probe samples? I've got plenty!
Testing. Can you understand me now?
Yes. Wow.
It is a pleasure to meet you. I am a liquid supercomputer. Allow me to adjust your gravity.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Gravity on.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back again to our Living Legend Top 8 here at the Greentree 10K weekend. I am joined for these last 3 rounds with Ryan, who has taken a break from his head judging duties to join us for these last 3 rounds. Ryan, welcome to the booth.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to jump right into it. We're a little bit delayed here, but our first round of this top 8 is going to be a Zen versus Viserai matchup. Our top 8 this time filled with Viserai. We have 4 Viserai, 2 Zen, and 2 Marlin sneaking into the top 8 here. So really interesting matchup. We're going to waste no time here because our players are ready and head right over to them. We have Wyatt Goring here on the left coming in as the higher seed at 4-1 in Swiss. His only loss was the Zen Mirror in the last round, I believe. And on the right, Jared Cantaldi, who is on Viserai. Jared recently did quite well at the Battle Hardened in Baltimore in Viserai, looking to kind of run it back here today, right?
He's had a lot of success at big-time events, and I'm expecting that again here today.
Looks like Wyatt leading off here, and Zen considered very good in the Viserai in this meta, thanks to the power of that 12-petal Kasai at 1 the chess piece, making a Zen State token. Wyatt leading off here with a red 100 wins for 3 go again. And then in this matchup, really looking for that the early Transcendent Chi, right?
You want that Transcend online as soon as possible to make sure that you get the full value out of Traverse.
Mm-hmm. Jared here blocking with a Runic Reckoning for 3, just covering this up here. And Wyatt looking to push some damage early, but also looking for that early Transcend, trying to set up his next turn. Wyatt is on a build that's a little bit more Tiger-oriented, looking for that combo with Tiger Swipes to send those huge damage turns here. We do see him pitching a Tiger Swipe and a Mauling Key, covering this Tiger Swipe Shuko by Jared. 2 blocks with it with a Read the Runes and another card. As we move on, Wyatt Arsenals, and we go over to Jared here. And now, we did see some nerfs recently. 2 bans last week, both of them targeted towards Rune Blades. Viserai does get hit partially with this. Ryan, what do you think about these changes to the format, specifically with the Dirge restriction and then the banning of Rosetta Thorn, and how it changes this matchup for Viserai?
The Dirge restriction for Viserai really knocks out about 2 cards on the deck here. Viserai is going to be a little more reliant on those Malefic Incantations than the Dirges.
Mm-hmm.
The big change from Rosetta to Duskblade is ceiling and floor.
Mm-hmm.
Duskblade has a much, much higher ceiling if it can get going every single turn. The problem's going to be keeping that going through Warmongers.
Yeah. Warmongers Diplomacy, unrestricted in the format. Wyatt is running the full playset of them. Now, it does look like Jared is electing to have a bit more of a stack strategy, which we saw some people thinking about going more in favor of after those bans to Dirge. We do see Rune Blood Barrier coming out here, adding 4 more Rune Chants, plus 1 from Viserai's ability here. Or sorry, 1 from the Grasp. Rune Blood Barrier popping your Rune Chance to prevent damage for this next turn before it goes away. Jared looking at it as just a way to kind of kickstart his Rune Chant generation in this matchup. And now, Viserai traditionally kind of have 2 ways to play, right? They have their aggressive strategy of like very tempo-oriented or the stack play. And how do you think he's going to try to approach this matchup into the Zen?
I think he's probably going to take the third option, which is that little bit of turtle burst that we've seen popular with Viserai at different times, where we're going to try and see a little bit of a build-up and then a big swing, and then a little bit of a build-up and a big swing. Trying to keep that tempo. What he doesn't want to do is stack 40 Rune Chants and then have to wait through Jared just holding Chi in hand.
Yeah. As we see the Gust Wave coming out here from Wyatt to start his turn. Looking for that go again. Still not a blue, though. So this is for 3 go again. However, we so far are still looking for our first Transcend cards, getting our first Chi and kind of really activating that Zen. Zen in this meta and in this format, kind of fully unlocked, right? He has Stubby Hammers, he has Art of War, he has Bonds of Ancestry, still at 1, but he has it in this format. Looking to see here if we can start to chain through those, kind of get his engine going with all of those Chi. So we come in for the 3 here, and Wyatt just passing back. No follow-up really with it, unfortunately, as we see that Rune Blood Barrier does go away. Jared loses 2 rare enchants to that attack, but kind of given some breathing room here. Has the full grip, sees the first Malefic Incantation yellow here.
It's really going to enable just about everything in the deck. Most importantly, those Rune Rager Swarms. But even better for Swarming Gloomveil.
And we see Swarming Gloomveil come out. We will see Viserai's ability trigger here too after these Rune Chants resolve. 2 damage coming across to Wyatt, making another Rune Chant on the back end, and this will give Swarming Gloomveil its next mode as well, of giving it its +1. So this is coming in for 4 go again, and we'll see how Wyatt wants to respond. Traditionally, I feel like Zen is a bit more of a... He's very combo-oriented in this format, so you see a bit less of what he used to do in CISA where he'd block out. And it looks like in this case, Wyatt's getting punished for not blocking here with a Succumb to Temptation coming in from Jared. Oh no, this is the hand that Wyatt wants to see here. Double Art of War with that Harmony of the Hunt and a blue Minnowism in hand. So he finally had the blues that he's looking for, finally had the Art of Wars. Jared going to be able to strip a card from this hand now.
Succumb to Temptation is one of the best pieces Runeblades have to disrupt what their opponents are doing.
Mm-hmm. And there's a reason why it's restricted, right? Instant speed, able to have disruption, and then feed the fuel with those extra action points. Incredibly powerful in this format, where we just see kind of decks that, if they're left unchecked, can just pop you in a single turn, which Zen was looking to do here.
I can tell you it was very fun to play 3 of them in CC.
And very unfun to play against them, unless it's against the Vincent, who we don't really care about. Sorry, Vincent lovers. And we see here Jared looking at that blue Harmony of the Hunt, thinking about taking it. We'll say goodbye to that. And now Wyatt's hand desperately looking for any kind of attack. Doesn't have one. Notably playing the Tide Flippers of this matchup, so he doesn't have the ability to make a Tiger and put it in his hand. And we see Dowson Runeblood coming in here, making more Rune Chance on the back end. 3 Rune Chance out first. Now Dowson Runeblood, new card for the deck. Makes 1 Rune Chant for each non-attack action played this turn. So I believe so far he played 2, correct? Played the Malefic and the Succumb, so it'll make 3 then on the back end thanks to Viserai. Wyatt here, thinking how wants to react to this in this turn. And this is a lot of damage coming out early from the Viserai, right?
It is. And we're still looking at the ability to swing that Duskblade.
Get its first counter, and a card that didn't see as much play before, just the efficiency of Rosetta Thorn was just so powerful in this deck. Duskblade was like maybe in 1 or 2 matchups and not all Viserai sideboarded it, but we're seeing it now as one of the default options with that ban. And we're going to see another 6 damage coming across here, 3 from the Rune Chance, 3 from the Duskblade, getting that first counter. Wyatt, send the bill.
Very curious to see how he responds here, getting around those 2 Art of Wars in hand, really finding a way to maximize that value.
I have to imagine that we have something playable here in terms of, hopefully in our arsenal, maybe a Chi creator with a Transcend card that we can play with that Minnowism in hand. If not, I think we're in a really dangerous spot here, right?
Leading with that Minnowism, I think we're going to see possibly some Chi coming out.
So this does limit the amount of Transcend cards we can do in combination with this. Oh no.
Oh no.
Looking like this might be just a Tiger Taming Kakara here coming in for 3 go again. Going to see what Jared's hand is like if he wants to block this, or if he just has he has 4 cards. If he can convert all of them into a good amount of damage here, might just keep all of them. If not, might be a single block here, then something to arsenal with this turn. Kind of develop the board state a little bit. Viserai, really quick with his tempo in this format, but also is still prone to some of those, the Runeblade hands of it doesn't really do a whole lot. So we see a block here with a red meet and greet, cover it up. And we do have the Transcend here from Wyatt with a drop in the ocean. So drop in the ocean. Giving -1 of this attack doesn't matter because we're already being blocked out fully, but does give us this Chi, floats a resource with the 12-petal Kasaya, and adds that Chi to hand. So now Wyatt is turned online here, has the ability to fetch any combo card from his deck that he wants, as well as make a Tiger in his hand.
The real question is whether he's going to use that Tiger to fuel that Art of War, that second copy in his hand, or whether he's going to hold that and try and get more potential out of it next turn.
And traditionally, this matchup is one that is considered very Zen favored. It wasn't CC as well when both heroes existed, specifically because of the effect of 12-petal Kasaya with that Zen state. And now we have the first Chi. We also have the ability, if Jared doesn't have a full stack and tries to go for like that medium game plan of the Turtle Burst, where we can block with our Traverse the Universe, get that Chi back, block with the 12-petal Kasaya, and then make the Zen state as well. So we're covering a ton of damage and also having a bit of protection on the back end.
It's going to be really important if we see Viserai develop those 3 or 4 Malefics into a Mordred turn, where those Rune Chants are really coming after that attack.
Definitely. And we see here Wyatt getting a Mauling Chi. Looks like we're just swinging that here, not even using the Tiger. So I think that means the problem here is that we don't have a resource floating. So we just keeping the Tiger in hand, arsenaling our Art of War potentially, and just having a card available to us.
Essentially, it'll guarantee that on his next turn, he's going to have 3 fresh cards, and he's going to turn that tiger into 2 more.
Absolutely. Potentially maybe looking here, too, if Jared decides he wants to swing here, use that traverse, immediately get the chi, and then look for that powerful combo turn that we know is available to Zen in this format. Jared giving up some blocks here. Doesn't want to take the damage right away. Knows that Wyatt is here getting ready to set up and just playing to read the runes, making 3 rune chance and passing back with an arsenal. So good on Wyatt here to be able to turn the tide of that turn from an awkward hand state. We will see the Duskblade counter go away here because a non-attack and an action weren't played this turn. And Jared draws up the 4, and we'll see now what Wyatt can do. We know he has the tiger in hand. We know he's an Art of War and arsenal. What can he push back here? Wyatt thinking here. Once again, this is what we've been doing with all day. We don't get to see their hands, so we have to kind of wait along with them and see how they're going to approach this. But really looking on Wyatt's side, we really want to be able to see that way to string together those tigers, right? This is the more combo-oriented version of the Zen in LL, not one of the more controlling ones. So we're looking to string together a turn that has multiple tiger swipes, ideally also with our Sacred Art, making tigers and buffing them. So with that plus Art of War, if we can get a +2, Stubby's +3 on all of our tigers for the turn, we can string together a turn with 10, 15 tigers in a single turn and just overwhelm our opponent's defenses with it.
Even just stringing together small turns, though, with that aspect of Tiger Body, Chase the Tail, really trying to maximize the value out of having 2 or 3 is going to be a big part of his game plan.
Yeah, and the more that you can take from the Viscerai, the faster you're, the better off you are that way as well in a defensive plan. The more space that Viscerai gets, the better he can set up those giant turns and really then just overwhelm you in a single burst sometimes. As we see a Harmony of the Hunt here pitched for a Tiger taming Kakara to start the turn. Just 2 damage. Definitely nothing else to see here.
This makes me wonder if we maybe we're not going to see the Art of War this turn. If we're just going to see the Tiger coming in buffed by Tiger taming Kakara.
Which, even if that is the play to start with, still not bad from Wyatt that we get to kind of sit there with that Art of War for multiple turns here, and Jared has to respect that that's in the arsenal. Viscerai, not a ton of ways to really disrupt that arsenal, so we know it's pretty safe there, and also out of reach of that face purgatory that he has in this matchup as well.
Viscerai definitely has the ability to run a lot of disruption tools. Most Viscerais are foregoing that for the pure consistency, though.
We see here Wyatt with a Tiger Swipe to follow up, coming in for 4 go again. And if this hits, he will be able to make tigers equal to the number of tigers that have hit this turn, which would be 1 more. So we would be able to add 1 more card to our hand if this hits. Jared here thinking if he wants to block this.
Really a good attack here in the fact that we really want that Tiger Swipe in the graveyard so that on that pop-off Bonds turn, we've got it as a target to go get another one.
Yeah, definitely. And there's always that play. Zen, incredibly powerful hero power, lets you fetch any combo card from your deck, which can be those Bonds lines, but can also be another Tiger Swipe. So he has access to so many ways for all of these different tools, depending on what the situation is, what his hand is, really highlighting the power of this deck, and just LL as a format in general.
And having that piece of chi that puts cards back in, he's always going to be able to have a chance to go back for that 1 more time if he needs to.
Yeah, we're really seeing Zen was a powerhouse in CC, one of the fastest LLing decks in history. But in LL, he truly gained so many tools that were just long-time bans in CC. We have Belittle, we have Minnowism, we have Stubby Hammers, Art of War, just a litany of these most powerful cards we've ever seen. And he really gets to take advantage of them in a way that other decks don't, as we see Chase the Tail coming in here for 4 go again. No one hit with it, no ability with it, because there was no Tiger, the Chain Link before it, but still a 4 go again, still pushing a decent amount of damage here. Jared did give up both the Grasp and the Bloodchief Skeleton here, both very powerful cards, but it is just a little bit of armor block, so he can just keep his life total higher than Wyatt's here.
And Viscerai really wants to make sure he gets that value out of Skeleton before that pop-off turn.
Absolutely. As we see Wyatt pass his turn back, we did push a good amount of damage here, so really happy to be able to push some through, rip a few cards from the Viscerai potentially, take some of that armor away, really kind of try to pull the game back into a state where we can actually have one of those giant pop-off turns with the Art of War that we know is in the arsenal still.
And if I'm Jared, I'm really happy on the other side as well. I got one of the Tiger Swipes blocked with my nice armor suite, and that Grasp will then come in handy with another 3 block later to block the next Tiger Swipe he sees.
Absolutely here. Now let's see how we can respond with it. Looks like we have an arsenal that we're thinking about playing. another Malefic, possibly the best Runeblade card printed in the last like 4 or 5 years. It really just changed so much for Viserai in CC as well as for Vincent and Shane. That onboard rune chant generator is so powerful for things like Warmonger's Diplomacy, which we've seen traditionally since it came out. A huge bane to the class. Huge problem that they have to deal with. Lets them potentially be able to get around that entirely on their turn. But for now, we're going to have Viserai here with a Sonata Galaxia looking through our deck, and presumably here, X
Blessing
equals
of the
2.
Occult.
Okay. So, Sonata Galaxia, a bit more of a recent addition. I don't think Viserai decks are playing it as often in LL as they were in CC necessarily because of how efficient they could be before the Dirge ban. However, with that, it's opened up spaces in the deck and lets them kind of build a bit more towards that combo-oriented focus with it. So they can play things like Sonata Galaxia, fetching all of their auras. It lets them play Blessings of the Occult in their main deck as well, which will just make 4 rune chants overall, 1 from playing it and then 3 from it popping on its next turn. So it lets you kind of stack that up on your board. And we're seeing here Jared get a lot of onboard presence with all of his auras now.
And it makes you feel a lot better about that one-of copy of Blessing of Occult or running multiples. Viserai's even back as far as Everfest love to run that single copy or those 2 copies. And here we see Bloodshade Sonata.
Okay. The big scary combo that Viserai has in the format, the thing that's been terrorizing everyone. Skeletor plus Sonata Galaxia. Looks here like Jared is going to be popping the Sonata here for X equals 2. So we're going to be looking at our top 5 cards. Getting potentially up to 2 attacks, and it looks like we are going to hit 2 as we have the perfect split here. Jared having 2 Rune Rager Swarms and a Rune Flash, I believe, to choose from. Okay. Now, at this point, we have to assume that this is just going to be a mini combo from the Viserai side of things. Coming out from the Viserai side between the Mordred Tides as well as these attacks.
This is 10 more physical here, minimum. Rune Flash into Rune Rager Swarm into Dustblade.
Plus all the Arcane in the back end, right? We have 5 Rune Chants right now. We're going to make 2 more for those. We're going to make a couple off of our Malefic Incantations.
We could potentially see 14, not including the 2 that are going to come off of Sonata here as he takes those 2 to hand. So we could see 16 plus damage on this turn right here with the setup of Blessing of the Occult.
Yeah, and we'll see here how Wyatt wants to approach this. This might not be threatening enough for him to pop that Traverse with that first attack, but he does always have that option here if he thinks that he has to kind of prevent that next set of damage coming through.
I think here, face up, you're looking at about 4 more Rune Chants coming through. I don't think this is the point where he goes for that Zen State token. You really want to see that on a Mordred. And here is Gloomveil.
So our last unknown card here was a Swarming Gloomveil, coming in for 5 Rune Chants. All modes of Swarming Gloomveil here as well. Now, has to be a little bit concerned about that. If we let it hit at all of our future Rune Chants unpreventable, which is problematic for us to say the least, given how many are coming in the back end. We're going to have 3 created on the back end of this right now, plus we then have 2 more attacks as well. So ton of more arcane damage as well. We'll see how Wyatt wants to purchase. Are we going to AB this? Are we going to block with that Traverse and that Kasaya and start to go that direction? Or are we going to look to take as much as possible, kind of get down, and then have our own crackback on our end as well?
Taking a lot here is a scary proposition, though. When you're looking at Gloomveil, Rune Flash, Rune Rager Swarm, Dustblade, that's a lot of physical damage even before you get to the sheer volume of Arcane as well.
And really, we saw that for a little bit in CC with our Verdances throughout the weekend, where that physical and arcane mix can really tax people, but Wizards kind of pale in comparison to what the Rune Blades can do, where they traditionally are almost an even split between their physical and arcane damage, and it really taxes all of the different angles of your deck, because you have to play both AB, you have to have a good blocking ability as well, you have to have plenty of blues for all their Rune Chants, so it's really just a high-pressure situation, as we see Wyatt here does elect an AB5, pitching levels of Enlightenment and a Maul, and then we're blocking with an Aspect of Body and the Traverse, so we will be getting that Chi here. And we didn't block with the 12-Petal Kasai, which makes me think that we might not be popping that this turn, but we will be putting the Chi in hand, potentially set up for maybe next turn as well with it. Or looking on our turn to just send back some kind of pressure as well. But it is a bit of a danger spot for Wyatt here to have to give that Traverse up and not be able to keep the full hand with it like he wants to. So he managed.
I think the biggest win for Jared is not only is he sending all this damage here, but that Blessing of the Occult. I cannot stress how important it is for Viscerai to start a turn with Rune Chance. It guarantees that he is going to have that access to help with a lot of his effects.
And we see Rune Flash coming out here. 3 Arcane, 4 Go again, and 1 Rune Shard on the back end. So effectively a 1 card, 8 damage here. Incredibly powerful. Why has to decide how he wants to approach the rest of this turn. Looks like we are going to pitch that Chi, pop the Kasaya. Now, the Zen State is coming into play. The thing that makes this matchup so difficult for Viscerai, the Zen State token, preventing each Rune Chant as well as 1 additional damage each turn. So effectively, it is blanking everything here from this Rune Chant with a single other card.
But if I'm Jared here, I'm very, very happy to see that.
Because now you can just Arsenal this last card. You don't really have to send this into the Zen State if you don't want to. You've already kind of done what you want this turn. You could send the Duskblade here potentially. Looks like we're still going to send the Rune Rager Swarm anyway here just to get 2 points of damage through. And then have the Duskblade come in for an additional 2 on top of that. But now Wyatt has used his big prevention piece this game, right? We no longer have access to this. We no longer have the ability to slow Viscerai down on his turn. So we basically have 1 turn here from Wyatt's side of the board where he needs to draw the exact cards to then send back a large amount of damage. Otherwise, from Jared's side, we're looking pretty happy with this. Like you said, we have the Blessing of the Cult popping. We still have Malefic Incantation out. We have Purgatory to then cover against one of these large turns if we have to. So definitely in a danger zone here for Wyatt. As we go back, looks like he's just going to pass. Going to go directly back to Jared's turn.
And Jared here is probably looking to set up as many Rune Chants as he can on this turn. Really not sending anything. He doesn't want to waste them into the Zen State. We're likely going to see that counter fall off that Duskblade once more. And he's going to try and set something powerful in that arsenal. Probably a Go Again or another enabler to really get the most value possible when that Zen State goes away.
Yeah, the most backbreaking thing he could probably do here would be like another Malefic Incantation, maybe read the ruins. Some way to just build a large stack of Rune Chants here and set up for that next turn play.
We've already got those 3 Rune Chants off the back of Blessing. Let's see how he converts 4 cards through a Zen State token.
You have to imagine he's going to look to not send an attack if at all possible this turn. The only reason why I think that he probably would send it is if he has a hand that's kind of clunky with them all. Really would put him in a disadvantage next turn if he doesn't clear his hand out. And at that case, then it's throwing away a few points of damage, but also then making it so that your next turn, when that Zen State is gone, lets you actually push a ton of damage. So we do see, I believe there's an Amplify the Arc Knight, a Douse in Rune Blood, and an unknown card at the back of the hand as well. But it is a white border, which makes me think like a Rune Flash or one of those older cards.
Could be a...
Maybe a Meet and Greet.
Maybe a Meet and Greet. I doubt it to become the Arc Knight, or he probably would have started with it.
Looks like Wyatt here. Letting the blocks go through. Letting the Rune Chants go through. Eaten by the Zen State. No blocks. Just take 2 off of this Rune Ranger Swarm. And again, the incredible power of Zen State here. Just slowing this down so much. And it looks like it is an Amplify Arc Knight. Pitching a Rune Flash here. Coming in for 6 physical damage.
One last call for charity.
That is definitely one of the strategies into a Zen State token. You can try and build up and wait for it to go away, or you can just keep punching right through it. And we see that we get some damage through here, and it's both a win and a little bit of a concern that Zen won't. That Zen's holding their whole hand to crack back here.
Yep, so by taking 7 down to 8 life total here, we know he has an Art of War. We know he has 4 cards in hand. That Stubby Hammer is still on the field. Does he have the hand to convert here and actually threaten Jared's very large life lead?
If there is a hero that can threaten you from 31, Zen is one of the ones to do it.
Like I have to say one of the ones because of how many we have in this format.
You can't put it past Viscerai to do the same. Kano is still running around, though the amount of prevention is terrifying.
In a format where everybody gets to run AB3, Spell Void 2, Spell Void 3, it's just like, oh no.
I've watched Chains shut down Aether Wildfires for 7 and take no damage.
Wyatt here just mapping out his turn. Zen, a lot of little mechanical complexities to him that really are highlighted in this format as well. He has so much ordering that can be potentially meaningful here. So we see Stubby Hammers coming out. This is the turn for Wyatt, and he is taking full advantage of it. So we see Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and we should see the response. He does have the second chi for the Transcend here, so homage to ancestors, gain a life, Transcend.
Look to see Jared try and find that window to use Face Purgatory.
Mhm.
If Wyatt plays this well, the Crouching Tiger can really help insulate him from that.
Oh, and
we have a Sacred Art.
Oh, this is almost
This is the
backbreaking.
turn.
This is perfect. This is what this deck wants to do when it's this Tiger focused. It's 3 pieces that at once are Stubby Hammers, Sacred Art, and Art of War for that +3 to every single Tiger, and he has managed to hit all 3 of them here with his draw up on the pivotal turn. This is a huge for Wyatt here. We're getting 2 more Tigers in hand. We're getting another Chi in hand. We have Art of War here, banishing a Tiger, drawing 2 more cards. We have another Tiger off of Zen. We have Tiger Swipes. We have so much pressure here, and Wyatt just gets to put the full full pedal to the metal here, full gas ahead. This could be really exciting to see. Looks like we're banishing him a little from hand, potentially. And like you said, this line, one of the protection points, and one of the really nice things from the Zen side of things here is that we do get to banish a Tiger, or we get to keep a Tiger in hand for that Face Purgatory. So Face Purgatory, going to give 3 cards here. You get 1 back out of it, but if it's only taking a Tiger here, Tigers are really important to this turn for the Zen, but it's not like you're breaking up their combo turn or anything here. It's only getting rid of 1 of those Tigers from their hand.
You also have to have an attack that's really big enough to find the value in it.
Otherwise, you're just kind of throwing cards away to just slow them
You're
down a little
throwing
bit.
3 cards in front of a 3 attack. That hurts almost as much as taking the damage.
And now Wyatt on his turn, on his crackback here, will be able to have the Rising Sun, draw a card, put a card on the bottom, get that Chi back in hand here. We do still have a Chi in hand from our Sacred Art. No, we pitched it
We
here
pitched
for
that to the
Art of the War. So we don't have any Chi left in hand. And now we still have Zen activation here available as well, letting us get yet another Tiger to put us to 3 in hand potentially. Again, we don't know what Wyatt will bottom here. Wyatt could have bottomed Tiger. Probably unlikely usually when a turn like this, just given how strong the Tigers are. Oh, don't tell me we have another Art of War here. Okay, leading
a
off.
little.
And this, no small amount of damage here. This is a blue 3 go again that is getting you another blue in hand. So
revealing the Tiger that we already knew about to go get a blue Minnowism and continue to fuel this turn.
Absolutely terrifying turn here from Wyatt.
Again, the comparisons here between Zen's combo turn and a Wizard going off, drawing more and more cards, playing more and more blues. I'm curious to see just how many cards wind up on the chain and just how many wind up in the pitch stack by the end of this turn.
Wyatt has them fanned, but we can't quite see all of them, unfortunately, so I think it's only half of his hand here.
And this is what LL is all about, doing a very, very powerful thing. And we've seen some back and forth here. It took Wyatt getting to this point, holding that Art of War, waiting and waiting for this.
I'm going to pound my pulpit that Channel the League expands needs to be more playable. We need to buff Icelander to stop these types of madness. But for now, the door's clear. Wyatt has everything he needs for the top off turn, and we'll see how Jared wants to respond here. Are we blocking the belittle here, or are we waiting later in the chain? A big part of this is how many Tiger Swipes Zen has access to this turn. You can usually block that first one as the opposing hero. It's the second one and potentially a third one that are always the hardest, because the later in that chain you go, the more cards you've blocked with, the less you have. And if we have 3, 4, 5 Tigers in this chain, that's another, like, in this case, 12, like 9, 12, 15 damage. So have to be really careful here to make sure that you don't give too many blocks early on so you can block those really, really necessary on hits later.
And that Art of War here means those Tiger Swipes are going to be 5.
Plus Stubby makes it 6, right?
Stubby makes it 6. Oh.
So we will find value for the Face Purgatory basically off of that already.
If we can afford to, we're likely going to have to give 2 cards and then a card in armor to deal with 2 different Tiger Swipes on this turn, if that's the route that Wyatt chooses to go.
Wyatt deciding here to activate the Zen, it looks like. Yep. We'll see here. If we don't have a Gust Wave in hand, it's likely that this is just going to get a Tiger Swipe right now. And potentially, if Wyatt's hand has enough Tigers, Wyatt could just go and play like Tiger, 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 still have a Tiger in hand, play the Tiger Swipe, and then it's still like rough to do that because you're only really getting rid of 3 damage off of that Face Purgatory. Thinking here what we want to get with this. Looks like we have 2 cards in hand plus a tiger off of this. We know we had 1 tiger off of our Sacred Art that's still in hand, unknown. Potentially bottomed off of our Rising Sun Setting Moon, but not positive with it. And this is part of the point from the opponent's side, even. It's really hard to keep track of everything with Zen. He's done so many actions here, right? He's seen so many cards. He's bottomed a card. He's drawn 2 cards. He's going to fetch another card here. Just keeping track of what your opponent has available to them is actually really difficult in this state for the opponent. As we see aspect of body here, which will make yet another tiger.
Because we know the Art of War was coming out of Arsenal. We've got the 3 chi that we've seen, the Belittle. I think there's still...
We should have a Minnowism in hand.
We have a Minnowism in hand, and we have...
A tiger and an unknown, I believe, still.
I believe so.
Which we don't know. It could be another tiger. It could be an unknown, so there's 100 wins
There's
here.
100 wins.
Okay. So I think that we know what our hand is here. Are we not going to tiger swipe this turn? Wyatt possibly trying to protect here from that face purgatory in the situation. Jared here thinking through all the lines available to Wyatt on this turn, as well as what his response wants to be on his turn.
And that's the thing. If Wyatt does not present the full life total for Jared here, there is a good chance that no matter the cards that Wyatt draws, Jared can kill him from 9.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Viscerai deck that can be just as explosive as the turn we are about to see here.
Absolutely, and he has 5 cards available. Viscerai traditionally a hero that kind of plays that give and take of do a setup turn, take a turn off, and then use that setup turn to his advantage to push more than what he would be able to on those 4-card hands.
Well, we're seeing the face purgatory reached for.
Blocking with a meet and greet and a Revel in Blood. Getting that trigger now. We know that White has at least a tiger in hand here as well. I'd be surprised to see that we have the Minnowism go here, but instead electing get rid of the tiger. The players discussing something here. Curious to see what our outcome is here.
I wonder what he's looking to use the Minnowism to continue to fuel.
We know we have the Tiger taming Kakaro on field, but it doesn't get buffed by our buffs here, so I'd be curious why we would banish that over the Minnowism. As we have the aspect that is 0 cost, we have the Tiger taming Kakaro that we can still use, we have the Tiger.
Unless there's a card to pay for that we are not accounting for in hand. If I am Wyatt, this hand is very telling that Jared might not have the resources to develop this hand. Otherwise, a meet and greet and a revel look like a pretty nice 1-2 on the turn. Though we might just not have a starter.
Then we have our aspect of Tiger Body coming in here.
So we're making another Tiger. We're going to swing that Kakara.
Kakara coming in for another 3, and then we have a potential follow-up here for 4 from that Tiger, as well as our last card in hand. Jared saying, I'll take it. I have to respect this last card. And now, too, Jared's crackback, potentially not enough really to pressure Wyatt too much here, as he only has 2 cards left in hand. Or sorry, he has 3 cards in hand plus the Arsenal.
Thanks everyone for coming. Have a good night. We're gonna shut down now. We're gonna start with the Min-Max gift card. Cho, our beautiful Cho, is gonna be drawing the lucky winner for all.
And we see here Jared considering how he wants to block this. How he wants to play out the rest of this turn, plus his opponent, plus his next turn here, threatening Wyatt. Looks like instead taking the 4, Wyatt going Arsenal pass, and we'll go back and see if Jared can threaten this last 9 life total from Wyatt.
But it's definitely a big swing there from Wyatt. If you're sitting in Jared's seat, you've got to be a little concerned. If I don't threaten him enough here, he can just kill me before I get another turn in this game.
Absolutely.
Next up, we have the FCBC Case of Sleeves.
And we'll see here what he can do with those 3 cards. Again, one of these cards is randomly drawn off with the Face Purgatory, so he made that block not knowing what he'd have in that slot, so he has to be pretty comfortable with what his other 3 cards are here. It looks like we're going to start off with a Grasp. Probably not exactly what you want to be doing here, unfortunately. Usually that card can be more valuable than just a Rune Chant, although it does let us pay for the Duskblade too, so hopefully it lets us have a little bit more of a follow-up as we see Runic Reckoning here.
It pays for the Rune Chant, and it makes Runic Reckoning cost 1 less as well.
Which we're very happy to see here. 1 Rune Chant,
and
6 physical.
6 damage. And we'll be able to swing the Duskblade afterwards.
And White here, hoping and praying that this last card in Arsenal isn't like a Revel in Runeblood. Pushing a ton of damage and ripping his last cards. As we pitch an Orihan of the Mystic Tenant here, getting rid of that. If you don't have that Chi in hand, a little bit difficult to use it, unfortunately. So he's just saying, I'm going to commit this to blocking the Rune Chants for the rest of this turn. Hopefully can make use of it.
Convention exclusive promos. Shiny Prism stuff.
And Wyatt's really got to look at his hand here and say, okay, I'm at 9. I'm about to take 6 damage here. I know I can prevent the first Rune Chant, and then I've got 3 more from Duskblade. That is lethal.
Okay. Now let's see here.
The man spent his entire production pay on this thing, so I'm glad he got it.
Wyatt just mapping out his turn here.
We know we're going to see at least 1 block, and there it is with the aspect of Tiger Body.
Now, does Jared's Arsenal threaten those last 6 points of life? And it does. It's a douse. Now, we've played only 1 non-attack action this turn, so it's only going to make 1 off the back end off of that, and it'll make 1 off the Viscerai trigger as well. But critically, Wyatt is not dead here to this. Wyatt can take the 1 off the Rune Chant and take the 4 from the douse here. There's no go again to this. There's no follow-up in terms of attacks or anything, so we're open now. We have 4 cards in hand. If Wyatt's hand converts here, we're in a good spot here to send something back. And on Jared's side, we kind of have to hope that Wyatt doesn't actually have anything he can do with this.
Wyatt is breathing a sigh of relief. Whatever that... Is that Arsenal... Do we know what that Arsenal card is?
I don't think that we're positive because of the Rising Sun Setting Moon. We don't know what it... Like, he fiddled enough and we didn't get to see his hand, unfortunately, that we don't know what that card is. But I'm going to stay alive here
3
at
cards
2.
plus the Arsenal.
Pitching Chi and just sending in a race face back. Funnily enough, this card actually sometimes can be really valuable in this state because it stops those Rune Chant generations. And some parts of Viscerai's game plan will matter for this. So, example, the Skeleta Sonata play... It doesn't work. It doesn't, like, it stops that Coldness tracks. It stops your Become the Arknights. It stops your Rune Flashes. But if Jared's hand doesn't really care about Rune Chants being made there, it's actually not that big of a problem.
Don't eat your pasta dinners on it.
You see Jared picked it up, reading it again. In the Viscerai seat, it is very important which of the 2 for 6s is turning off which part of your ability.
Definitely. And we'll see here, Jared just confirming. And if this won't actually stop his turn, again, Wyatt got a potential chance here really to kind of push through and like rip cards from Jared, but wasn't really able to capitalize here, it seems like. So Jared just saying, I'll take the 6. I'll be under the effect of the erase phase here. So all of my cards lose their class and talent type. But if Jared's hand doesn't care about Rune Chants and say it's just Rune Rager Swarms, it cares about Rune Chants being made, for example. Malefic Incantation, perfect example. This doesn't really matter here. It will keep Viscerai shut off for the turn. So we're not making any Rune Chants off Viscerai, I believe, because there's no Rune Chant. Or I believe this should shut it off, correct?
Yes.
So we'll see if the judge covers that or not with it.
Well,
But
so we get the 1 Rune Chant there off of Malefic.
yeah, we'll get the 1 there, but we won't get any off the back end with it. However, this Rune Rager Swarm will still have go again because it is making a Rune Chant from the Malefic Incantation, and we played the Malefic this turn. And we'll see here what Wyatt wants to do for the turn. This is only coming in for 1 as it is a blue.
Looks like he's just choosing to take the 1, and he does.
Oh no, a
We then
Revel.
see a Revel.
5 Arcane coming in, and 2.
3.
And it looks like that'll get
3
it.
over the 2 block.
The downside of Erase Face coming through front and center here, where it only blocks for 2, and we see the difference here. A really, really close game here for Wyatt and Jared. Jared managed to pull it out there, breaking through that Zen State token, right? We said at the start of this game that Zen State is really the pivotal thing here, and if you can shut the Zen, the Zen can shut the Viscerai down there with it, he's able to kind of overcome that deficit, and then just punch through afterwards. And he managed to force Wyatt, thanks to that early succumb, kind of shutting down his early double Art of War play, and then followed up, outlast that Zen State, outlast the crackback from Wyatt, and then get through and get the W. So very well played from both sides here, but Jared will be going on into our semifinals. And I believe that side of the bracket is... I'm trying to think here. The other side was a Viscerai Mirror. It's the Viscerai Mirror.
So Wyatt... Yeah, so Jared is leaving Viscerai Zen to go into a guaranteed mirror here. So he'll see the winner of that Viscerai Mirror that's happening in top 8 right now.
So we had a Viscerai Mirror that will then go into a Viscerai Mirror. The other side of our bracket, kind of interesting, we have a Zen versus Marlin and a Viscerai versus Marlin. So we have 2 Marlins on that side. Hopefully we won't see yet another Viscerai come through on that side and kind of be the purple menace that we know he is. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back once we have our semifinals picked out, and let us know if there's any specific hero you want to see with this. We know we have Viscerais on one side, and we're hoping no matter what, we'll have 1 non-Viscerai, but maybe we'll even have 2. Are we transitioning? No?
I don't know.
We're still here. We're
I
here.
think we're just talking.
There we go.
Hey.
Sometimes I can't help but wonder about the meaning of it all, you know? Life, existence, this crazy magical world we live in. It's like, why are we here? What's the point of everything? We go on all these adventures, fighting monsters, saving princesses. But deep down, I can't shake this feeling of emptiness. It's like I'm searching for something. Something I can't quite put my finger on. Something I can't quite
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Greentree Sports Cards 10K weekend. We are here with the semifinal rounds. Ryan, did you come in today expecting a pair of Marlins as one side of our semifinal bracket?
No, not at all. I can't even pretend that I had called for that.
Well,
two mirrors in the
two
top
mirrors.
four.
We know that our finals is going to be a Marlin versus a Viserai. The question is simply which one it is. We saw Jarek and Taldi on stream last round against Wyatt, getting the W there with the Viserai. Rich Paulus, however, came from a Viserai mirror the round before that, before this one. Managed to polish that one off pretty easily, it sounds like. So he's going to go back into his second mirror, where on the other side, both of our Marlins took out both a Zen and a Viserai. So really interesting here to see how this goes. One quick thing before we jump into this match, though, we want to thank everyone in the community. We wrapped up our weekend with a $5,400 donation to local food banks and charities within the Pittsburgh area. Thank everyone so much who donated both in person and online to that. It's a massive number for us to hit this weekend.
Awesome.
So excited to be able to do that for the community around here in Pittsburgh. So thank you everyone who donated your hard-earned money for that. Now,
we play games with a fantastic community, and that fantastic community comes out to help people.
Absolutely. Now, we have two very different Marlin lists here, it looks like. Both players able to go through their Swiss brackets. Mark finished 4-1. Nathaniel finished 3-2, I believe.
Yep.
But very different list here from both players. We're going to see Mark here, I believe, is getting to choose the play or the draw in this matchup. It's a very similar loadout here we see from both players right off the rip. Sealay Sarong as their leg piece, gold-baited hook for the gloves, Trench for their chest piece, and then Crown of Dominion. Super important in CC, also important in LL. Now, one of the big differences, right, with these LL heroes that we have from CC, specifically for the gold heroes, there are so many cards in LL to let us take advantage of that extra gold. We have Cash In, probably the biggest one, right? But we also have Art of War, letting us kind of do the really interesting play with Marlin. She makes a harpoon off the gold, banishes it the same way kind of Zen does with those tigers we saw last round. So we'll see what they can do here. Mark leading us off with a 3 of a kind on his turn.
There's another one of those power cards in this that lets you just keep digging. And turn 0, being able to try and overpower here could get us off to a really big start.
Yeah, overpower just such a powerful mechanic. We do know that Nathaniel does have some D-Reacts in his sideboard, so we'll see if those come into play in this matchup if he did wind up bringing them in. I do like here the same thing he had in his Swiss rounds. His gloves are in his chest, and his chest is his gloves, so he's beating you to death with a trench instead of his gold-baited hook.
So that's a costume choice.
But one of the really, really pivotal points of this matchup, the same as Marlin's in CC, gold-baited hook doesn't just make gold, it steals gold. So in this matchup, where the gold is like so pivotal for us to be able to make harpoons that we then get rid of, or for cash in, anytime you can overpower and steal a gold from your opponent is going to be really, really critical here.
For folks who don't see a lot of Marlin mirrors, the gold-baited hook's going to operate here a lot like a gravy mirror would, where that trading of gold back and forth, knowing that you're not always going to be able to block out is going to be huge.
And we see Mark here did manage to find a bluefin harpoon, is pitching a Codex of Frailty for this to buff the harpoon with that hammerhead harpoon, harpoon cannon, sorry, technically. Coming in here for 8 overpower, and then the on hit as well. And we'll see here how Nathaniel can respond. No activation of the hook, notably here though. So maybe a little bit fearful. Don't know if he knows that Nathaniel has those D-Rex in his deck, but Nathaniel does have 5 armor on board, so he could cover it very well. Since Mark wasn't able to find that additional buff here to get over it, unfortunately, he won't be able to just send that here since he made no gold either.
That hook plays such an important part of the game that if he tried to shove that here, Nathaniel's putting every resource he has possible into stopping it.
Absolutely. And we see here Yellowfin block with an unmovable. Now, Nathaniel is running 3 of these yellow immovables here. Great time to see when this turn 0 doesn't have his hand ripped apart. No gold generation from Mark on this play, so Mark is just going to Arsenal, pass it back, and we'll go to Nathaniel's first turn of the game as well.
But honestly, if I'm Mark, now I know those yellow unmovables are there.
Going back, and we'll see what we're able to do on Nathaniel's side here. Same situation here with his first hand. Do we have any kind of cash-ins? Do we have any way to, any Art of Wars maybe? Golden Tipple. Both players are playing some number of Golden Tipple in their deck. They are playing different colors, I believe. Nathaniel is able to play all 9 of them, so he has Rainbow Tipple in, whereas Mark does not have the Yellow Tipples in. But both of them understanding just how important that gold generation is here, as we see Nathaniel activate his Marlin ability here, sacrificing his gold and making a Golden Harpoon in hand. And there it is, a Yellow Tipple right off the bat.
And there's a Golden Tipple, assuming we are discarding that harpoon. There we go. We're getting that gold right back on board.
Yeah, and Marlin in this format, just like we said, different beast, right, than the CC one because they have access to so many different ways to utilize that gold. But no matter what, same as CC when it was around, Tipple is a really valuable tool there for letting you have that play pattern with the gold with Marlin's hero ability and the Goldfin Harpoon, getting rid of that to then rebuy your gold and really kind of get that chain rolling for her.
I've got a couple locals in my area playing Marlin at a ton of armories. When that engine is going, it is hard to stop the bleeding.
Absolutely.
The question is going to be which of these decks takes that advantage first. Ooh, and we see an Art of War here.
I believe this is in response to before the damage is dealt here. So we will
Buff
potentially be able to
that
buff
Tipple
this.
up.
Yeah.
We are discarding, it looks like a blue Tipple.
Drawing 2 up.
We will have the Marlin trigger as well here. So the chance to load something into Arsenal.
Oh, and a King Shark Harpoon. So all the different harpoons have different effects. Probably in this matchup, though, the King Shark Harpoon is one of the best ones at being able to rip that attack from your opponent's hand. You really want to see that to stop any incoming arrows from the other side, but all 5 of them really. Both the King Shark and the King Kraken, as well as the rainbow color of the blue harpoons, all of them pretty relevant here in this matchup, right?
I think so. I think we're looking at really 15 harpoons that really matter in this.
Yeah, they all have potential to hit and potential to miss with it, as we see here in activation of the gold-baited hook. Nathaniel did generate a gold this turn, and we have this King Shark Harpoon coming in for 11 overpower with an on-hit to rip an attack action card here from Mark, and we'll see if Mark is able to block this or maybe, brick that Goldfin Harpoon ability here. Either way, though, if this hits, he's also taking Mark's gold.
That's true.
Double-checking here which one it is. King Shark, King Kraken, but look a little bit similar and have very similar names, so always good to make sure which one you're having come at you. And this is something here where getting to take that first gold and deny Mark from having it on his side of the board could lead to a situation where we see kind of like a little bit of a snowball here, so Mark needs to be really careful that he either has a way to generate more gold in hand or has an ability to block this out this turn.
And we've got Nathaniel coming into this with the unmovable, so really good way to stop these. Mark is not coming in with unmovable, but does have some traps and does have some return fires that we'll be looking out for, especially in a case like this, looking to see the trench used.
Oh boy,
Obviously
we're
not
giving
here, but this is the full suite.
Giving everything here, so able to block the 7 from hand.
And there's a return fire.
7 from hand, 2 from his boots, 1 from his arms, and his chest gives us the full 11 block here. Mark really valuing being able to keep that gold around, not have it get away. It makes me think maybe there's a cash in his hand available to him, or something where he really needs to have that gold for his turn here, where it can't be taken by Nathaniel.
Even just the same play back and response here. If he responds with a Marlin for a harpoon and then tipples, just like we saw on the other side, that's a great way to start off a turn, enable your own hook.
And I can't say how much experience either of these players have with a Marlin mirror. I don't think it's the most common thing that most players have dealt with, especially in Living Legend, where it's not really a common hero that you see that much. So really cool to see both of them make it to this point. We'll see what Mark's response here is, though. Activating that Marlin right away, getting a Goldfin Harpoon here. Hopefully he has either an Art of War or a Golden Temple here that he can utilize that.
I think that Art of War forcing that early trench block here is actually going to be super, super important. The amount of value that Ranger can gain by sinking that arsenal for a resource and allowing that return fire to open up on their opponent's turn can be really, really big.
Looks here, activating our gold-baited hook here with our red Golden Tipple, pitching that harpoon that we made here to make a gold, draw a card here, and forcing Nathaniel to either give a block here or lose his gold on board. And our Marlin activation, it looks like we might have just not loaded with it. I elected not to here from Mark's side, or we're still thinking about it.
I think he elected not to, and then is looking at this tipple as a possibility.
2 cards here still in hand. We'll see what Nathaniel wants to do here on his side, whether we're going to let this get through, generate another gold for Mark, and we can kind of see come into play here. It happens the same with Gravy Bones in CC matchups where we have this hook on both sides, where there's this little bit of a back and forth in this really interesting game of if I don't keep gold on the field, it still stops you from taking my gold. but you still generate the gold from the hook. So there's a difference of stealing versus generating it and how you want to approach that game plan. It's a little bit harder to deny than Gravy Bones, where you can do it at instant speed and deny that gold. But overall, I think this is going to be just the recurring thing we see here is how much can we deny these gold-baited hook activations from actually mattering this game?
It's going to be a big deal in this one. And it looks like we're reaching for the hook and Sea Lay Sarong as our blocks here. Maybe seeing another card paired in.
Now, the one scary thing here is if Mark happens to have the Art of War in hand for the buff here, that we can just go over this block. It's one thing you have to remember in LL, but looks like we don't have that. Looks like we're closing the chain, cracking our gold here to draw a card. And we're going to see this Marlin trigger here again. And we will load in this time. We did manage to find a King Shark Harpoon, and we have the double blue in hand as well. So we have the Harpoon buff here. The King Shark Harpoon coming in for 10 overpower. This one should hit this time around unless Nathaniel has a second unmovable in his hand as well as another block.
So we've essentially seen both players trade a Tipple and a Harpoon for 10 or 11.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to be the game plan we are seeing until the bitter end.
And really, the big question now starts to become, do these Harpoons hit? Again, this isn't like a Viscerai matchup where you have like that maybe like super high red counts, you're looking for the red fin Harpoons. It's not like a Syndra matchup in CC again where you're looking for the reds, or one where it's like super attack heavy with the King Sharks.
Every single Harpoon is going to rip cards.
So it looks like Nathaniel's response here is activating the Quiver of Rustling Leaves to get rid of an attack from hand, finding his own King Shark Harpoon. And now we'll see if he has a block for this or if he just lets it hit. We don't know how many attacks are in his hand, but he has this ability here to manipulate at least two of them, get one out for the block and one for the pitch, which we are electing to do here. Looks like 7 coming through, and again, managed to dodge it here. He has the Premeditate and the big game trophy shot in his hand, but neither of those can be ripped by the King Shark Harpoon. So we've denied the gold. We've denied Mark his ability to reload on that axis, and we're just going to pass back with just 7 damage coming through.
It looks like he's probably going to take the 7 here, and then looks like likely to swing back with 9, I believe.
9, no overpower with it, so we can deny that Premeditate if we want to, as well as the King Shark on hit. And again, without the Harpoon activation here, we don't have any of that overpower with it either, or the buff from that, which is nice for Mark. So Mark can also decide to simply show one card that's not an attack and not lose a card from hand if he wants to let Nathaniel have that Ponder token. But still, large chunk of damage coming in here, plus a Ponder token on the back end is a really nice play from Nathaniel here.
If you take all of his life, he's dead. And if you take all of his cards, you get a chance to do it again.
Yeah, and this is a format where we see a lot of like overpower or dominate effects with Starva, with the Guardians a lot of the time traditionally. Overpower has different strengths and weaknesses in the format than Dominate does, but it's really hard to fatigue a Marlin or block them out efficiently, especially in a deck like this where you have very limited D-reacts, not that many prevention effects. So unlikely we get to that point, and it's very much like the lower that you get, the more dangerous these Hammerhead activations are. So Mark here, looks like we're going to give 6 block here, have 2 cards left in hand. We'll see if there's any other follow-up effects.
Looks like he's debating blocking with a...
So we are showing an attack here.
He shows the overcrowded and loses it.
Generating gold on Nathaniel's side as well. And we do have that Ponder still, so good outcome here from Nathaniel. Manages to go ahead, gets that extra hit from it.
And likely Mark is just looking to Arsenal here and set up a bigger turn next time around.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the card is, if it's something like a 3-oak, something that you... But if we have a 3-oak, we could show it here. So it's an attack that we didn't want to show. Or block with here. So very interesting line here. Curious to see what we wind up putting in that arsenal. We are going to be stuck with it. Like you said earlier, we gave up our trench very early to protect our hand from that first King Shark Harpoon. So now we're in a situation where we really need to have this card that we're wrestling here, be able to convert as an attack, and in the future have the same thing happen where we're kind of getting that flow state through our deck. Because if we stumble in it, we don't have the ability to undo it the way that Nathaniel does, where he can get rid of it with his trench, gain the resource, and then kind of reset it.
All going back to the importance of that +1 off that Art of War early on. Likely one of the red Harpoons here in Arsenal from Bark.
We've activated a Merlin here, sacked our gold, made a Harpoon. We'll see what we want to do with it, and it is the big game trophy shot. We got another one off of our Premeditate, which is kind of huge here. Lets us really be able to push a big error this turn, hopefully between this plus the Hammerhead. drawing a card off of it. So we pitch here. It is the Goldfin Harpoon, so we will generate another gold here since we pitched a yellow.
I think he's looking to see the best way to use all of his resources here. And he's going to cash in, destroying that last gold to draw cards here. Also activating that Marlin ability, letting him load an arrow in.
Sorry, the big game one is the one...
allows for more gold?
When it hits, it creates it. The discard one is, I believe, gold the tip makes it off the discard. So instead, we have this buff here. Cash in here will draw us 2 more cards, and we're looking at our Marlin activation. Do we have an attack here to load in? That's the only thing that's really holding us up this turn. We already have a +4 on board off of the big game trophy shot, threatening a golden hit. The hammerhead as well can be an additional 4. Well, we might not have found it, but we are going to look for another 3 cards to see if we find it. Let's see what we have. Wait, is this 6 cards in hand?
We have drawn 5 cards now.
6, right? The big game trophy shot draws and discards. So we've gone through 6 more this turn cycle.
Wild.
And we did manage to find our 3rd King Shark Harpoon this game. So Nathaniel able to find probably one of the more impactful arrows, I would say. We are going to activate this hammerhead. We have an embarrassment of 5 cards in hand about what we want to pitch here. So we get to set up both this turn and his next turn as well really well with what he wants.
And the blocks here for Mark are going to be really important, as Nathaniel's going to have a decision to make. There is a yellow unmovable in his hand to be set up for next turn. Now, the good news is having that trench, he can set that and feel nice and safe, where if he needs to get rid of it, he can.
This is so funny. He's swinging this with no go again, but has 4 cards in hand. Sorry, 3 cards in hand. My bad. 14 overpower coming in. 2 on hits here. The first on hit will be the King Shark ability, and the second one will be the big game trophy shot. Very unlikely we can stop the big game trophy shot from giving us a gold as well. We'll see here if Mark's hand has multiple attack actions in it.
When we talk about the power of LL, 14 overpower while taking an IP2.
No big deal.
And we're going to see multiple golds created here.
Looks like no attacks in hand, so just the gold off the gold-baited hook and 1 off of the big game trophy shot, but no additional gold from the King Shark Harpoon here. As we see catch of the day, tar pit trap, and I have a video on Mark's side. And we'll see what we're going to do with our massive amount of cards left over for this turn and what our arsenal is. Like you said, we have the D-React there. We can't put that there. We also have insurance to not kind of have our turn bricked if we put it there with the trench. So very important there. And then a couple other really good cards in our hand too. As we did in fact have 4 cards in hand. So we were drawing 1 card on our turn because of what we had left over.
Now this is going to be a very interesting cycle here, where it looks like Nathaniel's now got the big D-React and arsenal. He's got a sunken treasure in hand to make another gold. And we saw Mark keep extra cards here.
Yep.
So he's still got a tar pit trap in hand.
And we have to assume an arrow in hand, right? Last turn, again, we discarded that overcrowded.
Assuming an arrow in arsenal, yeah.
So.
And that's going to come in.
It is indeed the King Kraken
nice
Harpoon
big
here.
10, leaving him with a tar pit trap to be able to arsenal.
Interesting here that Mark neglected to activate his own gold-baited hook here. Instead, just saying, I'm going to send the 10. Nathaniel only presenting 1 armor on the board right now. You see Sunken Treasure block here is going to hit a yellow in Mark's grave, probably, if there is one available to it. If not, he'll take one out of his own grave. We have cash-ins there. We have golden tipples. Plenty of targets here.
We got the big game trophy shot.
Sure, add that one in. Why not? Making another gold here on the defense, up to 3. And we'll see how he wants to finish covering this for the rest of the turn. Notably, in this format, if you are running Sunken Treasure, Mark is not in his list, but Nathaniel is. It does let you cover that overpower, so he has a lot more tools in his deck to deal with these other arrows, and we do see the second unmovable of the game here coming out, covering this up pretty cleanly here with a block and a D-React. Mark going to be forced to arsenal that tar pit trap and then pass back to Nathaniel. We'll see here, Nathaniel still has a card to arsenal. Sorry, he has 2 cards in his... Or he has 3 cards in hand.
His cards in hand? He's got 3 gold?
Still
He's
has
got a lot to be able to do with Marlon's activation.
Yep. So really curious here to see if he has any more of those. Like we have only seen Tipples and Cash-ins yet. I don't think we've seen an Art of War from his side. We've only seen it from Mark's side so far. We're gonna start off by cashing one of our gold, the manual way, drawing a card.
I think we saw the early Art of War from Nathaniel and one of his 3 of a kinds. So I think we've seen a 3 of a kind from each player and an Art of War from Nathaniel.
And a cash-in as well, I believe.
Yes.
So again, like Dex said earlier, always rough when you can't look through your opponent through your grave veteran deck to see what all is already used from both sides. We'll see here what Nathaniel wants to do with the second gold. It looks like he turns it into the harpoon, and what our response is with that. Maybe an Art of War on our turn. Start this off, draw 2 more cards, dig a bit deeper into the deck. It is an Art of War. Looks like we're choosing +1/+1 and +1 attack, and I have to assume banishing that harpoon. Yep. Doing that, drawing 2 more cards.
We'll have the Marlon trigger here. We'll see if he decides to load. We'll see if he can load.
We did pitch a Redfin harpoon here, so you have to assume he has something going on here otherwise.
I would hope.
Notably, he is on a 27 blue list, so he's running a few less blues than what Mark is. However, so far, no issues with the resources with this deck, as he's been able to just churn through it really rapidly between those Art of Wars, cash-ins, etc., and been able to also have really efficient blocks on his side. So we do seem to find that King, Kraken, Harpoon here, and we'll see how we can convert the rest of his hand. We, at minimum, want to be able to pitch 2 cards here, hopefully get that Hammerhead online along with the King, Kraken, so we can send this in for 11 overpower. But we do only have 2 cards in hand, so the question is, do we have 2 blues here? Taking a look through the graveyard, seeing what we have available left in our deck. And we do know here that Mark has the Tar Pit Trap in his arsenal, so he has a way to ability to cover just a little bit more. We are cracking our gold here. And to me, that says that we're digging for a bit more resources. It means that our other card in hand will not let us pay for the Hammerhead and the King Kraken. So we'll see here if he's able to draw that other blue and actually get that last resource he needs.
So we're likely looking at a yellow was also in hand here.
Hard to imagine that you do that with just the red, because you wouldn't really have anything you can do with it unless maybe you have a 3 of a kind. Ooh, unless it's a tipple. Okay.
There's a yellow golden tipple that he discards.
So we will be able to redraw our gold here, but we are in a situation now where we aren't... we're not going to be able to just turn to a Hammerhead along with the King Kraken. So it's going to come in for 4 go again here from the golden tipple, followed by a 7 without the overpower most likely. And with this go again, Mark here, giving full advantage of the Tar Pit Trap. The on-hit, the effective hit will be triggered here, so on-hits for the rest of the turn will not trigger. So this is actually just a vanilla damage from this harpoon. And this is great for Mark here because he finally gets this chance to get out from underneath the yoke of what Nathaniel's doing. Kind of gets out, escapes with his full hand here, and can potentially be able to put pressure back onto Nathaniel after the 7 comes in here.
And Nathaniel is sending that harpoon in anyways just for that 4.
We'll see here. Mark preferably won't have to block this. Preferably can send a big attack back with his 4-card hand, but may need to commit a card here that maybe he can't utilize, or just to save a little bit of life here. We're seeing here the draw back up. It looks like Mark just deciding to take the hit from this. So let's see what Mark can do here with a 4-card hand on the other side. Oh,
and it's
Art of War.
War of his own.
Great look here from Mark's side of it. Really strong way to lead off this turn. Really what you need to see as a crackback in response to this. Looks like we're choosing, yet again, +1, banish a card, probably draw 2. Has to be the mode that you normally see. Normally, though, you have that harpoon that you get to pitch with the Marlin. that's kind of free. In this case, it is a King Kraken Harpoon we have to lose instead, unfortunately. And we have a Marlin activation here. With her ability, we'll see if we're able to load in an arrow here or not.
Now, Mark still has access to the Quiver of Rustling Leaves, so he does have a little bit of an out if he doesn't find an arrow. We did see that used on Nathaniel's side already.
Yeah, no, 3 cards in hand. There's a lot that Mark has access to. We are a little bit light here. We don't have like things like our access to our cash-in for free or anything like that, since we're a little bit gold-starved here. But ideally here we can find an arrow that with some kind of disruption with those harpoons, use the hammerhead here, send back to actually rip something from Nathaniel. Mark here just taking a quick stock of what Nathaniel's used. And this is a matchup where it feels like you probably have a lot that you need to track. There's cash-ins, there's Art-of-Wars, there's 3 of a kinds, all these draw cards. Then you also have Golden Tipples. Then you also have Codexes of Frailty to see what we have disruptors there. So he has to think, do I lose a card next turn and have that King Kraken come back? Do I need to track their blue count? Do I need to track which harpoons
I'm tracking their D-React count.
You have D-Reacts.
We've seen 2 of those unmovables used.
Sunken Treasures. Like, there's so many things that are actually really relevant in this matchup from both sides that you have to just keep track of. And we do see that Mark did find a King Shark Harpoon here. Huge, absolutely huge to be able to get this here. And we do have the ability to activate the Hammerhead and then swing the King Shark as well.
And we have the hook activation here.
Okay, so coming in for 11 overpower. On hit, we're going to make the gold. I think Mark, what he was looking at was to see how many movables have been out of the deck already. So we actually did activate our gold-baited hook here finally. Highly unlikely that Nathaniel can cover the full amount here, so this is us taking kind of like picking our window of where we activate and think, I can definitely get this through. I'm not going to lose my hook off of this.
And I think this is also a big spot to try and pull back some tempo.
Absolutely. If this hits and he can take both the gold off the board and the pivotal arrow out of Nathaniel's hand, we can really swing this back in the other direction. And suddenly then Nathaniel's looking at a turn where he might either not be able to send a huge amount of pressure back or just nothing if it's only one attack.
And in a game where we are down 18, it's a risk to take. But that hook activation could be the chance to get back into the game here and really take control back.
See here, how Nathaniel wants to deal with it. Again, we saw he has Sunken Treasures in his deck. We saw that he has Unmovables, which 2 have been played as well. Also, it's not in our arsenal, so we're not getting the extra additional buff from that as well. No Tar Pit Traps, nothing like that that we can block with. So, very likely this King Shark Harpoon hits and potentially rips the card out of our hand. If we don't have that in our hand, and we don't have a draw card, we're in a lot of trouble, though, for our turn, because we really can't send much back then, too.
Definitely.
We're just seeing the power here. We've seen before, we saw last round with the Viscerai and the Zen. Not a lot of disruption, but the one disruptive card that mattered there, the Succumb Temptation from the Viscerai side of things. Pivotal and kind of changing the flow of that game state. This is a matchup. Both players, disruption every single turn. And if you can disrupt that one piece that you need every turn in LL, you can take a turn that would be some amount of like 12, 15, 20 damage, any number like that, and reduce it to almost nothing or potentially nothing in this matchup.
This LL matchup is reminding me a lot of Azalea Mirrors when she was at full power. It's reminding me a lot of Assassins going head-to-head, especially our aggro Assassins. Even looking at another LL comparison here, Starvo games, throwing some disruption back and forth.
So it looks like Nathaniel selected to say no blocks here, coming in for the full 11. Mark taking the gold from him, and we'll see the whole hand here presented. Art of War, Golden Tipple, blue and yellow, and a King Kraken Harpoon. So we unfortunately are not able to rip the entire game plan away from Nathaniel. Nathaniel really happy here that he has a bit of redundancy with this hand. So we'll see what Mark decides to think as the optimal play on this. What's the best card that we can rip here? It's very interesting. We can't rip the Art of War at all, so we have 2 different Tipples and a King Shark here. We have the ability to deny a yellow here for what our discard would be for Tipple, except for discarding the Art of War. So maybe if we rip the yellow Tipple here, leaving with just the King Kraken Harpoon, the blue Tipple, the Art of War. And then if you want to activate your Art of War, you're probably pitching the blue to then banish your King Shark Harpoon. Instead, it looks like Mark wants to say, I don't want that Harpoon around. I don't want to have the potential activation for it. If you want to get this Tipple off, you have to pitch an Art of War, and if you want the Art of War, you're pitching a Tipple. So either way, not a lot that, like, this really rips apart Nathaniel's hand, right? If we had this full hand here, we're cooking. We have Art of War, we get to make a Harpoon off of the gold, Art of War, pitch it, put the harpoon in.
Even if we had an arsenal to trench away for the resource for that first tipple,
Mhm.
we'd be in a really, really good spot right now.
Yep.
But this is going to be an interesting spot for Nathaniel here. These are the kinds of hands that I've seen from Marlon. Marlon is ripping your hand apart all game long, taking your resources, and then all of a sudden, that hand looks worse than a Runeblade hand. We
We'll
do
see here.
see the lead in with it is the discard of Art of War.
Draw a card. Marlin activation.
The gold is that important here. So we see the hook activation into the tipple saying block this or I am taking that gold right back.
Looks like we're passing on the Marlin activation here. So we have 2 go again coming in from Nathaniel. It says, give me a card marker. I'm taking your gold away from you. Do you still now have the ability after this is done? Since we did pitch a blue here to crack that gold, draw another card, potentially find a harpoon or a relevant arrow on top. So
Especially if Mark doesn't respect this and gives the second gold.
it's a blind hit here, so it could be anything. What Mark absolutely needs to not see here is a cash-in, a 3-oak. One of these cards that draws you multiple more cards when you places it. We really need to not have that happen if Mark wants to be able to send something back here. But it looks like instead we're going to elect to take the 2 here from Mark's side, lose that gold.
Now if I'm Nathaniel, I am super happy to see a cash in.
Yep. So down to 1 gold for Mark, up to 2 for Nathaniel. Let's see what he can do with that gold. Looks like we're going to activate the Marlin here. We're thinking about it.
That would give us a harpoon.
Yeah, and this is a play that happens in CC a good amount of the time where you have that endgame loop of Marlin making those harpoons. We actually have the ability here to make a harpoon from Nathaniel, put it into our arsenal if we have a way to draw a card, and then just activate the Hammerhead to just swing for 6 overpower. But what we'd really like to see on our side is instead the ability to use that for something like an Art of War, right? So we'll see here. Maybe Nathaniel drew one, or the backup plan, use those 2 floating, crack our last gold here to draw a card and get a load. And Marlin reload at minimum gets to see the harpoon. It looks like we have a pair of Catch of the Day in hand, though. Or is that a harpoon in the back? I can't quite tell. It might be a yellowfin harpoon.
All of the harpoons look very, very similar.
The problem is that if we put that into our arsenal and we swing it here, we're only getting it to swing in for 4 without the Hammerhead on. So it's not really great. The alternative is we can put the yellowfin harpoon or the gold baited harpoon, or what's it? Goldfin harpoon. Sorry.
Goldfin harpoon.
We can put the goldfin harpoon in here and come in for 6 overpower and at least push some amount of damage through this turn, hopefully. And that looks like what we're going to like to do here. Yep. Pitching, it is a yellowfin harpoon and a Catch of the Day. Coming in for 6 overpower here. And Mark, like we talked about, we saw 1 return fire already. Could potentially have another one there. Could have Sunken Treasures. Nathaniel's not quite sure what all he's playing in this deck to know for the blocks. Could just let the 6 come through. But at that point, then we're getting dangerously low in our life total then. So I have to send something back that is equally disruptive as our last turn was. But for Mark overall, great turn cycle where he winds up getting to be able to kind of really stifle Nathaniel's play. But we are blocking here with a Command and Conqueror. Something you really want to be able to send back, unfortunately. But Nathaniel, no arsenal here, so just losing a card that could potentially swing a good amount of damage, but no disruption on the back end.
Conqueror of the High Seas, keeping that life total above single digits. That is not the place you want to be against Marlin.
Not at all. And we'll see here Nathaniel's draw up after this turn. And how Mark is able to respond here. He does have 1 gold available here for a Marlin activation. Looks like we're going to activate that right away here. Could be used for a golden tipple, could be used for an Art of War. But highly doubt that our plan this turn is to activate Marlin here and then send that. And it looks like it is in fact a red tipple. Pitching a blue, banishing that Goldfin harpoon, drawing a card, and replacing our gold.
No hook activation here. Likely waiting to hold that to put with an arrow.
We'll see if there's a Marlin activation or use of our Marlin ability for the reload here as well. Looks like Mark is maybe thinking about that right now. Declines it. 3 go again, coming at Nathaniel.
With our 2 floating, we still got a lot of options here. We've still got some 3 of a kinds. We've still got some ways to really make use of this.
And then we have the cash in. That's the perfect hit here. Let's us get 2 cards deeper here. We talk a lot about something, the idea of deck velocity in this format, where decks kind of cycle really quickly through their deck. It's really hard to beat what Marlin does with how many cards she has that draws multiple cards. So 3 cash in, 3 Art of War, 3 of a kind. That's so many cards you get to see every turn. And once you hit the first one, it just chains you deeper and deeper into the next ones. So Mark here able to find a really nice hit here with the King Kraken Harpoon. Activates his hook, comes in. 10 overpower here on hit, ripping it on attack action from Nathaniel. And Nathaniel right back in the blender where we were last turn.
That is a really good point about the deck velocity, though. That's something we saw in CC before the books were banned, where we saw Zens just trying to chain Art of War into Art of War into Art of War. Even sometimes playing the first one in a way that wasn't always optimal, but just to get deeper into the next one.
And Nathaniel going from a position where we thought that he was really far ahead, had a great command of this game, and a single hit from Mark has been able to entirely steal all the tempo of this game. And now Nathaniel in the back foot, blocking 3 here with a big game trophy shot. Looks like he's going to take 7 all the way down to 12 here, making a gold from the gold baited hook. And we'll see what his hand is. And it looks like 3 arrows here. So Mark denied that next on hit of ripping another card and making another gold here. So it looks like Nathaniel not having a way here, though, unfortunately. It looks like he wouldn't have a way to load an arrow here.
Looks like he's going to have to resort to the quiver here.
Well, we don't have it anymore, right, from Nathaniel?
Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah. So I think
we're in a really bad spot here.
I think our turn might just be that we have to... We can activate our Hammerhead Harpoon here if we want to cycle 2 of the cards in our hand, but otherwise we just have to Arsenal Pass.
This is a big swing from when Mark was down 18.
And again, we see that issue here where each of the different harpoons has a different on-hit effect, and depending on what it is, it can be great or it can be really bad here. We saw in this situation, the one card that we had that could actually draw us a card and load a card was that big green trophy shot. Mark has the King Kraken Harpoon, able to rip that and make it be a blocking card, and suddenly Nathaniel's hand goes from being able to potentially send back one of these giant disruptive harpoons to arsenaling and passing. That is the play.
This also shows you the power of those harpoons, though. It didn't even have to hit to do its job. All it had to do was threaten that hit.
And now Mark, let's see what he has on his side. Has that gold available, has the full 4 cards in hand. Will we start out the same? We have so many other turns with the Marlin activation. We will make another harpoon.
If Mark can keep the pressure on, he's going to be able to put Nathaniel into single digits this turn. And if he strips his hand again, the game could be in his favor.
It looks like a blue golden tipple here.
Most likely discarding that fin.
Oh, never mind.
The activation of the hook first.
Yep, activating the hook here. Now, the interesting thing here is that when we activate at this point of the turn, we do offer the ability to trade the trench for this, unless there's an Art of War in hand. So it's a really interesting activation from Mark, and I'm curious to see whether Nathaniel just snap blocks this with the Sunken Treasure or with the Sunken Trench. As we are coming in for a 1 go again. But on Nathaniel's side, you have to also think, does he have an Art of War? Is this kind of a bait attack here, where we're going to just come in and kind of get a got you and not only get your armor, but also then...
If you block with armor here and there's an Art of War, you are punished for it. At the same time, you don't have a gold on your side of the field.
Yep.
You don't really want to give Mark a second gold.
Especially when he has the 2 floating off of it, so he still has that resource from playing that tipple. But it looks like letting this hit, not wanting to risk losing that trench. Second gold being generated by Mark here. Looks like we're going to close the chain, and I'm thinking that we'll either sack a gold here, or we have something like a cash in or another way to draw cards, potentially. But so many options available to Marlin, so many ways to draw cards between the gold and the cards in hand. She's really, really strong whenever she's not disrupted like this. She just has so much space, and she can do so many things. It's really whenever she starts to lose one of those cards that are really acquired that she kind of starts to fall apart. And we're seeing here, Mark
pays into the gold and draws a card.
Pays in, draws the card, coming back from a massive life deficit here. We'll see if he has an arrow to load here with the Marlin reload trigger. Oh no, we just see the tapping fingers.
Those tapping fingers near that quiver. And it's another tipple.
Never mind. Let's just redo that last turn as we see a Murderous Rabble pitched here for a red tipple. Discarding a Tar Pit Trap. Making a gold, drawing another card. And did we find our arrow? No, I believe.
That is unfortunate.
So like we were saying, you have a lot of velocity through the deck. However, Marlin needs really specific pieces. Missing one of those can turn this gigantic turn into potentially almost nothing. Like just so far, we've only threatened 4 damage this turn. Oh, but a Conqueror. That's more than 4 damage.
Big boat.
Big damage. As we did block 3 on the Golden Tipple from Nathaniel's side already, staring down 8 here that will either take our arrow, probably that King Shark Harp, or the King Kraken Harpoon we saw last turn in his hand when he didn't have any way to load his arrows, or having to give our entire remaining hand to block this out.
And if he takes that arsenal, that's more gold.
More gold, more ability to just pressure through the next turn as well. Might be a situation where Nathaniel is just kind of forced into, if his hand does block 9 here. We do have the ability to use the Trench of Sunken Treasure to get rid of that card from our arsenal and be on a 3-card hand, but that would put us all the way down to 3 then. And if we're down to 3, that means that next turn, if Mark is able to keep his hand, send in a Harpoon with Overpower, the game is likely just over at that point, even with Sunken Treasures and that last immovable in his deck.
We see Nathaniel taking the time to look through his options. Mark doing the same as he waits.
Just double checking how many of each Harpoon are we through. Are we through our King Krakens? Are we through our King Sharks, etc.? Those are the big ones since they're the 6s, but then the blue ones are also super relevant sometimes, right? Ripping a specific colored card out of your hand can just shut the entire turn cycle down.
Makes me wonder if he is considering taking this damage and trying to finish the game on his terms.
Yeah, if you happen to have access to like a 3 of a kind here that you can send a big arrow back, maybe a Golden Tipple that can then pitch a yellow, generate that gold, kind of get your gold train going there again and getting that economy moving, potentially a play here. But
if we've seen, I think, at least 4, if not 5 of those big red 6-power arrows already from Nathaniel.
And one thing to note,
this might be one of the last 2.
Oftentimes, Codex of Frailty for Marlin can be really powerful in CC. Codex of Frailty in this situation, maybe not quite as good because we know that Mark has Overcrowdeds in his deck. So he can just get that Overcrowded back that we saw him pitch earlier, put that in his arsenal. That's going to block for 4 then on a Codex of Frailty, which is fantastic in CC against the Leave No Witnesses. Even better when you have a giant Overpower Harpoon coming at you and you can just block that 4 for free from Arsenal.
That is true right there. We're seeing it looks like he's done looking through his graveyard, trying to figure out what the line is on this block.
Deep in the tank here.
This might be one of the biggest decisions that either player has to make in the game. How do I stay and keep my life total at a point where I'm going to survive what comes next?
And we're putting the hand face down in front of the Marlin, and we're electing to trench here. Get rid of that arsenal. I'm thinking we haven't let go of the deck yet. It's like sliding your chess piece off the board. Like you're moving your move forward and keeping a finger on top before you decide, is this correct? And it looks like we've elected
to take all of the damage.
Yep, taking all the way down to 3 here. Nathaniel saying, my 3-card hand here will disrupt you enough that I don't just die on the crackback next turn.
And we have gone now from 33 to 15 to 3 to 10.
All the way back the other way. And Nathaniel here taking a look through his graveyard, taking stock, maybe thinking about a Codex of Frailty here. Taking stock of what he can maybe draw off of a draw card here. We'll see how he can convert these 3 cards and how he can pressure Mark's hand this turn. So we see a 3 of a kind, what looks like a Yellowfin Harpoon, and a Premeditate, I think. So there's a lot of potential here, actually, because that Premeditate lets us push it up to an additional +3. If we can find a red Harpoon, potentially, with a Harpoon Hammerhead activation, we're looking at 13 Overpower this turn. Which, again, Mark's deck doesn't run the D-Reacts. He has Tar Pit Traps, but those don't cover nearly as much as an Immovable does, and that could potentially just be lethal here if Mark only has action cards in his hand. But this does require us to find a decent amount from Nathaniel's side. Have to find that 6-power Harpoon. Have to find the boost to pay for this as well. So really interesting to see how he wants to approach this turn.
The big question. How many of those do we have left?
Yep. And probably what he was doing there, looking through his graveyard, trying to understand. We know we just bottomed one as well off of that trench because we put it there last turn as well.
Now he's got some additional options in his 80. He is pitching the premeditate here.
So he's electing to say, I'm not going to whiff on an arrow this turn. I will always at least have this yellowfin that I can load to be able to buff it with the hammerhead, get that on hit potentially. Gets the load trigger here from Marlin. See what he chooses to put into his arsenal. Three of a Kind now will restrict us to only play cards from our arsenal, but has the potential to still send a large arrow here.
It looks like, is that the yellowfin harpoon there?
It is the yellowfin harpoon. We did elect to load that in.
Looks like we have a gold-baited hook activation.
And we're just saying we only are able to send this in for 4, unfortunately, so no hammerhead activation here.
Now this would rip a yellow if he has one.
But critically, not forced to show his entire hand here with the hammerhead activation, only having to reveal 1 card. So not threatening lethal, not making Mark reveal his entire hand. So this might be one that Mark can just afford to say, I'm going to let this hit, take 4 down to 6, and then go back with my full card grip here, unless my his entire hand is 4 yellows, which would be extremely bad luck in this situation. And really makes you curious, though, what the other 2 cards are that Nathaniel wound up drawing off of that 3 oak, right? Because we had the yellowfin already in hand. We drew 3 cards. We pitched a cash in here, but there's 2 more unknowns there. So between them, makes you think it has to be a red and a yellow or 2 reds. So just getting very unlucky there that we don't have a play that we can do that's stronger than just a yellowfin harpoon for 4.
And it looks like we are just electing to take the 4 here.
4 coming across. We will get a gold from Nathaniel. And Mark here, forced to reveal 1 card. Shows a bluefin harpoon here. No yellow, so go fish. Not active, not succeeding here. And we'll see Nathaniel here arsenaling 1 card and passing back to Mark here.
So 4 cards, a gold, the quiver, the harpoon, and Nathaniel's only at 3 life.
But again, this deck does have that ability. It can just whiff. Even with all the redundancies that you try to build into this deck, all the card draw you have, the ability of Marlin to generate you a harpoon, quiver, so many tools here that Mark does have the potential. So Nathaniel here, taking the line of I'm going to send the 4 damage and hope that you can't convert this into one of these massive harpoons with overpower. As we see Mark cracking that gold, drawing a card. Marlin activation here.
Just the Marlin trigger for the card into Arsenal.
Does that reload have a target in hand? Mark is thinking here for a minute.
I think it very likely had to. If not, we likely would have seen that be...
No.
Yeah, no.
So
is it
denying
a tipple to make the gold here?
Yeah, if we're activating the hook here, I kind of feel like it has to... Oh, a 3 oak first?
Kind.
Okay. Interesting.
So we're going to continue to dig deeper.
Okay, we've drawn 4 cards here. We had 4 cards in hand. We're going up to 8. If we don't have an arrow now, we're in trouble. Okay.
There we go.
Found one. We're good.
And after that 3 of a kind, it is very, very likely we've got the blues here to activate the cannon.
Yeah, so we'll be coming in for 10 overpower. Now, notably, we've only seen 2 of the yellow movables, I think, so there is the potential for
one of the
here.
sunken treasures.
Now, granted, looking at Mark's pitch here, we did have a lot of non-arrows here, so we actually got really close to not being able to see one of these large arrows this turn. Now, the question is, can Nathaniel survive this attack? We have 1 armor on board with the Trencher Sunken Treasure. He does run blocks in his deck. He does run defense reactions in the deck, so he does have the potential here to live through this turn. Does he have the cards needed? Nathaniel here, thinking on his blocks, thinking of his ways to come through this turn. Mark able to string together this turn really, really well, keeping this pressure on. Such a great pivot from being down so much life in this match. We seen he had an Artivore, a Tar Pit, a Catch of the Day, and the Bluefin. So he just drew into a bunch of non-arrows there through his turn.
Looks like he's counting his way back through his resources to make sure he's got what he needs.
Yeah, we spent 2 off of the gold, 1 off of the 3 of a kind, and then 6 more. So we spent 9 total. We have 2 yellows and 2 blues there, so one floating resource makes sense here.
And as we are waiting for our blocks to be decided on this arrow, I do have it confirmed that Viserai did in fact beat Viserai in the mirror.
Wow. No way. I, for one, shocked by this development. So Mark trying to punch his ticket through here to see Viserai unknown in the finals.
We will get to see Jared back on stream for the finals against whichever of our Marlins makes it out here.
Nathaniel here, seeing how he can make it out of this turn alive and potentially even send something back the other direction, but tall task here when you're at 3 with 10 overpower coming through.
And even if you can get out of this here, if it is not the unmovable in your arsenal, you're still going to have a card ripped from hand in most cases.
I think there has to be an unmovable here, because even if it's just the Sunken Treasure, just one of them, plus an action, plus the trench is only 7, so we would still be taking 3 and going to 0 off of that. So it either need to be multiple block cards, or it need to be that last unmovable that we have here.
You know what I'm saying?
Daniel here taking a look through Mark's graveyard to double check here. Keeping an eye, maybe thinking about what's there with an Artivore potentially, if there's one of those to push over. Maybe he can block up to 8 here.
But this game's definitely showcased, I think, the full range of Marlin and LL. We've seen very, very powerful things.
Very much so.
And we've also seen turns where we've had to dig through 7, 8, 9 cards just to find a single arrow.
Yeah, and again, it shows the volatility here. Maybe one of those reasons why Marlin hasn't necessarily been like a deck that's jumped to the forefront to this point is that there's a lot of inconsistency with it as well. We saw Nathaniel have that situation where he's up 20 life, has the game firmly in control, and then goes to a turn where he just passes back because he lost 1 card in hand and then couldn't find a replacement for it. So seeing here both the highs and the lows of this deck, and we'll see here whether Nathaniel's able to keep this back. Looks like he's pushing 1 card forward, thinking about his blocks here. Can he survive this turn? Make it to another. Wants to see that Viserai again.
Does anyone really?
You know, it's probably my least favorite hero of all time with Fab. New's pretty close, but Purple Man bad.
Viserai is definitely my top 3 favorite heroes of all time.
We are trenching away our arsenal here, floating 1 resource.
Could we have the unmovable, but just be a little short on the blue for it?
That's the case. We'll be able to survive this turn. Blocking with the trench as well.
Or maybe just opening up the arsenal for something a little bit better here.
Have the Sunken Treasure as well. This will generate a gold.
This is covering 4.
We're digging through, finding yellow out of Mark's graveyard. There's at least the Tar Pit traps, but I believe there should be Tipple and Cash in as well. Telling Cash in, goodbye, friend. Turn that face down, make a 2nd gold here. And is that unmovable here? Do we have the ability to cover this? I believe we would wind up taking 1 here afterwards. Yellow unmovable, I believe, is 5, and we do have it in hand.
There we go. Pitching the yellow using the resource off of trench.
Excellent play here. Maintains 1 card in hand, too. So if this is a non-attack here, Nathaniel taking 1.
Taking none, using the trench. So getting that block off the trench in addition to the unmovable.
Yeah, 6 off the unmovable, 1 off the trench, 3 off the Sunken Treasure. So perfect block there. 1 card in hand. Mark here does lose the gold-baited hook here. Super relevant thing here if
that could be big.
If Nathaniel's able to chain together some disruption here, but we need some help on Nathaniel's side, right? He has 2 gold here. Card in hand probably needs to be a blue here. Needs to be able to dig through that gold, find a 3 oak, find a cash, and find some other way to continue that train moving through the deck and getting cards.
Now, we've seen a lot of those red harpoons from Mark's side
Okay.
already, but if Nathaniel leaves Mark alive after this turn, it is going to be very, very hard to stop that overpower.
Cash in drawing 2 new cards, though. Pot of Greed, very strong card.
We see the Marlin activation here, destroying that gold for that Goldfin harpoon.
Have to have a way here to draw again if we want to be able to load this up. So do we have an Art of War or a Tipple to banish this, or do we have a way to load it in? Looks like we have a golden Tipple here. Pitching a blue. Okay. Harpoon gone. Threatening on the gold on Nathaniel's side here. If this hits, has 2 floating as well, so he gets to pop one of those gold. Drawing a fresh card here. Nathaniel chaining together the cards he absolutely has to have here to be able to come back into this game.
And it looks like we are declining to load on the Marlin trigger once more.
Mark, looks like he's taking that 1 down to 5. Nathaniel here will make a 2nd gold off of this gold-baited hook activation. And now, Nathaniel has a shot here. We have 2 gold. We have 2 floating with the ability to at least cycle the first gold here and kind of rethink what our hand is.
Likely a blue to be able to cycle the second one if we really need it.
Really looking for 1 more card draw card, another Caction, an Art of War. A 3 of a kind would probably be the best case scenario here if any are left in the deck. But have to find something here, both to load in with the Marlin and then to threaten Mark's life total. 2nd blue, Portside Exchange, cash in for that last gold here. Starting out this turn with 1 card in hand and it being a cash in here, we've managed to cycle through another 4 cards.
Get an effective rate moving through the deck. We are struggling to find that arrow.
Need the arrow or the additional card draw this turn. Have to find it here to be able to threaten Mark, or we go back to Mark and Mark is able to send the full 5 card hand over at Nathaniel.
And Nathaniel, I believe, is down to 1 sunken treasure.
Two cards, and we are in the tank here for Nathaniel. I wonder if he drew a codex here. Could be potentially huge. Could be, if we have that, the ability to get back one of our harpoons here that we can potentially play. If that's the ability to activate the hammerhead in before doing that and just float the extra resources, really will depend on what the rest of the hand is. But there are 2 cards there. Mark patiently waiting here to see if Nathaniel is able to send something back here, threaten that life total.
I think the big concern with a codex here is that the harpoons all cost 2. So to be able to try and float some resource to do it. And he pitches the premeditate here.
So just coming in for 4 here. Not threatening Mark's life total, lethal on Mark's life total here.
But we are going to get that blue fin harpoon.
Nathaniel did find an arrow, but not able to really capitalize, unfortunately. Send this with overpower. The margins here so small on both of these players. Nathaniel in the driver's seat at the beginning. Mark able to call this back really close here. Can he deal with this last harpoon attack from Nathaniel and send something back to lock this game up?
Debating his blocks here, just as likely debating what he can afford to not worry about. And it looks like we might see the cash-in blocked here.
Yeah, cash-in. You don't have the gold-baited hook anymore. You're a bit low. You have no gold on the field, so your gold generation in the deck is maybe a little bit low now that you've gone through so many Tipples. Just saying, I'd rather just make sure you block here.
He did not block. All he did was show the cash-in.
Got it. So going all the way down to 1 here. Has the cash-in hand. Decides, don't care about that block. Need the cash-in here where they're going to draw 2 cards off of it. the old-fashioned way, pitching 2 blues here, or we're just going to utilize it as a pitch card at some point this
We
turn.
could see a tipple into it using the cash-in. We
That could
could
also- yeah,
see
yep.
the cash-in just might be the extra resources he needs to push whatever is in his arsenal with that harpoon cannon.
We'll see. Can Mark here string together that last harpoon with overpower? We're out of unmovables now from Nathaniel's side. We've seen, I believe, 2 of the sunken treasures.
2 of the 3.
So most of his ways to dodge that overpower out of the deck at this point. Mark taking stock of his hand here. Trying to think about best way to string together this turn and push through those final points of damage here. We do have the Arsenal card. I have to think if this was like a big red harpoon here and we have the hand that has the 6 resources, we would have just activated the hammerhead harpoon and sent 10 back at him. Has to think here though, is there a better option for it? Is there more that he can play this turn? Better ways to finalize that last 3 points of damage? Looks like pitching Artivore and a blue
Pitching
infecting
Artivore and a
shot.
blue to cast cash in the old-fashioned way.
This card decidedly less unfair when it costs 4, gotta say.
Really well balanced when you have to pay for it.
Let's see here. What did we draw? Is there a harpoon in our arsenal that we have access to? Have to assume that there's some kind of damage that we can do here from the arsenal. It's always really risky with Marlin if you arsenal those non-harpoon attacks, because if you can't play them or you don't have the way to reload after you play them, it kind of puts you in a rough spot of you can't really attack with the deck other than the golden tipples and the conquerors. Now we haven't seen all 3 conquerors, and there is a conqueror from the arsenal.
Conqueror. This is going to be 8 go again.
And this is pushing a ton of damage here from Mark's side.
Now again, that question. We've got 2 cards left. Can we follow this up? Or are we just stripping 3 cards from hand?
Potentially Nathaniel could block 2. Could go down to 1. Keep 2 cards in hand. Might be forced to, honestly, here. As there is always the option here from Mark's side. He does have the Quiverescent Leaves here that could potentially also hit an arrow off the top. But can Nathaniel afford here to give 3 cards on this boat?
Looks like he is lining up potentially 2 to block with here. So he may, in fact, have those 2-3 blocks.
Boat and Sea coming in just as powerful here as it is in Constructed.
Giving this a good think, looking for some options, see what is left, see what's still coming.
You can see Nathaniel there pulling for the Artivores, trying to keep a track of how many are available to Mark here. Could Mark play one at instant speed, buff this up by that 1 extra point, and just kill us at instant speed? Making sure we didn't miss any here at all. There is one in the pitch right now, so it would be the 3rd one, I believe, from Mark's side if he does have it here.
That is the tough thing when you're counting through everything you see your opponent have, and it's the one thing that's left in their hand, or it's the one thing left in their pitch.
Nathaniel making the choice, blocking with the 6 on the 8.
Blocking 6, going to 1.
Telling Mark, do you have it?
It does not look like it. He does have the 3
No,
of a kind,
but
though.
we're gonna go digging here. Nathaniel here just praying. No arrow in those top 3 cards. Oh, and we did manage to find a Redfin Harpoon. Mark quickly
And the blues.
activates the Hammerhead Harpoon, and we get the
And
fist bump from Nathaniel.
That is the game.
Mark Morrison on to our finals match against our Viscerai here. Manages to claw back from a 20 life deficit there.
Really showed the entire variety you can get out of this Marlin deck. Showed the power of it. That last turn alone is 18 damage.
Absolutely crazy there. We saw such a pivot there at the start. We saw Nathaniel with that first block of the immovable. Absolutely commanding presence there to have that then switch back to the offense. Puts Mark and the defense for 3, 4, 5 turns in a row. Forces Mark into suboptimal blocks, ripping the best card out of his hand every single turn. Finally, Mark finds 1 pivot turn, rips a single card by forcing a block with the King Kraken Harpoon. Entire game shifts back in his favor. Nathaniel can never fully recover. But even at the end, we saw Nathaniel with that 1 turn, has 1 card in hand, it's a cash-in, and almost starts to be able to chain through with different arrows to get to that.
Flesh and blood at its finest. End of the game, all of your armor broken, your ways out are gone, and who can string through that final shot? And
Absolutely
Mark was able to
insane.
do it.
Yep. Now, we will have a short break here while we let Mark kind of recover from that, kind of get used to it. I believe Jared, you said, did win his semifinal game, so we'll see him back on camera from our quarterfinal matchup where he played the Viserai Zen matchup. Once we see him back on camera, we'll come back in and show you guys the final of Viserai versus Marlon. All right, we are back. It all comes down to this, Ryan.
One
Finals.
last matchup.
One last matchup. Viserai, Marlin. We've seen both these players on stream already in our quarterfinals and our semifinals. Jared with that impressive win over Wyatt with the Zen, managing to get around that Zen State token, kind of bring it home there after Wyatt goes off with his Tigers. Just saw Mark. Amazing Marlin mirror there. So much back and forth, able to come back from a massive life deficit. Any thoughts on how this matchup will wind up going?
It's really going to be a question of, can Marlin pull enough cards from Viserai early? If so, we have a really successful match. If Marlin can't interrupt what Viserai is trying to do, Viserai is going to run them over.
Jared, unlikely to be running those yellow immovables in his deck. However, does have things like the Rune Blood Barrier, does have the ability to stack up a bunch of his Rune Chants really quickly. We've seen before, all those harpoons that had some amount of different on hits and the high percentage chances to hit each of them. Viserai is a little bit different. Viserai has some yellows, not a lot, not as many blues. Has a balance between attack and non-attacks, but it's actually really easy to whiff those harpoons into Viserai if his hand complexion is just the opposite direction, right? So really looking to find very specific harpoons into very specific hands, and if you don't, Viserai might just be able to come back with that exact hand that counters it and kind of ignore the harpoon on hit. So our players are ready. Let's jump down to the game and get this finals underway. So we see the fist bump here from the players. Marlin is running that AB1 off of the Trench of Sunken Treasure. Jared, same loadout pretty much that we saw before. It does have the Balance of Justice instead of the Face Purgatory, however, in this situation, which, again, Purgatory, when your arrows are coming with Overpower, doesn't really get its effect off that much. But one thing Marlin will be doing in this format, drawing a bunch of cards.
That is definitely true. That ability to, for the turn that Marlin really puts forth that big arrow to strip, if you've already blocked with that balance, being able to recoup that card to just keep powering through.
And we see here, Jared, you see a Quiver of Rustling Leaves here activate from Mark. Does see the Redfin Harpoon here, does load it in. Did elect to go first here. We'll see here what he can follow this Redfin Harpoon up with. Is it just a Hammerhead and is sending this for 4 Overpower? Looks like that'll be the case here. And most Viserai lists, including Jared's, very red heavy. Highly likely this Harpoon does hit here and is able to generate a gold here and rip a card. Jared, a little bit less worried about that in the situation just because he gets the redraw for that first turn. However, is Mark able here to rip a powerful piece out of it? We see that's not Arcanics in Jared's hand.
We see an Amplify the Arcanite as well.
At least 2 reds here. And we'll see, again, that's Sonata. Really high value card, obviously, in this matchup. Viserai, probably the best thing he can do in LL, and the scariest thing is the Skeleton plus Sonata turns. Even though they have the potential to whiff, they also have the potential just to send 60 damage in a turn here. So really high value card. Losing one of those on turn 0 could be huge for the complexion of this game and how it shapes up going forward.
Also depends what those other 2 cards are. Something like a Gloomveil here might be just as impactful to rip from the hand.
No, there's been like an Art of War here, so probably just the 8. So just thinking through, trying to think about what his next turn is here when he does draw up. Should be losing 2 cards out of this hand. So what are the best 2 cards that he can carry over from this hand to the next hand?
We've got a Meet and Greet. I did not catch whether that was a red or a blue. Looks like we're going to block with that. We do have 3 very powerful reds here. That Revel to pair with that Sonata and Amplify. Mark's going to have a lot of choices.
Yeah. And I think the default option for most people here would be that Sonata as the choice. But the Revel, also incredibly powerful card. In combination with that Amplify, especially if Jared is able to draw a non-attack and an attack so he can get that Revel off this turn, has the potential here to just send a huge amount of damage back over in Mark's direction.
I'm definitely not as, if I'm in Mark's seat, I'm not as scared of that Sonata off the bat. So being able to rip that Revel and rip that true damage is really something I would be excited for.
Yeah, it really depends on how he wants to approach this matchup. If he's worried about the long game with it, is he worried about taking the combo pieces, ripping the high rune generation of that early potential Revel and Rune Blood. So lots of options here. Jared kind of walking through each of the choices in his head as well. Which one's Mark likely to take? Which one do I really want for my own hand complexion this turn? It looks like we might be blocking with the Revel here, actually. Oh, we're giving the balance here too. Oh,
Wow.
this is huge. Jared offering 3 equipment pieces on turn 0 here in exchange for this Redfern Harpoon on hit effect. Mark has to leave his turn happy, right? You just ripped 6 armor here on turn 0 for basically no cost here. You still get the arsenal. Have an arrow engrave that you get to have for Codex later potentially. Huge player from Mark on turn 0 to be able to shape the rest of this game.
And we're likely to see a Sonata here for nothing extra, but being able to pull a card, start that chain. If we can get that chain going, that meet and greet, I was looking for some arcane for go again. We could see a very powerful turn here.
And one really interesting part about this that wasn't really there maybe necessarily in every Viscerai list earlier in this season is with Duskblade kind of becoming a default option here, that ability to kind of send this into Marlin every turn. Marlin can rip your attacks or your non-attack actions, but Viscerai usually has like pretty good equivalency between both in their deck list, so that their Sonatas hit more often. That Duskblade could stack up actually and do quite a bit of damage if this game does go long, as we see Jared here leading off with a Succumb to Temptation, not at instant speed, but then sending in the meet and greet directly after this for a go again on hit will strip a card out of Mark's hand and just trying to offer this, not necessarily seeing what we saw happen with Wyatt where he got to rip a card at instant speed, but basically forcing Mark into a bad armor block here potentially, or giving up a card just so he slows him down in the next turn cycle.
Jared's really saying, you're going to give me a card here. It's just a question of whether you want to give me a card in armor, or if you want me to take a card and make a rune chant.
Yeah, and getting that gold-baited hook here as the block seems like the obvious choice here. Mark has the 3 block to go with it with the big game trophy shot. Quick arsenal pass here from Jared.
Saving that Sonata for later.
Yeah, not a huge turn out of Jared here. Really prioritized saving that Sonata at all costs here. Gave 6 armor on turn 0 just to be able to arsenal that here and pass back. And now we'll see what Mark can send back. Again, Mark here looking for a Disruptive Arrow every single turn with that Hammerhead Harpoon, giving it overpower. Wants to find, ideally I think that we're looking for any of the red harpoons we're really happy to see here. Yellowfin Harpoon is probably the worst of the 5 that we can see with that on hit. Redfin's probably the best of the blues. Catch of the day here. And we are activating our Marlin here, adding a Goldfin Harpoon to our hand. Let's see if it's either a Tipple or an Art of War most likely here. Ooh, a big game trophy shot actually. Pitching a blue Sikkim shot here to draw in the discard a card. And the Goldfin Harpoon doing so much work in this format. It does so much in CC for Marlin, but in LL it really gets to shine as that additional outlet for all 9 of your Tipples plus your Art of Wars. Really just pulls a lot of weight in this deck.
You're really getting to see the vision that they had for Marlin in design.
And now the question is, do we find a good harpoon here? Maybe not, but 3 of a kind definitely lets us go digging for another one.
My big question here is Jared put up forward a lot of armor there on turn 0. Now it kept his life total high. It let him keep that Sonata and guarantee that Sonata. Is that going to come back to haunt him here as he faces down these unmovables? Or these, unstoppable arrows.
As we see, Mark did find the blues for this, did find the King Shark Harpoon, coming in here for, I believe, 16 overpower, 2 off the catch of the day, 4 from the big game trophy shot, 10 from the Harpoon plus Hammerhead, so massive number here. I love the double 8 die. And really importantly here, we have the gold-baited hook active to get a gold. We have a gold off the big game trophy shot, and then we have 2 activations of the Go Fish from catch of the day. So potentially making 4 gold here and stripping 2 cards out of Jared's hand. This is the potential to just completely shift this game already on turn 2. Jared blocks 3, is taking 13 here, dropping all the way down to 27, and we'll see if this on hit is able to rip 2 cards. I believe I saw her read the rune, so at least 1 miss here. Oh, there is a Rune Ranger Swarm here and a Runic Reckoning, so it looks like we are going to be able to rip 1 card here from Mark's side. And that will create yet another gold on the Marlin side. And the Marlin is humming along here. Jared's turn back here. Just a Runic Reckoning in hand along with our other Rune Chant generation.
The question is, do we see Sonata here to try and get that attack, or do we just cash in for that extra Rune Chant with Runic Reckoning?
Yeah, I think
it looks like we're going to take that safe play.
I think we just take that line, kind of start to develop a little bit. Again, we're not dead yet or anything of that nature. We took a big hit here. We can afford to take maybe one other big hit like that before we're like in true danger range here. But since we have that's not already, if we can stack up 10, 12, 14 Ruin Chance, get to that large Sonata, we can potentially swing back and equalize this immediately as well. We see a Seek and Destroy. This card is so huge here, and something that Mark was running that we didn't see last match against in the Marlin Mirror, but has the potential here just to destroy Jared's plan here of the setup with the Sonata. You see the Codex coming back here with that King Shark Harpoon, rebuying it again here. And Mark sending this back in 9 here. 14 with the Overpower and the Seek and Destroy effect on hit. And Jared just absolutely under the gun here is from the get-go here.
We saw Jared's already taken a big shot from that last turn. Here he is staring down what looks to be another large harpoon.
You see the hand here, Snuglaxia, Blue Meet and Greet, and a Revel in Runeblood. So we do get a hit here again from this King Shark Harpoon. We will make another gold, and the Seek and Destroy is live here for the next turn. And you have to think here, this has to be Jared going, right? We have the Sonata in Arsenal. It's not going to stick around this turn. We have to convert this hand now. If we don't, we just lose that, and then we go back again. We just took, what, another 13 damage here? Or another 10 damage here, excuse me. Like, we're in the danger zone here. Very rapidly looking into a state where we're not going to be able to come back and we're going to lose all of our combo pieces here. So Jared here plays this Sonata Galaxy out here, probably for an X equals, what is this? Oh, Jared is pitching one here for X equals 3, looking for a Runeblood Barrier, I believe. Now this is super interesting here. Jared down to 14 right now. Plays the Runeblood Barrier out, gives him a little bit of a life lead or a life prevention here. Will prevent that overpower. It kind of functions almost like the Immovable did in the last matchup, right? Where we had the Immovable there to kind of block that overpower. Jared here saying, I'm going to be able to stop here for a second. I'm going to reset a little bit here. Play out the rest of my Rune Chance generation potentially.
It's also going to create him more Rune Chance.
Mm-hmm.
And we have another chance to see here that Skeletus Sonata.
Yeah. So that's the second question here. Is he using this as a life gain option? Or is he using this as just, I have to send it this turn. I have to go in. Have to fire for the Sonata here because of the Seek and Destroy. And it looks like we are deciding to catch this in here.
Extra Rune Chant off of Visceri. And we are looking at, is that 10 Rune Chants here to discount this?
We have 9. So we can pay 1 into it. So X equals 5 here. We're going to look at our top 8 cards here. We're hoping for a perfect split here.
It is 10 after the Visceri trigger.
Sonata's before that though, right? When you pay into it. So you have to pay in before the Vish trigger here. So
yes.
He pays 1 from his floating resources here to get the 10, to get the 8 anyway here. Seen a lot of non-attack actions. All 3 Mordred Tides in a row.
That is a Rune Blade hand.
Are we looking at only 3 here? So a 3 and 5. Not a perfect split, but it's not a bad split overall for Jared for what could have happened otherwise here.
And we are able to utilize all 3 of those with some go-agains. We are going to be able to deliver a lot of damage here. Looks like we've got a Rune Ranger Swarm, a Rune Flash, and a Meet and Greet.
We'll be able to push significant damage, and I believe we still have a Revel and Runeblood in hand, correct?
I believe so.
So still a ton of damage in hand. I don't know we can necessarily threaten Mark's full life total here, but this is going to be a ton of damage that Jared's able to force across this turn. Just a little bit unfortunate that we did hit 2 blues here for our attacks as well, so our damage output a little bit lower than it could have been otherwise, but Mark just moving so fast with his deck and getting those early on hits here just to force Jared into the situation where he has to go or we'll lose that Sonata from his arsenal.
We're likely going to lean in with that Meet and Greet here, discounted by the Skelta.
Yep. Comes in. Visceri will trigger here. 1 on the back end, sending across 10 Rune Chance, and then 2 from the Meet and Greet itself.
And if this meet and greet hits, we are getting the additional rune chant as well.
Makes that rune chant, and then we just see the block with the Helios Sarong, covering that damage up so there's no additional rune chant from Jared's side of things. He will break the chain here, play that Revel in Rune Blood, make an additional 5 rune chants up to 6, and then we still have this blue rune flash here coming in for 6 arcane and then 2 physical with Go again, and making another rune chant on the back end here as we see Viserai just kind of doing his big combo turn here, really showcasing the power of what happens when this hero gets to stack up and has that skeleton Sonata interaction.
And this is with no Malefics. And all those Mordreds were in that stack revealed.
Man, imagine if you'd been able to draw into that with that Sonata. Whew.
This is the power of the purple man. And we're still going to see a Dustblade at the end of this.
Yeah, so Jared forcing 3 blue pitches from Mark's hand, able to prevent 9 of this damage, but still a whole lot of damage coming through here from Jared as he gets to kind of reset this game state from a really perilous spot that he was at.
And he finds Mark on 3 blues that he couldn't really convert super well, and is able to empty that hand, giving him some breathing room.
And for all that we got there from Mark, all that command that he had of this game from those first 2 arrows hitting, he has 1 card in hand here. He really doesn't have anything he can convert on his turn unless he wants to cycle this gold and try to potentially luck into something. He just has Arsenal and Go, and Viserai is back in control over this game about what we'll do this turn. If he can string together a strong turn here after that Sonata, he gets to shuffle his Mordreds back in, maybe hit a Mordred Tide here, find some way to push a good amount of damage and kind of really threaten Mark's life.
I saw another Revel.
Oh boy.
And this is Viserai at his finest. That Dustblade is only going to get larger and larger as it comes in each turn.
We talked about at the start that there's a potential for Dustblade in this matchup to potentially start to kind of stack those counters if Mark can't get the disruption. It might not even need many counters. Even this coming in for 5 is still a pretty large threat, especially once we're down to 20 to 14 at this point. We've already comboed off. And we see a Malefic Incantation here into a Douse and Rune Blood. Now this Douse will make 1 rune chant for every non-attack action we play this turn. So currently it's making 1 off of its ability. And I believe if it makes 4 or more, it gets Go again. It's either 3 or 4 or more.
I believe it's 3.
Which we are not making here. However, I feel like what this says is that Jared has a Spellbound Creepers line potentially open, right? We have 2 floating with it. This doesn't really push a whole lot of damage. So it's either that our hand is a little bit of a dud here, and we can only push this, or we have a Creepers here. It looks like there is the Creepers activation with the Malefic here,
allowing us to still convert into that Dustblade again.
Yep, absolutely here. And Jared paying into it. Now, the way that he played this, he did this in response to the Douse. So he can do his Spellbound Creepers, get it in, and then Douse sees that second Malefic as well. So we do get the additional rune chain out of it too. Really nice ordering here from Jared to gain that extra point of damage out of this. I'm just double checking that we have the right amount of rune chants here. It's coming in for 4. No Go again, but Jared does have that additional action point from the Malefic here. We'll be able to come in with the Dustblade after this, get another count on the Dustblade, swinging with that, plus 5 rune chants here. So definitely be able to put the pressure back on Mark here, demand that he either has a block here, or it takes a ton of damage and has to send back Disruption in a way to stop Jared's next turn.
Go fix that.
Yeah, so we're going to double check here. We have double checked with Douse here. That Douse is on the play, I believe, instead. So it's, or sorry, the Creepers does not work this way. So I'm going to go back. We are double checking here with the judge, making sure we correct this game state here. And we're holding up here, making sure this is all resolved correctly. So let's see here. Creeper should be fine. Our Douse is an on-attack trigger. So 1 from the Malefic, 1 from the Douse. Being played by the Viserai. Puts 1 rune chant in, activate the Creepers in response. So the Creepers can't activate till it's already attacked, so it already has to resolve at that point, making 1 rune chant, so we should have 4 rune chants. in the back end. Not 5. I believe once we resolve this. I'm just double checking here with the players, making sure this is resolved all properly. Ton of small interactions here from these decks in LL.
Yep, just making sure we got through that cleanly.
And Mark here, down to 10 life. Takes a ton of damage this turn. Jared draws up to his hand. We'll see here what Mark is able to send back. He activates his Marlin here. Makes a harpoon. Activates our gold-baited hook here. Do we have a golden tipple here, maybe? Tipple, such a powerful follow-up here with this gold-baited hook, really demanding you block a card that they just continue their gold generation here. And pitching the blue here also really nice. We have that gold floating already. We have the harpoons. We get to draw a card. Have that 2 resources floating to either crack a gold, be able to load off of that, or be able to play a follow-up spell, potentially an Art of War, something like that that lets us draw more cards, cycle more through our deck. We see a block here with the Douse and Runeblood from Jared. Wants to deny that gold-baited hook, it's on hit with the gold generation here. We'll see Bart close the chain, cracks a gold, draws another card here. Can we find a large harpoon here to send back to Jared and disrupt this hand a little bit further? That Duskblade starting to stack up here, right? We have 2 counters for it here. If we can't disrupt Jared and he can do that again and get another counter on it, this Duskblade kind of starts to take over this game, right?
Definitely, and it's getting harder and harder to disrupt him as those Malefics out there are going to enable some really big plays here.
However, Mark, able to find the King Shark harpoon here, has the blues to activate both it and the Hammerhead harpoon here, and Jared giving 4 block here with the Spellbound Creepers, with the Rune Flash here. This King Shark going to connect here, going to do 6 damage, knocking Jared down to 8, and getting that on-hit effect. So we'll see if Jared is able to dodge this with the cards in his hand, or if we'll be ripping yet another card and putting him down to just 1 for this turn, I believe, because we already blocked with that Douse.
Now, this Creeper's block definitely says that either Jared is worried about having his hand ripped apart entirely, where he's not going to be able to convert with an attack, or just that he's worried that Mark will stuff the next Arcane, and he wants to make sure he gets that block with Creepers while he has it.
It looks like we have a Runic Reckoning and I believe a Sonata in hand. That's the case. We are taking the damage here. We are going down to 8. And it is a Runic Reckoning and a Blessings of the Occult as our other card here. So no attack in hand. No way to generate Ruin Chance. So it seems like we're probably going to be pitching this, playing the Blessings of Occult, and just passing back on our part unless Jared wants to swing with that Duskblade. Not a huge response back here, and letting Mark have an opportunity here with this arsenal, with this 2 gold, to really take command of this game and finish it off.
Still waiting to see that balance be very, very relevant at some point.
We've been really careful here to not pop it to this point. Jared's had a couple turns where he had the option to do it and chose not to. So really curious to see when exactly he will, what he's looking for with it. But we are getting down to the danger zone. Mark here, if he has enough pumps with this, enough ways to push this damage, this game could just end this turn.
And here Jared says, well, the Blessing of Occult would be 3 Rune Chance, but the Runic Reckoning in my arsenal's worth 3, and let me just swing the Duskblade anyways.
Yep.
Use those counters while they're still there.
Says, you might be able to block this, but I value this extra point of damage over the Blessing giving me 3 Rune Chance next turn and getting to keep that arsenal. And I'll go to the next turn. We have 1 armor block left here for Jared. Is Mark able to send a harpoon big enough to get over both the card in hand and that 1 last armor block? Starting off with the Marlin activation, you have to be scared here if you're Jared's side, because the one thing you don't want to see the Marlin start their turn off is with the Marlin activation, because it means they definitely have a card draw spell either in their arsenal or in their hand already. And it is, in fact, the Golden Tipple, pitching another Golden Tipple. Getting rid of that harpoon, starting the loop up here. We'll draw a card, we'll make another gold. Come in for 3. We elected not to activate our gold-bladed hook here. Mark maybe wanting to see if he can bait Jared here into letting this get through, where that harpoon afterwards would be able to just get through with the hammerhead activation. So Jared probably looking at having to do a block here.
Jared's in a tough spot here. You've got to make sure you're keeping that life total high enough to stay out of the way of overpower. At the same time, you do have to kill Mark to end this game.
We have those Malefics on board. Great if we can get them triggered, but if we don't have the attack in hand to be able to do that afterwards and then follow up with the Runic Reckoning potentially, or another way to ship damage after that, might just not have enough to close this game out.
On that Reckoning, if we do not have a Rune Channel on board, it will cost one.
Then you hate it when your cards actually make you play fair.
I don't want to pay for my cards. Rune
What
Channels
am
pay
I?
for my cards.
What am I, a CC deck? Jeez.
Runic Reckoning was a lot of fun to play in CC.
It's one man's opinion. Jared in the tank here. How do we want to block this? We have seen multiple Krakens, I believe. I believe we've seen all three of them now. Or we've seen two in a Codex at this point. So maybe have all the rips out for all of our attacks out of our hand, but plenty of other threats out of the Marlin. And our hand complexion could be one that the King Kraken would be a bigger hit, or Redfin Harpoon even.
Jared's head is currently in his hands. He is very glad there's not a player camera. I know for a fact his teammates have turned his screenshots from streams before into memes. I'm sure he is trying to think through every possibility of what harpoon could be coming his way.
Production furiously moving the camera over to get their view on Jared here.
Looking through the graveyard once again.
Yeah, you just have to double check here. We have to see what draw is available. Like I said earlier, Mark and the Marlin deck here just has so many different things to keep track of. The card draw, the harpoons, the buffs. Like, there's so many different moving parts here, and knowing what's available to Mark can really affect what your decision should be here based off of the cards he has left. And it is a Mordred.
With a Mordred Tide.
Would much rather be playing that card, but it seems unlikely that we get to keep the full hand here this turn, unfortunately.
A solid 3 block, the thing you are least likely to be able to still convert on this hand. Mordred Tide, a good solid stop there. We see that card drawn off the gold. We've got another Marlin trigger. Let's see if anything is loaded in.
Jared here, thinking through all the lines, thinking through all the plays. What does he have to block out this turn? What can he keep? Mark here.
He also has that top deck to consider.
Mark here, looking through. What's the amount of damage he can push the rest of this turn? We still do have 1 gold available to us as well, so option to still draw another card. Cycle through. Have to think that there's not one of those giant 6-power harpoons available to us for this turn. If we had that, we had the blues, it's kind of pretty straightforward. Activate, spend your gold, put the harpoon in, activate the hammerhead, go about your day.
When Marlin sits and thinks, I do have to wonder if there's another 3 of a kind.
Oh, an
This
Art
time
of War
it's an Art
instead.
of War.
Okay. We are pitching a Red Seek in a story here, so good to see from Jared's side. Mark, a little bit constricted here on resources maybe. It does banish is overcrowded as well, so we will draw 2 more cards here. But do we have the R to reload from the Marlin side? Slight sigh here. There was not an immediate slam of a harpoon in the arsenal. Kind of always one of those things when you see them draw up and then just kind of look at it and consider it, it's like, huh, dodged it a little bit. Oh, Mark slow rolling it, and it is the King Kraken. Never mind. Inspire false hope. Ship harpoon anyway. Currently looking like it will come across for 7 damage here if Mark doesn't have another buff. Do we have a way to play the hammerhead? Do we have the resources available here for it as well? Looks like we're cracking the gold. We're going to look to see if we can find the additional resources here. 1 floating.
If we can put this together, we can fire the harpoon here.
Yeah, if
we have
there's
a very good chance to strip these cards.
However, if there is no Harpoon activation here, this is only coming in for 7, puts Jared to 1, potentially 2 if he wants to block with his Grasp, and leaves him potentially with his entire hand here. Well, the remaining 3 cards of his hand, excuse me. Which, nope.
The Seek and Destroy
no.
and the Harpoon activation.
And Mark has the resources here, and this is a killer Harpoon shot. This is coming in for 10, 13, 14 overpower here. Does Jared even have a way to survive
14
this?
overpower here, 1 armor block, a bunch of 3s.
It's still lethal by 2.
This may just be lethal.
I don't believe Jared...
Have we seen a Marlin go the distance in LL?
We don't have any D-Reacts here.
The Runeblood Barrier has been played. There are no D-Reacts in this deck list. Looking through his own graveyard to find that barrier. See that there's not another out. Does he have some magic up his sleeve?
See a Swarming Gloomveil, what looks like a Mordred Tide.
It's a white-bordered Mordred Tide.
And to become the Arcanite. None of those are a way to get around this overpower or to find any more defense.
All of them are great at killing your opponent, but not if you are already dead.
This hand would have been so sick if we got to attack back with it. Mordred Tide become...
Mordred Tide, Runic Reckoning, Swarming Gloomveil Dustblade. Instead, it's death.
And it is the fist bump here from Jared. Mark Morrison will be the winner of the
Marlin.
The Greentree 2.5.
Down LL.
Yep. As everyone expected going into this day, field full of Viscerize.
I've been hearing more and more about Marlin over the last few weeks. I'm very excited to see what big name from Worlds is on it.
Absolutely incredible showing there from Mark. Had 1 loss the entire way through the Swiss rounds for the day. Came through the top 8. Managed to win the Mirror of all things, which I don't know that anybody expected him to see here. And then put on a commanding performance in that finals, having control basically the entire game outside of Jared having that 1 big Sonata turn. So absolutely incredible performance on his side of the bracket here to take home that trophy for the LL portion of this event.
He makes his way through 2 Viscerize in the top 8.
Yep, just absolutely shredding them.
That is an impressive run.
Any closing comments about our LL portion of this, Ryan?
Just another big thank you to everyone in the community who pitched in and donated this weekend. You were helping a ton of people in both Pittsburgh and in my home city now of Lancaster.
Yeah, absolutely. For anyone who wasn't here early, we hit $5,400 for charities this weekend with this stream. All that's going into food banks and helping feed people both in Pittsburgh and the Lancaster area. So thank you so much to everyone who donated in person here today, as well as on the stream to everyone involved in this process.
Yeah. Hope you enjoyed the weekend with us, and this was a good one.
Yeah. So from all of us here at Greentree, from this broadcast from the 10K weekend, thank you so much, everyone, and have a great rest of your weekend.